Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed guests from around the world. We're delighted to welcome you to the C20 Symposium on Compassion. We want to thank all of you for joining us and for committing your time and energy to this crucial endeavor. Let us now begin with the symbolic lighting of the lamp by our esteemed dignitaries.
We now invite Swami Amritaswarupananda, Executive Director of MA Centers, to make some welcoming remarks.
Om Amritaswarupananda. I'd like to, first of all, welcome all the dignitaries on the stage, and each and every one of you for being here today. And especially, I just want to remind that Mother Nature has blessed us with rain, and she has blessed us by veiling her sun, and God in protecting us. So my special thanks, and definitely all your presence here has also enhanced the beauty of this day, and thank you. We now we're going to have the formal inauguration of the C20, which is a part of the G20. As most of you know, that we are all part of G20, the G20 countries. And especially the C20 comes, the Civil Society 20, which stands for C, is part of the G20 group. And this is the first time in the history of C20 that a spiritual leader has been elected as the chair of C20. And as we all know, our dear Amma, Mata Amritaswarupananda, has been nominated by the Prime Minister, Modi ji, to be the chair of C20. And we have today the honor of Swami Amritaswarupananda ji. We call him Swami ji lovingly. And here representing Amma today. And it's my pleasure and distinct honor today to invite Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy to share a few words. And I know he has been very busy and he has been benevolent enough to spare some time for us. And Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy was elected to Congress in 2016 and is now in his 4th term representing Illinois 8th District, which includes Chicago's west and northwest suburbs, as well as the 41st Ward of the city. He also serves on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence and the Committee on Oversight and Accountability as a member of the Subcommittee of Economic Growth, Energy Policy, and Regulatory Affairs. The Congressman is a vice chair of the Equality Caucus and co-chair of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus Immigration Task Force. And we also would like to welcome the President and the Mayor, Jeff Walter of Elburn. And thank you, sir, for being here today. And now I would like to invite Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy to say a few words and bless us.
Om. Yeah. We'll do it right. Om Namah Shivaya. It's wonderful to be with you. It's an honor to be here. And as I like to say, it's an honor to be any place they can pronounce my name correctly. This is a true story. When I first ran for office in Illinois, I said, "Hi, my name is Raja Krishnamurthy." And the person in Chicago looked right back at me and said, "Roger Christian Murphy. Very nice to meet you." And then he said, "I didn't know the Irish made it to India." So in any case, lovely to be with you. I want to observe those 3 rules of public speaking: be short, be sweet, and be gone. 3 points. First of all, can you give a big round of applause to the Swamijis and all the organizers of today's conference? I've known Swamiji, and Swamiji for many years now, and they are just fabulous people. And you know, I think that it's not an understatement or overstatement to say that they've made a profound difference in the lives of so many people, along with the organization, of course, and Amma. Which leads me to my second point. Can you give a big round of applause to Amma for... I knew that would be a good applause line. And you know why. You know, Amma has done so much. She's provided housing to 47,000 families across rural and poor parts of India, 50,000 scholarships, collected more than $60 million in disaster relief donations, not just for places in India, but around the world. And Amma exemplifies exactly the types of values, the universal values that we want to uphold and celebrate and inculcate into our people, especially our children. And so what she does every single day in living out these values and teaching the world about the importance of caring for those who don't have a voice, those who sometimes don't have hope, and those who don't have power, is exactly what we want to talk about at this conference today, and I submit at all times. The third and final point is this. Only a few minutes ago did I learn what the C in C20 is supposed to mean, which I guess it means charity. That's what someone says. All along, I thought the C meant compassion. And then I thought, you know what? I'm going to go with that. I think the C in the C20 probably means charity, compassion, care, all the types of qualities that we want all countries, not just the 20 countries that will be represented at this summit, but all countries and all people to practice at all times. Am I right about that? And speaking of your charitable endeavors, you know, there's this old saying, which is, you earn a living by what you get, but you live a life by what you give. And what we are giving of ourselves in terms of not only our material resources, our money, but also our time and our blessings is of vital importance now in the world, perhaps now more than ever. And so I would just ask everybody to continue to keep all those who may not be present in this room, but for whom what you're doing today is invaluable, top of mind going forward. I'll just close with my favorite saying. Yesterday is history, tomorrow's a mystery, but today is a gift. That's why we call it the present. And so I'm honored and blessed to be with you here for just a few short minutes of your precious time to celebrate you, to celebrate these terrific speakers whom I had a chance to meet briefly, and who are just going to be teaching us how to give of ourselves today, and to celebrate how together we are going to make the world a better place through the C20 Summit. Thank you so much. God bless. Thank you. Om Namah Shivaya.
We have a gift for the Congressman.
We'd like to thank Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy for being here today, and our gratitude to you, sir, for being here. And this is a small memento of appreciation.
We would now like to ask our esteemed village president, Mayor Jeff Walter, to make a few remarks.
I broke it. Politicians. You know, there's a joke in Illinois, you never give it's not just Illinois, it's probably this whole country, or maybe even the world, never give a politician a microphone, because you never know what they're going to say or how long it's going to take to say it. But like the Congressman, I promise to be short and sweet as well. So on behalf of the Village of Elburn, the Village of Elburn is about 7,000 residents, just slightly west of here. We like to call ourselves truly one of a kind. And that is because there is no other Elburn in the entire country or in the entire world. So we are truly one of a kind, and I see some of you going for your phones out there to double check me, but Chat, GPT, Google, whoever, we're one of a kind. That's it. It's a long story, and I'm not going to tell it because I'll be up here for a long time. But on behalf of the residents, the village board, and myself, welcome to Elburn. We wish you all the best during your deliberations today and this week. I know people have been here for a while already for the retreat, but thank you for coming to our small town. The MA Center came here back in 2012. I was on the village board at the time, and we thought, who are these people that want to come out here and build this thing in our community? And it's been an incredible boon to the community. The residents here, Faith, who's around here somewhere, used to live down the street from me. I actually worked with a gentleman who lives here. Little did I know we were doing introduction calls on a project. I work for Accenture in my day job. This mayor thing is just part-time. And I was on a call, and we're introducing ourselves, and where do you live? And he says, I live in Elburn. I said, no way, there's nobody here that lives in Elburn out here. But sure enough, Melinda and I worked together for quite some time. But the farmer's market, the school, the different things that go on here, the charity work and everything, it's been just incredible to have the MA Center out here. We love Amma's visits when she comes. Hopefully now that COVID has passed, we'll get one of those visits very soon. Hint, hint to those who are in charge. And we do wish you all the best today and through all your efforts to bring compassion to the world, because it's definitely needed at this time. So thank you.
That was the formal welcome for Village President Jeff Walter, and he will now be presented with a gift of thanks.
As you can see, we've gathered an extraordinary group of experts, thought leaders, and change makers from across the globe, all working on areas such as health, education, technology, sustainability, and gender equality.
With our C20 chair, Mata Amritaswarupananda Devi, Amma, as our guiding light, let's get ready for a series of sessions and discussions that cover the 5 C20 working groups of sustainable and resilient communities, technology, security and transparency, gender equality and disability, integrated holistic health, and education and digital transformation.
Today's event will consist of 3 90-minute segments during which all 5 working groups will have sessions featuring experts in their respective fields.
To mark this momentous occasion, we would like to ask our guests to please stand for a group photo.
Just to round out the welcoming for this morning, we'd like to ask Dr. Krishna Sri Achudan to formally welcome Ambassador Vijay Nambiar, who is the C20 Principal Coordinator and Sherpa. We'd also like to invite Dr. Satya Krishna Ramachandran to formally welcome Ramu Damodaran, former Chief of Partnerships and Public Engagement in the UN Department of Global Communications. Thank you all for being here. Next, we welcome Dr. Bhavani Rao to give an overview of G20 and C20. Dr. Bhavani Rao is the Indian coordinator of the Civil 20 Working Group on Gender Equality and Disability. She is the Dean of the School of Social and Behavioral Sciences, Amrita Vishwavidyapitham. She is also the director of 2 research centers, Amrita Multimodal Applications Using Computer and Human Interaction Labs, or AMACHI Labs, and the Center for Women's Empowerment and Gender Equality. She's been appointed India's UNESCO Chair in Gender Equality since 2016. She is the author of more than 100 publications and numerous patents related to vocational skills and haptics, and international and national awards have recognized her work.
Amritaswarupananda Namaha. Very good morning to everybody over here. I cannot say that my talk and introduction will be shorter than the ones that were before. And this is the more boring part of it because it has a lot of technicalities. Please bear with me. Introducing to you the basic fundamental concepts of G20 and C20 to you so that you understand what all of you are a part of and what we have been a part of since the beginning of this year. So G20, or the group of 20 countries, was a collaboration of 19 countries plus the European Union that came together in 1999 when there was a very serious financial crisis in the world. So they came together so that they could set down foundations of stability, reduce risk, especially in terms of finance, creating new financial structures, but also creating policies that would allow for global stability and sustainable development. And so this is the G20 countries, the group of 20 countries that are 19 countries plus the European Union that came together. Now C20 is an official engagement group within the G20. It consists of civil society organizations. There are several such engagement groups under the G20 aegis, which includes Science 20, Think 20, Urban 20, Labor 20, Women 20, Youth 20, and C20 is one among them. All these groups work in tandem with the ministerial meetings that happen between the G20 countries, feeding in information from different aspects and different angles on what is it that is important to the country, bringing all the voices of these 20 countries together so that they can form policies that benefit the whole. Now, why is it important? Why are these 20 countries important? These 20 countries form 90% of the world's GDP, 80% of the world's trade, and 2/3 of the world's population. You're talking about very big numbers. 20 countries, huge impact. And the C20 is the voice of civil society, the people who really serve the underserved communities. Those are the voices that you bring all the way to the people who are running these big G20 countries, like the United States, like France, India, Brazil, Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, Japan. And that is why this entire effort is so important. It is our chance to actually bring the voices to the leaders of these countries so that they can make policies for the overall well-being of all the people and the environment that is there within these 20 countries. C20 was first started in 2013. That makes it exactly 10 years since the C20 first started in Russia. So it's just 10 years since the C20 has been in place. And this year, the G20 is with India, so with the Indian presidency. And like the Amritaswami said, the presidency was given to Amma. And India itself has a very different agenda or a very different take towards the G20. We have a G20 motto, which is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. And the C20 adds another dimension to it, like the Amritaswami said, it is headed by a spiritual master. So, like the senator said, C20 is really become Compassion 20. Because Amma brings an entire dimension of spirituality, of values, and the level of oneness that Amma brings into this conversation is something that has never happened before in any of the C20 or G20 deliberations till now. And I think, and also, it's not very often that a woman is the president of these kind of multilateral deliberations. So the structure is such that you have the chair, Amma is the chair of the C20 process, that is then followed by a troika. This is typically the representatives of the people who have been hosting the C20 process the previous year and the following year. So we've had Indonesia who hosted the G20 last year, and the G20 presidency gets passed on from Indonesia to India, and from India next year it goes to Brazil. It's very interesting, and Swamiji, who is over here, he is a Troika member with Amma as the chair. We have somebody from Indonesia, and we have somebody from Brazil. What is very interesting, it's the first time that the conversation will be held really and directed by the Global South. We have Indonesia, we have India, we have Brazil, and then followed by South Africa. So this is the first time the developing economies really have the mic in their hands. It's a time for us to push a Global South agenda. Why has this presidency been so different? Like we said, Amma is a spiritual leader. She leads with the heart. And it's not about meetings. It's about a value-driven narrative. Tremendous amount of effort has gone into the C20 process since January. Just to give you a highlight, we've had over 1,000 meetings between the working groups. There are 16 working groups. Most of the times the C20 programs have had 5, 6, 7, maximum 8 working groups. This time the Indian presidency has 16 working groups. Along with 16 working groups, we have had a total of 400 plus, close to 500 physical meetings, outreach programs that are again close to 500. Total number of meetings during the presidency will easily exceed over 1,000 with, so far, till date, the total participation is over 200,000 people. Total number of foreign participation is close to 3,000 people, with more than 80 countries represented during these deliberations. We've had very, very high-level dignitaries who have been speakers, including the co-founder of the Internet, Ban Ki-moon, who was the UN Secretary General, and so much. And the thing is that the other thing that is very special about the C20 is that, you know how Amma says, meeting should not just be a meeting of just people and minds, but it should be a meeting of hearts. And she likes to see that talk doesn't remain talk, but it gets translated into action. And to that effect, and during the inaugural program, Amma had announced 50 crores of Indian rupees to be set aside towards helping women and people with disabilities. That has already manifested. Amma has already donated 115,000 euros to support safe spaces for women and children as a part of a UN Women project for people who are affected by war in different parts of the Ukraine. So it's already not just a meeting of people, but it's also already translated into action. And that's, I think, probably the most distinctive feature of this C20, that we hope that this doesn't just remain as policy recommendations to the G20, but it translates into amazing action. It has a more holistic approach. It is based on a unity that is at the level of the spirit. And this is the C20, G20 under the Indian presidency in a nutshell for you. Thank you so much.
Our C20 chair, Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, affectionately known as Amma, is a living example of the power of compassion and how it can be manifested physically to help millions of people across the world. From orphanages to disaster relief to free healthcare, scholarships, community aid, and much, much more, Amma's charities span across every walk of life. Let's now listen to this message from Amma for an inspiring start to today's symposium.
പ്രേമസ്വരൂകളും ആത്മസ്വരൂകളായിരിക്കുന്ന എല്ലാവർക്കും നമസ്കാരം. ഇതൊരു ശുഭമുഹൂർത്തമാണ്. ലോകത്തിൻ്റെ മങ്ങുന്ന തേജസ് വീണ്ടെടുക്കാനുള്ള ഒരു ശ്രമത്തിന് നമ്മൾ തുടക്കം കുറിച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നു. G20യുടെ അധ്യക്ഷത ഭാരതത്തിന് ലഭിച്ച ചരിത്രപ്രധാനമായ അവസരമാണിത്. G20യുടെ ഭാഗമായ C20യുടെ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ വിജയകരമാക്കുക എന്ന വലിയ ഉത്തരവാദിത്തമാണ് ഭാരത സർക്കാരും പ്രധാനമന്ത്രി ശ്രീ നരേന്ദ്രമോദിയും നമ്മളെ ഏൽപ്പിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഈ സംരംഭത്തോട് അങ്ങേയറ്റം നീതി പുലർത്താൻ നമുക്ക് കഴിയട്ടെ. മനുഷ്യ ശരീരവും ഈ പ്രപഞ്ചത്തിലെ മറ്റ് ചരാചരങ്ങളും പഞ്ചഭൂതങ്ങളായ ഭൂമി, ജലം, അഗ്നി, വായു, ആകാശം എന്നിവയിൽ നിന്നും ഉടലെടുത്തതാണ്. പഞ്ചഭൂതങ്ങളുടെ ഉറവിടം പ്രകൃതിയാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് പ്രകൃതിയും മനുഷ്യനും ഒന്നാണ്. ഈ സത്യം അനുഭവതലത്തിൽ അറിഞ്ഞതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഋഷികൾ വസുദൈവ കുടുംബമെന്ന് ഉദ്ഘോഷിച്ചത്. ഈ ഉപനിഷത്ത് വാക്യം G20യുടെ ആദർശവാക്യമായി തിരഞ്ഞെടുത്ത് എല്ലാം കൊണ്ടും ഉചിതമായി. പ്രവർത്തന മേഖലകളിൽ അവർ നേരിടുന്ന പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ പരിഹരിക്കുക, ജനങ്ങളുടെ ഹിതമറിയുക, വിവിധ പ്രവർത്തന മേഖലകളിൽ അവർ നേരിടുന്ന പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ പഠിക്കുക, അവ ഭാരത സർക്കാരിൻ്റെയും G20 രാഷ്ട്രങ്ങളുടെയും ശ്രദ്ധയിൽപ്പെടുത്തുക, പരിഹാരങ്ങൾ നിർദ്ദേശിക്കുക. ഇതാണ് C20യുടെ പ്രധാന ധർമ്മം. മനുഷ്യൻ അവൻ്റെ ലോകജീവിതം സുഗമവും സുഖകരവുമാക്കാൻ പല പരീക്ഷണങ്ങൾ നടത്തുന്നു. ഇവയൊക്കെ ആവശ്യമായിരിക്കാം. പക്ഷേ ഈ ശക്തികൾ വർദ്ധിപ്പിക്കാനുള്ള ശ്രമത്തിനിടയിൽ നമ്മൾ മഹാശക്തിയായ പ്രകൃതിയെ മറന്നുപോകുന്നു. നാം ഈ മഹാപ്രപഞ്ചത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമാണെന്നുള്ള വലിയ സത്യം മറന്നുപോകുന്നു. അത് മനുഷ്യനെ ഓർമ്മിപ്പിക്കുവാൻ പ്രകൃതി ഒന്നിനു പുറകെ ഒന്നായി ഷോക്ക് ട്രീറ്റ്മെൻറ്റ് നൽകിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. എന്നിട്ടും നമ്മൾ മറവി രോഗം ബാധിച്ചവരെ പോലെ കഴിയുകയാണ്. മനുഷ്യൻ്റെ ബുദ്ധിശക്തിക്ക് എത്താൻ കഴിയുന്ന ഉയരങ്ങളും നടത്തുവാൻ കഴിയുന്ന പരീക്ഷണങ്ങളും എല്ലാം നടക്കട്ടെ. അതിനോടൊപ്പം ആധ്യാത്മിക ചിന്തയുടെയും ആധ്യാത്മികയിൽ അധിഷ്ഠിതമായ ജീവിത രീതിയുടെയും ശക്തി കൂടി പരീക്ഷിക്കാൻ നമ്മൾ തയ്യാറാകണം എന്നാണ് അമ്മയുടെ അഭിപ്രായം. അതാണ് പ്രകൃതിയും പ്രപഞ്ചവും നൽകുന്ന സൂചനകളിൽ നിന്നും മനസ്സിലാക്കേണ്ടത്. ആ വിധത്തിൽ പ്രവർത്തിച്ചാൽ മാത്രമേ വസുദൈവ കുടുംബകം എന്ന വചനത്തിൻ്റെ അർത്ഥം കുറച്ചെങ്കിലും സഫലീകരിക്കാൻ നമുക്ക് കഴിയും. എല്ലാം ഉണ്ട് എന്നാൽ ഒന്നുമില്ല എന്നതാണ് മനുഷ്യൻ്റെ ഇന്നത്തെ അവസ്ഥ. ഒരു കാര്യം വളരെ വ്യക്തമാണ്, മനുഷ്യൻ പ്രകൃതിയുമായി അകലും തോറും അവൻ്റെ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ വർദ്ധിക്കും. ഈശ്വരൻ്റെ മുഖമാണ് പ്രകൃതി. പ്രകൃതി മനുഷ്യൻ്റെ അജ്ഞാനവർത്തിയാണ്. അത് നിർജീവമാണ്, അതുകൊണ്ട് എന്ത് വേണമെങ്കിലും ആകാം എന്നൊക്കെയുള്ള മിഥ്യാധാരണ മനുഷ്യർക്കുണ്ട്. പ്രകൃതി ഒരു ശരീരമാണ്, അത് ഏകമാണ്. ഒരു ശരീരത്തിലെ അവയവങ്ങളെല്ലാം അഭേദ്യമായിരിക്കുന്നത് പോലെ പ്രകൃതിയിലെ ജീവനുള്ളതും ഇല്ലാത്തതുമായ സകലതും അന്യോന്യം ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടിരിക്കുന്നു. അവയെല്ലാം പ്രകൃതിയുടെ അവയവങ്ങളാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് പ്രകൃതി സംരക്ഷണവും പരിപാലനവും മാറ്റി നിർത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് സുസ്ഥിര വികസനം സാധ്യമല്ല. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു വികസനം പ്രായോഗികമാക്കാൻ കുറേ കോൺഫറൻസുകളും ചർച്ചകളും സംവാദങ്ങളും നടത്തിയതുകൊണ്ടോ നിയമനിർമ്മാണം നടത്തിയതുകൊണ്ടോ മാത്രം സാധിക്കില്ല. അതിന് മനുഷ്യൻ്റെ മനോഭാവം മാറണം. മനസ്ഥിതി മാറ്റിയാൽ പരിസ്ഥിതി നമുക്ക് മാറ്റിയെടുക്കാം. ഭൂമിയും ജലവും അഗ്നിയും വായുവും ആകാശവും ഇല്ലാതെ മനുഷ്യനെ എങ്ങനെ ജീവിക്കും? ഈ 5 ഘടകങ്ങളാണ് മനുഷ്യ ശരീരത്തിൻ്റെ അടിത്തറ. അവ പ്രകൃതി നമ്മുടെ അകത്തും പുറത്തുമുണ്ട്. നമ്മളെല്ലാം ഭൂമിയിൽ ജീവിക്കുമ്പോൾ സഹജീവികളെയും പ്രകൃതിയെയും അവഗണിക്കുന്നു. സ്വന്തം സ്വാർത്ഥ താല്പര്യങ്ങളും അത്യാഗ്രഹങ്ങളും സബലീകരിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി മാത്രം പ്രയത്നിക്കുന്നു. അതേസമയം സ്വർഗം തരണേ എന്ന് ഈശ്വരോട് പ്രാർത്ഥിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യും. ഇതെന്തൊരു വിരോധാഭാസമാണ്. 21-ാം നൂറ്റാണ്ടിൻ്റെ ഏതാണ്ട് കാൽഭാഗം പിന്നിടുന്ന ഈ സന്ദർഭത്തിൽ എന്താണ് നമ്മുടെ ലോകത്തിൻ്റെ അവസ്ഥ? കണ്ണുകളടച്ച് ലോകത്തിൻ്റെ ഭൂപടം എവിടെയെങ്കിലും തൊടുക. കണ്ണു തുറന്ന് അത് ഭൂമിയുടെ ഏത് പ്രദേശമാണ്, ഇത് രാജ്യമാണെന്ന് നോക്കുക. അതെവിടെയാണെങ്കിലും അവിടെ ശാന്തമാണോ സംഘർഷരഹിതമാണോ? അവിടെ മനുഷ്യന് വിശപ്പും ദാഹവും അടക്കാനുള്ള ശുദ്ധജലവും ഭക്ഷണവും കിട്ടുന്നുണ്ടോ? അവന് കിടക്കാൻ തലയ്ക്ക് മുകളിൽ ഒരു മേൽക്കൂരയുണ്ടോ? ധരിക്കാൻ വസ്ത്രമുണ്ടോ? വൈദ്യചികിത്സ സമയത്തിന് കിട്ടുന്നുണ്ടോ? സ്ത്രീകളും കുട്ടികളും സുരക്ഷിതരാണോ? ഈ ചോദ്യങ്ങളുടെ ഉത്തരം അമ്മ പറയാതെ തന്നെ എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയുന്നതാണ്. പണക്കാർ സ്വന്തം ബംഗ്ലാവിൽ ആഡംബരങ്ങളുടെ നടുവിൽ നിന്ന് കരയുമ്പോൾ പാവപ്പെട്ടവൻ ചോരുന്ന കുടിൽ ഒടിഞ്ഞ കസേരയിൽ നിന്ന് കരയും എന്ന വ്യത്യാസമേ ഉള്ളൂ. നിരവധി സംഘടനകളും വ്യക്തികളും പരിഹാരങ്ങൾ കാണാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുകയും ജീവകാരുണ്യ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ നടത്തുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ അവയെല്ലാം കടലിൽ വീഴുന്ന തുള്ളികൾ പോലെ മാത്രമേ ആകുന്നുള്ളൂ. ഈ വെള്ളത്തുള്ളികൾ മരുഭൂമി വീണാൽ അതുകൊണ്ട് ഉപകാരമുണ്ട്. എന്നുവെച്ചാൽ തലം മനസ്സിലാക്കി നമ്മൾ പ്രയോഗിക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ അത് തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ഉണർവും സന്തോഷവും സമാധാനവും ആരോഗ്യവും എല്ലാം കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ സാധിക്കും. കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങൾ വീട്ടിലിരുന്ന് ഈ ഫോണിൽ കൂടി തന്നെ നോക്കിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയല്ലേ. അപ്പോൾ അതിൽ തന്നെ ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് എൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് അച്ഛനും അമ്മയും വന്ന് പറയുകയാണ്, കുഞ്ഞിന് മാനസിക രോഗമായി, കുഞ്ഞുറങ്ങുന്നില്ല, പഠിക്കാൻ പോകാൻ മനസ്സില്ല, മാനസിക രോഗമായി. അച്ഛനമ്മയും പൊട്ടി പൊട്ടി കരയാണ്, പഠിക്കാൻ രസമില്ല. പിന്നെ ലഹരി വരുത്തി, ഫോണിൽ കൂടി തന്നെ വരുത്തി വീട്ടിൽ നിന്ന് കഴിക്കുക. അങ്ങനെ കുറച്ച് ലഹരിക്ക് അടിമയായി. കുറച്ച് ഒരു ഫോൺ തന്നെ വെച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുക, കൂടി ഫോൺ മേടിച്ചു കൊടുക്കണം, അതിന് ബഹളമായിട്ട്. അങ്ങനെ കുറേ അമ്മയുടെ പരാതി. ഒരു 40% കുട്ടികളെങ്കിലും അമ്മ അടുത്ത് വന്നിരുന്നു. അമ്മ കണ്ടു അച്ഛനമ്മമാരുടെ ദുഃഖം കണ്ടു, കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളുടെ വ്യത്യാസം കണ്ടു. അവർക്ക് മനസ്സ് വളരെ ദുർബലമായി. അപ്പോൾ ജീവിതം സിമെൻ്റെല്ലാ കെട്ടിയത് ഗോപുരം പോലായി. കാറ്റടിച്ച ഒറ്റ വീഴ്ച. വേറെ കഴിവുകളുണ്ട്, പക്ഷെ മനസ്സിക്ക് നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടു. ആത്മഹത്യ, കുറേ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളും ആത്മഹത്യ ചെയ്ത്, ആത്മഹത്യ പ്രേരണ, കൈമുറിക്കുക, അതമ്മ കാണാനിടയായി. റോഡിൽ വണ്ടി ഓടിക്കുമ്പോൾ നിയമം പാലിക്കാതെ വണ്ടി ഓടിക്കുന്ന പോലെ എല്ലാം ഇടിച്ചിടിച്ച് കുട്ടിടിച്ച് മരിക്കത്തേ ഉള്ളൂ. എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ കാരണത്തിലാണ് പ്രപഞ്ചത്തിൽ നിലനിൽപ്പ് പോലും. അത് നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട പിന്നെ എല്ലാം നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടു. നമ്മളും നമ്മുടെ അകലെ. പിന്നെ ടെൻഷൻ വരുമ്പോൾ ലഹരിക്ക്. ഈ ശാന്തിക്ക് ഈശ്വരനെ വേണ്ട. സാമഗ്രികൾ സംരക്ഷിക്കുന്നതിനേക്കാളും ശ്രദ്ധ അതാത് രാജ്യങ്ങളിലെ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളെ ശക്തിയാർജിക്കാൻ നമ്മൾ കൊടുത്തിരിക്കണം. മനസ്സിനെ എങ്ങനെ മാനേജ് ചെയ്യണം. അങ്ങനെ ആകുമ്പോൾ എല്ലാത്തിനെയും മാനേജ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. നമ്മൾ അഗ്രികൾച്ചർ പഠിച്ചിട്ടാണല്ലോ കൃഷി ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അതുകൊണ്ട് അവിടെ വരുന്ന എന്തെങ്കിലും രോഗം വന്നാൽ മരുന്നടിച്ച് കൊടുക്കാനൊക്കെ സാധിക്കും. അതുപോലെ നമ്മുടെ ജീവിതത്തിൽ ഇങ്ങനെ ആയിരിക്കണം. ലോകം ഒരു പുഷ്പം പോലാണ്. ഒരു ഇതിലും പുഷ്പമെടുത്താൽ അത് മറ്റുള്ളതിലെല്ലാത്തിലും ബാധിക്കും, പുഷ്പത്തിൽ മൊത്തം ബാധിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ രാജ്യത്തിൽ വന്നത് ഇപ്പോൾ മറ്റുള്ള എല്ലാ രാജ്യത്തിലും ബാധിക്കും. അവർ വ്യക്തിക്ക് വരുമ്പോൾ കുടുംബത്തിന് സമൂഹത്തിലേക്ക് പോകുന്നു. അങ്ങനെ സമൂഹം രാഷ്ട്രം ലോകത്തിലേക്ക് പോവുകയാണ്. എന്ത് പറഞ്ഞാലും അതാണ് അവരുടെ പ്രശ്നമല്ലേ, നമുക്കെന്താ പ്രശ്നം എന്ന് പറയും. അതല്ല, മറ്റുള്ളവരുടെ പ്രശ്നം നമ്മുടായി വരുന്നത്. ഉദാഹരണത്തിന് 10 നിലയുള്ള ഫ്ലാറ്റ്, താഴത്തെ നിലയിൽ തീ പിടിച്ചപ്പോൾ അവിടുത്തുള്ളവർ വിളിക്കുകയാണ്, മേളത്തെ വിളിച്ച് ആരെങ്കിലും വരണേ, ഇത് അണയ്ക്കാൻ സഹായിക്കണേ, തീ അണയ്ക്കാൻ സഹായിക്കണേ. ഉടനെ മേളിൽ താമസിക്കണേ, നിങ്ങളുടെ നിലയിൽ നിങ്ങളുടെ പ്രശ്നം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ടിരുന്നാൽ എങ്ങനെയായിരിക്കും പറയാൻ? അങ്ങനെ പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ടിരുന്ന എന്താ സംഭവിക്കാമോ ആ തീ പിന്നെ മുകളോട്ട് പിടിച്ച് വരുന്നത്. അവരുടെ പ്രശ്നമാണ് നമ്മുടെ പ്രശ്നമായി തീരുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് എപ്പോഴും മറ്റുള്ളവരുടെ നമ്മൾ തള്ളാതെ നമ്മുടേതായിട്ട് തന്നെ നമ്മൾ കണ്ട് നീങ്ങണം. നമ്മൾ ഏത് സ്ഥലത്ത് പോയാലും ആദ്യം ചോദിക്കുന്നത് അവിടെ ഇൻ്റർനെറ്റ് കിട്ടുമോ എന്നാണ്. ആ സ്ഥലത്ത് ഇൻ്റർനെറ്റ് കിട്ടുമോ, ആ വീട്ടിൽ പോയി ഇൻ്റർനെറ്റ് കിട്ടുമോ, അല്ല ഹോട്ടലിൽ ഇൻ്റർനെറ്റ് കിട്ടുമോ സൗകര്യം. കിട്ടിയില്ലെങ്കിൽ എന്തോ ഒരു ഉറക്കമില്ലാതെ കരയ്ക്ക് കിടക്കുന്ന മത്സ്യം വരെ പടയ്ക്കുന്നതാണ്. ആധ്യാത്മം എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഇൻ്റർനെറ്റാണ്. അതിൻ്റെ കണക്ഷൻ ശരിയായാൽ ഏത് സാഹചര്യത്തിലും ഈ ഒരു വെപ്രാളവും ടെൻഷനും ഉണ്ടാകത്തില്ല. വരുന്ന സാഹചര്യത്തെ അഡ്ജസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാനും അതോടൊപ്പം മറ്റുള്ളവരുടെ കാരുണ്യം കാണിക്കാൻ നമുക്ക് കഴിയും. അപ്പം അതാണ് നമ്മൾ ആത്മീയത എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. ലോകജനതയുടെ പൊതുവായ മനോഭാവത്തെക്കുറിച്ച് ചിലർ ഒരു പഠനം നടത്തിയുണ്ടായി. ഒരേ ഒരു ചോദ്യം മാത്രമാണ് എല്ലാ രാജ്യങ്ങളുടെയും ജനങ്ങളോട് ചോദിച്ചത്. ലോകത്തിൻ്റെ മറ്റ് ഭാഗങ്ങളിൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ രാജ്യങ്ങളിൽ നിലനിൽക്കുന്ന ഭക്ഷ്യക്ഷാമം പരിഹരിക്കാൻ താങ്കളുടെ സത്യസന്ധമായ അഭിപ്രായം ദയവായി രേഖപ്പെടുത്തുക. അതിൽ ചില രാജ്യത്തിലെ ചില ജനങ്ങൾ ഭക്ഷണമോ അതെന്താണ് എന്നാണ് അവർ തിരിച്ച് ചോദിച്ചത്. മറ്റു ചില രാജ്യത്തെ ജനങ്ങൾ ചോദിച്ചത് സത്യസന്ധത അതെന്താണ് എന്നാണ് അവർ തിരിച്ച് ചോദിച്ചത്. വേറെ ചില രാജ്യത്തിലെ ചില ആൾക്കാർ അഭിപ്രായം എന്ന വാക്കിൻ്റെ അർത്ഥം ഒട്ടും തന്നെ മനസ്സിലാകുന്നില്ല എന്നാണ് അവർ മറുപടി പറഞ്ഞത്. ചിലർ ചോദിച്ച് ഈ ദയവായി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ എന്താണെന്നായിരുന്നു അവർ തിരിച്ച് ചോദിച്ചത്. വേറൊരു കൂട്ടർ ലോകത്തിൻ്റെ മറ്റു ഭാഗങ്ങൾ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ രാജ്യങ്ങൾ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ എന്താണെന്ന് ഒരു എത്തും പിടിയും കിട്ടുന്നില്ല എന്നായിരുന്നു മറുപടി. ഇതാണ് നമ്മുടെ ലോകത്തിൻ്റെ അവസ്ഥ. ഇവിടെ വിജയം വരിക്കണമെങ്കിൽ എല്ലാവരെയും കുറിച്ച് ബോധവാന്മാരാകണം. ശരീരതലത്തിൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ബാഹ്യമായി അത് സാധ്യമാകുകയില്ല. കാരണം ലോകത്തിൽ നാനാത്വമുണ്ട്, അതില്ലാതെ പറ്റില്ല. പക്ഷേ അതൊരു കുറവോ പരിമിതിയോ അല്ല, മറിച്ച് മഹത്തായ ഒരു അവസരമാണ്. പലതായി കാണുന്നതിൽ നിലനിൽക്കുന്ന ഒന്നിനെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ യാഥാർത്ഥ്യത്തെ സത്യത്തെ അറിഞ്ഞ് ജീവിക്കാനുള്ള അതിമഹത്തായ ഒരവസരം. ചെറുപ്പത്തിൽ ഈ മൂല്യം കൊടുത്താൽ ഈ സാഹചര്യങ്ങളിൽ വരുന്ന വികാരവിചാരങ്ങളെ നമുക്ക് കൺട്രോൾ ചെയ്യാൻ സാധിക്കും. ഇപ്പോൾ അവർക്ക് നിയന്ത്രിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ല. ഭൂമിയിൽ നിന്ന് ആകർഷണപ്പെട്ട റോക്കറ്റ് പോലെ ആയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു ജനങ്ങൾ. അപ്പം അതുകൊണ്ട് അവർ ശരിക്ക് ആ മൂല്യം നമ്മൾ എങ്ങനെയെങ്കിലും കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളിൽ കൊടുക്കണം, വളർത്തിയെടുക്കാൻ നോക്കണം. പ്രകൃതിയുടെ അനുഗ്രഹവും പ്രകൃതിയുമായുള്ള ബന്ധവും ഇല്ലാതെ സമഗ്രമായ ആരോഗ്യപരിപാലനം സാധ്യമല്ല. സമഗ്രമായ ആരോഗ്യപരിപാലനം, ലിംഗസമത്വം, സാങ്കേതിക ശാസ്ത്രം ഇവയൊക്കെ C20യുടെ പ്രവർത്തന പദ്ധതിയിലുണ്ടെന്ന് അമ്മ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നു. ഇത് പൊതുവെ മനുഷ്യൻ്റെ ആരോഗ്യത്തെക്കുറിച്ചുള്ള പലരുടെയും സങ്കല്പം ശരീരത്തിൻ്റെ തലത്തിൽ മാത്രം ഒതുങ്ങുന്നു. മനുഷ്യൻ്റെ നിലനിൽപ്പ് ശരീരത്തിൽ മാത്രം ഒതുങ്ങുന്നില്ല. മനസ്സിൻ്റെയും ബുദ്ധിയുടെയും വികാരങ്ങളുടെയും ആരോഗ്യവും പരമപ്രധാനമാണ്. അതിലുപരി സകലരും ചൈതന്യം പകരുന്ന ഏകമായ ആത്മശക്തിയെ അംഗീകരിക്കുകയും വേണം. ഇവയെല്ലാം തുല്യമായി പരിഗണിച്ച് പരിപാലിക്കുമ്പോഴാണ് ആരോഗ്യ സംരക്ഷണത്തിൻ്റെ അർത്ഥം പൂർണ്ണമാകുന്നത്. ആധുനിക വൈദ്യശാസ്ത്രത്തിനും ചികിത്സാ സമ്പ്രദായങ്ങൾക്കും തീർച്ചയായും അതിൻ്റെതായ സ്ഥാനവും പ്രാധാന്യമുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ രോഗം വരുമ്പോൾ മാത്രം ചികിത്സ തേടുന്നതിലല്ല ശരിയായ ആരോഗ്യ സംരക്ഷണം. യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ പ്രകൃതിയാണ് നമ്മുടെ ഉറ്റ മിത്രം. കാരണം നമ്മൾ പ്രകൃതി തന്നെയാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് ആരോഗ്യ സംരക്ഷണം പൂർണ്ണമാകുവാൻ പ്രകൃതിയുമായി സുരചേർന്ന് നീങ്ങേണ്ടത് ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനമാണ്. ഈശ്വരനെപ്പോലെ ആരാധിച്ചിരുന്ന പഴയ ആൾക്കാർ. നമ്മളൊക്കെ ഒരു വൃക്ഷം വെട്ടുമ്പം പൂജിച്ച് മാപ്പി വെച്ചിട്ട് വെട്ടിയിട്ടുള്ളത്. അങ്ങനെ ഓരോ ജീവജാലങ്ങളെയും അന്ന് നമ്മൾ ആരാധിച്ചത് തന്നതിനുള്ള നന്ദി കാണിച്ചതാണ്. അപ്പം നമ്മളതൊരു പ്രാകൃതമല്ലാത്ത പ്രായോഗികമായിരുന്നു. അവിടത്തേക്ക് നമ്മൾ തിരിച്ച് കുറച്ചെങ്കിലും പോയേ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. ഇപ്പോൾ വിഷവളം ചേർത്ത കച്ചിയാണ് പശു തിന്നുന്നത്. പിന്നെ എല്ലുപൊടി, കെമിക്കൽ ചേർത്ത എല്ലുപൊടി അങ്ങനെ തിന്നുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അതിൽ നിന്നുണ്ടാകുന്ന പാലിനും അത്ര കണ്ട് ഗുണമില്ല. അത് നമുക്ക് വിശപ്പടക്കാൻ സാധിച്ചു. പക്ഷേ നമ്മുടെ ഇമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റിയും പോഷകാംശം കുറഞ്ഞു. കൂടുതൽ പാൽ കിട്ടി, അത്ര അസുഖം കിട്ടി. സയൻസ് 5% വിഷവളം ചേർക്കാൻ പറഞ്ഞെങ്കിൽ അത് 25% വിഷവളം ചേർക്കുകയാണ് ലാഭത്തിന് വേണ്ടി. അങ്ങനെ എല്ലാവരും ഒരേപോലെ മലിനമായിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കും. മനസ്സും ശരീരവും എല്ലാം മലിനമാകണം. വേണ്ടെന്ന് പറയുന്നില്ല, അത് അതിലൊരു ക്രമീകരണങ്ങൾ കൊണ്ടുവരണം. ലിംഗസമത്വത്തെക്കുറിച്ച് പറയുമ്പം ലോകത്തിൽ പലരും സ്ത്രീകളെ രണ്ടാം തരക്കാരായിട്ടാണ് കാണുന്നത്. സയൻസും സാങ്കേതികവിദ്യയും വളർന്നു, ലോകം പുരോഗമിക്കുന്നു, മനുഷ്യൻ കൂടുതൽ പരിഷ്കാരികളാകുന്നു എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുമ്പോഴും സ്ത്രീയെ അംഗീകരിക്കുന്ന കാര്യത്തിൽ ആഴത്തിൽ എവിടെയോ ഒരു മുടക്കവും വിമിഷ്ടവുമാണ്. ലോകമെമ്പാടുമുള്ള 15-നും 19-നും ഇടയ്ക്ക് പ്രായമുള്ള കുട്ടികളിൽ 4-ൽ ഒരാൾക്ക് വിദ്യാഭ്യാസവും ജോലിയും നിഷേധിക്കപ്പെടുന്നു. എന്നാൽ ആൺകുട്ടികളുടെ കാര്യത്തിൽ 10-ൽ ഒരാൾക്ക് മാത്രമാണ് ഈ സാഹചര്യമുള്ളത്. മറ്റൊരു പ്രധാന വിഷയം ദുർബല വിഭാഗത്തിൽപ്പെടുന്ന സ്ത്രീകളെയും കുട്ടികളെയും ശാക്തീകരിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അവരെ കൈപിടിച്ചുയർത്തുന്നത് നമ്മളൊരു യജ്ഞമായി എടുക്കണം. അവരിൽ ഉറങ്ങിടക്കുന്ന കഴിവുകളെ അവരുടെ സ്വന്തം ഉന്നമനത്തിനും സമൂഹത്തിൻ്റെ വളർച്ചയ്ക്കും ഉപയോഗിക്കാതെ നഷ്ടമാക്കരുത്. സ്ത്രീകൾ മുന്നോട്ട് വരുമ്പം പുരുഷന്മാർ മാറിക്കൊടുക്കുക, വഴിയൊരുക്കി കൊടുക്കുക. അവർ വൺ വേ ആകരുത്, ഹൈവേ ആകണം. ഇപ്പോൾ സ്ത്രീകളും കൈക്ക് മസിൽ വയ്ക്കാൻ മത്സരിക്കാതെ ഇവിടെ ഹൃദയത്തിൽ സ്വയം തൻ്റെ അടി ഹൃദയത്തിൽ ആ മസിൽ വയ്ക്കണം. അത് സമൂഹത്തിന് ഗുണകരമാകുകയും ചെയ്യും. ഒരു കാര്യം വ്യക്തമാണ്, ഇന്ന് മാനവരാശി നേരിട്ടുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നതും സംഭവിക്കാനിരിക്കുന്നതുമായ അനർത്ഥങ്ങൾക്ക് ശാശ്വതമായ പരിഹാരമുണ്ടാകണമെങ്കിൽ മനുഷ്യനവൻ്റെ ആന്തരികമായ കാലാവസ്ഥയ്ക്ക് കൂടി മാറ്റം വരുത്താൻ തയ്യാറാകണം. കാരണം ബാഹ്യമായി സംഭവിക്കുന്ന ആഗോളതാപനവും കാലാവസ്ഥ വ്യതിയാനവും മനുഷ്യൻ അവൻ്റെ മനസ്സിൽ സൃഷ്ടിക്കുന്ന ദുഷിച്ച കാലാവസ്ഥയുടെ പ്രതിഫലനമാണ്. ഇന്ന് മനുഷ്യൻ അവൻ്റെ ഊർജവും സമയവും മുഴുവനായി ചെലവഴിക്കുന്നത് എല്ലാത്തിലും സ്വന്തം പേരും മേൽവിലാസവും എഴുതി ലേബലൊട്ടിക്കുന്നതിലാണ്. അത് ഭൂമിയാണെങ്കിലും പ്രകൃതിയാണെങ്കിലും ഈശ്വരനാണെങ്കിലും ഞാൻ എൻ്റേതെന്നുള്ള ആധിപത്യ മനോഭാവമാണ് ഇന്ന് എല്ലാവരെയും ഭരിക്കുന്നത്. ഈ മനോഭാവം വളർന്നാൽ മനുഷ്യൻ്റെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ശത്രു മനുഷ്യൻ തന്നെയായി വരും. ഇത് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഒരു കഥ ഓർമ്മ വരുന്നു. ഒരു നായ്ക്ക് നാട് ചുറ്റി നടന്ന് കാണാനൊരു മോഹമുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അത് യാത്ര ആരംഭിച്ച് കുറേ ദിവസം കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ ആ നാം മടങ്ങിയെത്തി. കൂട്ടുകാരായ മറ്റു നായ്ക്കൾ യാത്രാവിശേഷങ്ങൾ അറിയാൻ സഞ്ചാരിയായ നായയുടെ ചുറ്റും കൂടി. എങ്ങനെയായിരുന്നു നിങ്ങളുടെ യാത്ര? വഴിയിൽ എന്തെങ്കിലും പ്രശ്നങ്ങളും പ്രതിബന്ധങ്ങളും നേരിടേണ്ടി വന്നു എന്ന് കൂട്ടുകാരായ നായ്ക്കളെ യാത്രപോയ നായയോട് ചോദിക്കുകയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ സഞ്ചാരിയായ നായ പറഞ്ഞു, അവരാരും യാതൊരു വിധത്തിലുള്ള തടസ്സവും സൃഷ്ടിച്ചില്ല. എല്ലാവരും എന്നെ എൻ്റെ വഴിക്ക് വിട്ടു. എന്നെ ഏറ്റവും അധികം ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടിച്ചതും ശല്യം ചെയ്തതും നമ്മുടെ വർഗത്തിൽ പെട്ടവർ തന്നെയാണ്. പോകുന്നിടത്തെല്ലാം അവരെൻ്റെ നേരെ കുരച്ചുകൊണ്ട് വരും. പിന്നീട്ട് ഓടിച്ചും കടിച്ചും മുറിവേൽപ്പിച്ചും എനിക്ക് യാതൊരു സ്വസ്ഥതയും തന്നില്ല. ഈ കഥയിലെ പട്ടിയുടെ ഗതിയാണ് ഇന്ന് മനുഷ്യൻ്റേത്. ലോകത്തിലെവിടെയാണെങ്കിലും മനുഷ്യൻ ശത്രു മനുഷ്യൻ തന്നെയാണ്. ഒന്നുകൂടി കൃത്യമായി പറഞ്ഞാൽ സ്വന്തം മനസ്സ് തന്നെയാണ് മനുഷ്യൻ ശത്രുവും മിത്രവും. നമ്മുടെ ചിന്തകളുടെയും കർമ്മങ്ങളുടെയും ഉറവിടം മനസ്സായിരിക്കെ തിരുത്തലുകൾ ആത്മാർത്ഥമായി നടപ്പിലാക്കാൻ നമ്മുടെ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ സ്ഥാപനങ്ങളിൽ ആധ്യാത്മിക മൂല്യങ്ങൾ പാഠ്യവിഷയത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമാക്കണം. നമ്മുടെ ആശ്രമത്തിൽ ചില സീസണിൽ 180 രാജ്യത്തിനൊക്കെ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങൾ വരും. അപ്പോൾ അന്ന് കുറച്ച് ദിവസം ഇവിടെ നിൽക്കും. അന്ന് കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളെല്ലാം നമ്മളെ ഗീതയൊക്കെ അവർ പഠിക്കും. ആധ്യാത്മിക കേട്ട് കഴിയുമ്പോൾ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങൾ നേരത്തെ അവർ ഇടിയിട്ട് ഭയങ്കര കരഞ്ഞൊന്നും കഴിക്കാൻ നിർബന്ധ ബുദ്ധിയെടുത്ത് മേടിച്ച കളിപ്പാട്ടങ്ങൾ വേറെ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളുടെ ബർത്ത്ഡേ വരുമ്പം ഈ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങൾ ഇവരുടെ ഇടിയിട്ട് മേടിച്ച കളിപ്പാട്ടം ആ കുഞ്ഞിനുകൊണ്ട് കൊടുക്കുക. എന്നിട്ടത് കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങൾ സത്സംഗം പറയുമ്പം പറഞ്ഞ അമ്മേ എൻ്റെ ഇഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട കളിപ്പാട്ടം കൊണ്ട് അമ്മയുടെ ബർത്ത്ഡേക്ക് കൊടുത്തു. അപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് മേടിച്ച് തന്നപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ അമ്മ മേടിച്ച് തന്നപ്പോൾ എത്ര സന്തോഷമുണ്ടായി, അതിനേക്കാളും എനിക്ക് സന്തോഷം തോന്നി അത് ആ കുട്ടിക്ക് കൊടുത്തപ്പോൾ. അപ്പോൾ കുട്ടികൾ ആത്മീയം കേട്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ പിന്നെ മറ്റൊരു കൊടുക്കുന്നതിൽ സന്തോഷിക്കുന്നു, കിട്ടുന്നതിനേക്കാളും കൊടുത്തപ്പോൾ സന്തോഷിച്ചു. ശരിക്കും നമുക്ക് ആത്മീയം മനസ്സിലാകുമ്പോൾ ആ ഹൃദയത്തിൽ വിശാലത വരികയും ബോധം മണ്ഡലം വളരുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നു എന്നുള്ള അർത്ഥമാണ്. കൾച്ചർ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ സംസ്കാരം എന്നാണ് അർത്ഥം. എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ സംസ്കരിച്ചെടുക്കുക. ഒരു അസുഖൻ്റെ മലോമൂത്രമെടുത്ത് ലാബിൽ വെച്ച് അണുക്കളെ വളർത്തും. അങ്ങനെയാണ് രോഗം കണ്ടുപിടിച്ച് ചികിത്സിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പം അതേപോലെ ആ സംസ്കാരം മനസ്സിലാക്കിയപ്പോൾ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങൾ എല്ലാവരും ഒരേപോലെ പഠിച്ചു. അതനുസരിച്ച് കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങൾ പ്രവർത്തിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങി. ഒരു പകുതി മുക്കാലും കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളിപ്പോൾ എന്താ തെറ്റ് ശരിയെന്ന് കാണാൻ തുടങ്ങി. സാധനം വേണ്ടല്ലേ, ഇത് വേണ്ട, പാവപ്പെട്ട കുട്ടിയുണ്ട്, അതിന് കൊടുക്കാം എന്നൊക്കെ ഈ ചെറിയ പ്രായത്തിൽ അക്ഷരം പഠിക്കുന്നതിന് മുമ്പ് തന്നെ അവർക്ക് ദാനം തുടങ്ങി. അതൊക്കെ കണ്ടതുകൊണ്ട് അമ്മയ്ക്ക് നമ്മൾ ചെറുപ്പത്തിൽ വളർത്തിയാൽ ഈ ദാനധർമ്മങ്ങളും എല്ലാവരുടെ സ്നേഹവും, ഒരാൾക്ക് വയ്യാങ്കിൽ എല്ലാവരും പോയി കൂട്ടുക തിരക്കുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും നമ്മൾ ഈ ഒരു മാറ്റം വരുത്താൻ സാധിക്കുമെന്നാണ് അമ്മയ്ക്ക് തോന്നുന്നുണ്ട്. അമ്മ ഇത് പറയുന്നതേ ഉള്ളൂ. ആവശ്യങ്ങളുടെ പറയുമ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും ഭൂമിയെ തന്നെ സ്വർഗമാക്കാം. ഒരു പൂത്തലിൽ നിൽക്കുന്ന ഒരു പൂന്തോട്ടം ഓർക്കുക, അതിൽ കുറേ കുട്ടികൾ ഓടിച്ചാടി കളിക്കുന്നു, അതിൽ പൂമ്പാറ്റകൾ ഇങ്ങനെ തേൻ കുടിച്ചും അത് മറന്നും കളിക്കും. ഇങ്ങനെയൊരു ലോകം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ ആഗ്രഹിച്ചു പോവാണ്. പൂമ്പാറ്റകളെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ എല്ലാ ജനങ്ങളും ആഹ്ലാദിച്ചു. അപ്പോൾ എല്ലാവർക്കും അവർക്ക് അവകാശപ്പെട്ടേ കിട്ടും. ഇവരുണ്ടാക്കുന്നെല്ലാം കൊടുക്കണമെന്ന് പറയും. എന്തെങ്കിലും കുറച്ചെങ്കിലും അങ്ങോട്ട് ചതഞ്ഞാൽ ഒരു ദീപായി നമ്മൾ മാറില്ല. ഇപ്പോൾ ദീപായി കൊണ്ടുപോവാണ്, ഒരു സിംഗിളുടെ കണ്ണിയായി ആയിത്തീരും. വ്യക്തിയുടെയും കുടുംബത്തിൻ്റെയും സമൂഹത്തിൻ്റെയും ലോകത്തിൻ്റെയും വളർച്ചയ്ക്കും വികാസത്തിനും സംസ്കാരം വളരണം. അതിനുള്ള അന്തരീക്ഷം മനസ്സിനുള്ളിലാണ് വളർത്തേണ്ടത്. ആ വളർച്ചയ്ക്കുള്ള സാഹചര്യം വീട്ടിലും വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ സ്ഥാപനത്തിലും കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുന്നത് നല്ലതായിരിക്കും.
Amma just beautifully articulated the gravity of the situation that we're all facing on the world stage. And I think it can be a little overwhelming, but when you hear that coming from the embodiment of compassion herself, and knowing that she's leading the charge for change, we can be hopeful. Today's session is going to show you the depth of a lot of the work being done under the banner of Civil 20, but there is a wide breadth of work associated with Civil 20. So what we'd like to do is play a short video for you that just briefly introduces you to the various working groups and themes that are touched under Civil 20, and then we'll continue with our work today. Thank you.
Civil 20, India 2023 envisions a conception of civil society 2.0 in a world where individual, family, society, market, and state can understand their respective roles better and supplement each other rather than engaging in conflicts. This year, the C20 symbolizes the flame of hope, self-motivation, and selfless service.
Amma is grateful to the Indian government for arranging such a high-quality meeting. All the issues raised here are vitally important. This should go beyond a mere physical meeting and become a true meeting, a meeting of hearts and minds. This is the only way to awaken ourselves and others.
This year, C20 working groups will focus on integrated holistic health, mind, body, and environment. Sustainable and resilient communities, climate, environment, and net zero targets. Education and digital transformation. Gender equality and disability. Technology, security, and transparency. Lifestyle for environment. Preservation and conservation of traditional arts, crafts, and culture. Human rights as human values. Revival of rivers and water management. Seva, sense of service, philanthropy, and volunteerism. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, The world is one family. Diversity, inclusion, and mutual respect. SDG 16 and promoting civic space. Delivering democracy through participatory governance.
With that, we will now invite Shri Vijay Nambiarji to share a few words. Ambassador Vijay Nambiar has served as the former Special Advisor to the UN Secretary General, Shri Ban Ki-moon. Prior to this, he was Deputy National Security Advisor to the Government of India and head of the National Security Council Secretariat. He has also served as the ambassador to several countries, including Pakistan, Malaysia, Algeria, Afghanistan, and China, and served as a permanent representative at the UN. During the course of his professional career in the Indian Foreign Service, he served in numerous bilateral and multilateral appointments in Beijing, Belgrade, and New York. He was involved at the delegation level in numerous UN and non-aligned summit and ministerial conferences since 1979. We welcome Nambiar sir to the podium.
First of all, let me express my humble pranams and pay obeisance to Her Holiness Amma and seek her blessings and grace for the successful conduct of this function. My pranams to the most reverend and respected Swami Amritaswarupananda ji. My salutations to the other respected Swamijis present at this function. I am most grateful to you for inviting me to this retreat on the subject of compassion. I pay my respectful regards to the Mayor of Elburn, Mr. Walters, and to the other members on the dais here. I also would like to express my thanks to the intrepid C20 team that has been laboring tirelessly over the past several months of the C20 working group. A very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. As chair of Civil 20 Engagement Group, Amma has exemplified the principles of unity, solidarity, and compassion that form the foundation of our approach towards civil society. They are values she lives by, as she quite literally embraces all who come to her as one family. Apart from compassion, Amma also inspires another trait that, though expressed in an Indian term, is universal in its active expression. This is the concept of seva. We all know that seva has long been an integral part of Indian society, shaped by our traditions and value systems, and rooted in our religious and spiritual practices, and a major part of our cultural interactions. In India, these values are engendered into the minds of our youth, not just through teachings within families and through school textbooks, but through even the organization of institutions like the National Service Scheme, which provides opportunities to the youth in school, colleges, and universities to participate in community service activities. Interestingly, the colors of the National Service Scheme signify the energy and spirit, as well as the wider global context of the commitment of our youth. That is an expression of the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We all know that civil society is located between the state and the market and consists of institutions that, while not preventing the state from fulfilling its role as keepers of peace and an arbitrator between the major interests of societies, has the strength to transcend the state and prevent it from atomizing society. It seeks to bring public accountability and participatory governance, and it includes building a larger consensus on social goals. It strives not only in bringing centers of socioeconomic service to society, but also to educate and almost as keepers of the conscience of society. It provides moral compass to society. It helps to strengthen the sinews of the state and the health of our democracy. During the past few months, under India's aegis, the C20 has played an important role in highlighting the major issues facing the G20 as well as the broader international communities in the present fragile international situation. Within the C20, 16 working groups, as you've just seen, have been set up covering a range of priority concerns, and they have already examined a wide range of policy recommendations that will be shared with the concerned government shortly at the end of this month when we have the C20 summit in Jaipur. At several meetings at public meetings, the G20 Sherpa, who is the principal official of the G20 movement as a whole, has underlined the key and critical role which our organization, that is the C20, the Civil 20, has been playing. A further element in the activities during this year has been what is called the Jan Bhagidari in India, that is the involvement of the people, a people-centric approach that is spread covering not only the major capital and the major commercial regions like Delhi and Bombay, but covering more than 60 cities around the country. And we've had, apart from that, an opportunity to go to remote corners and build a consciousness of the major issues that civil society and the G20 governments will be involved in over the coming years. And that building of active consciousness has been an important part of India's chairship or presidency of the C20. Today, the world faces myriad challenges: climate change, the effects of the pandemic, the problems of achieving sustainable development goals, all require that everyone participates and engage with each other. Now, the Prime Minister, Modi, had given currency to what is called the concept of Aap Deepo Bhava, which has been strikingly adapted to serve the C20 line. You are the light. It is the small actions of individuals, he said, that can add up and make a big impact on issues like the climate crisis. What is needed is to create an ecosystem that will reinforce and enable socially responsible and environmentally friendly action. As we reach the halfway point of the implementation of the 2030 agenda, civil society calls upon the United Nations and G20 to take bold action, including through substantive financial commitments to critical SDG goals. This, I think, is an important an emphasis point which the civil society documents will hand out to G20 countries and to the UN. As our External Affairs Minister said recently at a public event, we in India are proud of our traditions and confident of our future, but we are also deeply committed to internationalism. Our larger international commitments are visible in our activities at the United Nations. We believe that multilateralism matters, really matters, and it is understood and it is under stress today as much from nationalism as from mercantilism. We believe, he said, that the Kindleberger trap or the shortage of global public goods around the world is far more serious than what is called the Thucydides trap. While most of humankind challenges are global, we still respond often only nationally. The centrality of the United Nations in international relations must be recognized, preserved, and protected. Adherence to international law is critical, he says. But if international regimes and institutions are to be credible, they must also be contemporary. Equally important, new issues will arise which require new rules and practices. This is particularly important as we see in a few days the high-level political forum at UN ECOSOC in New York and at the UN SDG Summit in September. The international community needs to radically redirect its priorities, as without true and bold commitments from governments and stakeholders towards the fulfillment of SDG goals, that is the Sustainable Development Goals, we risk failing to deliver on the promise of not leaving anyone behind. The C20 supports these broad ambitions, which will be, in fact, it will be identified in what is called the SDG Stimulus Plan, which the Secretary General has announced already. There is a very interesting, an interesting incident which I would like to mention in this respect. In March this year, following the run on the Silicon Valley Bank here in the United States, within days, the US Federal Reserve came up with emergency support to the beleaguered bank through what is called the BTFP, the Bank Term Funding Program, which offered loans to the Silicon Valley Bank against US treasuries at their face value. This was unprecedented because it was taken to the face value, which is, of course, as you know, very much higher than its market value. To deal with the incipient turmoil, the Fed also activated international dollar swaps. And within days, the problems of the Silicon Valley Bank were actually resolved. Around the same time, in Europe, the ailing Credit Suisse Bank faced a major crisis, which was taken over by another Swiss bank, also backed by the Swiss National Bank and the government of Switzerland. The situation in these two situations, though of course each situation is exceptional, it contrasted sharply with the experience of less fortunate countries around the world who faced acute distress, financial distress, like Sri Lanka, Pakistan, or Zambia, where the approach to the IMF typically took between 55 and 187 days, and normally entailed much higher interest rates than were charged to these cases mentioned, the two cases mentioned above. I say this because Muhammad Yunus, the Nobel laureate, and who was from the Grameen Bank, once observed that poverty was not created by poor people. It was created and sustained by the economic and social systems that were designed, that we have designed for ourselves, the institutions and concepts that make up the system, and by the policies we pursue. We all know that the pandemic pushed 200 million people below the poverty line. 100 million people lost their jobs around the world, and 75 countries were facing major debt crises. While post-pandemic risks linger, climate-related extreme weather events have begun to pose a grave threat around the world. And also, if you see public protests on the rise and violent conflicts have escalated in intensity, even in Europe, apart from Africa and elsewhere. But these challenges have also evoked imaginative and resilient responses around the globe. The threat of COVID resulted in the creation of a unified platform for outbreaks and emergencies, and a complex ecosystem of partnerships and alliances emerged to tackle the design and delivery of health responses. Climate change has prompted significant institutional innovations. The net zero movement has brought through diverse ecosystems of alliances to drive international climate action more purposefully. So, while the overall prospects remain grim, there are reasons for hope and confidence. It is this hope that motivates the C20 to speak out on such a range of issues affecting the international family of nations. We therefore call upon the G20, whose members command formidable, as Bhavani ji has said, economic and political power and influence, to act at both national and international levels to address the fundamental questions that I've just mentioned and work steadfastly to strengthen and reform the multilateral framework of the United Nations. Let me end by recalling to you 4 important initiatives that are being pioneered by the Amma civil society family, which are deeply inspiring and are being showcased in the policy documents of the C20 that we will present shortly. These are, 1, Ayudh, which stands for Amrita Yuva Dharmadhara, a Sanskrit term that means the youth who perpetuate the wheel of dharma. Established in 1985, it is an international youth movement of the Mutt and stretches across the world, covering Europe, North America, Asia, Australia, and Africa. Ayudh seeks to empower young people to integrate universal values into their daily lives. Starting with themselves, Ayudh seeks to establish a future of hope, peace, and social engagement while maintaining an awareness of spiritual principles. It aims to use the powerful force of young people to perpetuate harmony with nature, social justice, and personal empowerment. Number 2, Live-in Labs. Established in 2013 in India, this multidisciplinary international experiential learning program facilitates the research, development, and deployment of sustainable solutions for current challenges faced by rural communities in India. The program covers over 160 projects in 22 states across India and touches the lives of approximately 600,000 rural residents. Now, with participation from over 30 institutions around the world, it is a unique mutual learning and sharing experience that breaks classroom and lab barriers to implement theoretical knowledge to address real-world problems. The third, the new GLIDES initiative launched a little over, I think, 2 months ago, which will create a global alliance of civil society organizations as part of Civil 20, working collectively to enable an inclusive, open, non-discriminatory, and fair digital society. With 29 CSOs from 22 countries signed up as members, GLIDES serves as a platform to provide opportunities for policy recommendations, sharing best practices, and collaborating on issues related to digital access, internet governance, and online safety. It will address pressing digital concerns like internet shutdowns, safe harbor, net neutrality, data privacy, and cybersecurity. The last is SRI, Sustainability and Resilience for Community Engagement and Empowerment, a platform set up by the Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. This is a technology-based, crowdsourced platform integrated with a mobile application called Empower Community app. This platform enables bottom-up assessments, knowledge acquisition, and informed decision-making. SRI utilizes geo-enabled software and crowdsourced data to measure, map, analyze, and propose recommendations for community-level sustainability and resilience indicators. Implemented in multiple countries, This participatory solution helps mapping, monitoring, risk assessment, and deriving recommendations for sustainability. To my mind, these are significant contributions our working group has made towards a more compassionate and caring world. It is also most reassuring to see that under the G20 presidency of India, there is fresh appreciation of the immense value and contribution being made by national as well as global civil society organizations. As the chair of the C20, Amma stands as an iconic symbol of the theme of compassion and as the driving force for the transformation of the lives of common people around the entire world today. Thank you.
Thank you for those insightful words, Nambiarji. As a gesture of our gratitude, Mr. Nambiar will be presented with a gift. We will now invite Mr. Ramu Damodaran to say a few words. Ramu Damodaran served as the first chief of the United Nations Academic Impact, an initiative he was asked to devise and lead, which aims to align institutions of higher education with the UN's goals and mandates. With extensive experience in academia and international development, Mr. Damodaran is an expert in the intersection of education, sustainability, and global issues. His work has been instrumental in fostering partnerships between universities and the UN, promoting the power of education in achieving social change.
Thank you, thank you. I always fall short of Ambassador Nambiar. I pay obeisance to Amma, whose spirit is palpable with us today. My revered greetings to Swami Amritaswarupananda ji and the other distinguished Swamijis who are with us. To the Mayor and President who has taken time off on a Saturday to be with us, and to all of you. I don't know how many of you were here last evening for the satsang and meditation, but I remember when guiding the meditation, Swamiji shared with us a beautiful metaphor of petals of peace falling from the sky. And he spoke about these petals bringing a sense of harmony to the world as a whole. And then he brought it back to the petals falling upon each one of us. And I think of the power of that metaphor at so many levels. Because a petal, by very definition, is a thing of beauty, but a thing that is on its way to dying. Because once you pluck the petal from a flower in bloom, it no longer has a sustenance of life, of living, of existence. And yet, in that final moment of being, it brings the message of peace to a planet at large, and to each one of us who inhabit it. And that is a metaphor, I think, which is true for all of us, because every moment we live is 1 second more to when we will no longer exist. So we are all those petals falling from the sky with a capacity to lend beauty, to lend enchantment, to bring the symbol of peace towards each other and to the world we live, because our time is far too short. And that, to my mind, is the whole rationale of coexistence. We have coexisted from the time before we were born. We coexisted with our mothers in their wombs. We have coexisted with each other, and all of us must recognize that while coexistence itself might be a limp phrase, it might not really summon the joy of being together, yet it is the very basic phrase. And when, as Ambassador Nambiar reminded us, when Amma gave us the slogan, "You are the light," she placed that responsibility upon each one of us as individuals, in the same spirit that she once said, the right thing to say is not, "I love you," but "I am love." Assume the responsibility. Do not allow yourself to cloak that responsibility in the sharing with another, which "I love you" indicates, or in the imperative or injunction of "be the light." Be confident that you are the light. And our entire Civil 20 movement, over, what is it now, barely 7 months, has been centered on that. I'm proud to have been a very small part of that movement under the leadership of Amma, of Ambassador Nambiar, of Swamiji, and our many, many partners across this world. Because at each stage, we have proved we can coexist. You take any one of our working groups, integrated health, take Ayurveda, the ancient Indian medical science, and what is known as TCM, or the traditional science, Chinese medicine, and think of the importance each one of them places upon the wholeness of the body, the capacity of the body to self-heal, the communion the body must have with nature, and the importance of prevention rather than remedy. So you will find that in everything we do, because the group that we created, the C20, was meant to coexist not only in current political and economic terms, but in the dynamics of their very being. And here I would very respectfully and affectionately disagree, as I have sometimes in the past, with my good friend Bhavaniji. I do not think that we can talk about a global South any longer. Look at the 4 nations that you brought, Bhavaniji. India, Brazil, South Africa, Indonesia. You spoke about what Amma has done for those affected by the conflict in Ukraine, India, and the North. When the COVID pandemic struck, it was India who sent its Maitri vaccines to the North. Germany, a member of the Germany, a pivotal member of the C20, announced a few months ago it was going to invest 200 million euros for the Amazon rainforest in Brazil. It's not just North and South, it's nations coming together. And let us not forget the other 2 nations that we mentioned, Indonesia and South Africa, in their history, have been guilty of the worst depredations of their populations and their neighbors, far more than any colonial power. Indonesia in what is now Timor-Leste, South Africa in what is now Namibia. But civil society, the power of civil society, and the imperative of coexistence forced governments to change not only minds, but themselves. I will always remember the first time I was privileged to hear Amma speak in public. In the year 2000, at the summit of the world's religions, which was held in the aftermath of the United Nations Millennium Summit in the year 2000. And she said, we must see every nation as an integral part of every other nation. Think of that. Once you think about that, you realize we just do not coexist with others. The far greater responsibility is to coexist with ourselves. And similarly, when you talk about compassion, it's not just compassion for others. It is the sense of compassion for yourself. Because by being generous, by being giving, by being considerate, these are beyond acts of charity. These are acts of self-preservation, self-fulfillment, self-enhancement. And standing here today, in this great city of Chicago, my mind goes back to another event here, just over 130 years ago, when at another parliament of the world's religions, Swami Vivekananda spoke. And he spoke about fervently hoping that the bell that tolled that day would be the death knell of all fanaticism, of all persecutions, with the sword or with the pen, and of all uncharitable feelings between persons wending their way to the same goal. Each one of us is wending our way to the same goal. We choose different paths, and sometimes we choose those paths with hostility. We're inimical towards each other because we have failed to realize that ultimately there are so many levels of existence we need with each other and with ourselves, because ultimately the destiny that is written for us and the destiny towards which we will work is one and the same. There is no escape. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramuji, for those very, very, very inspiring words. As a gesture of our gratitude, Mr. Damodaran will now be presented with a small gift. We would now like to invite Pujya Swami Amritaswarupananda to say a few words. Swami Amritaswarupananda, Amma's most senior disciple, is the vice chairman of the Mata Amritandamayi Math and president of Amrita Vishwavidyapitham. He has been living in Amritapuri Ashram since its inception in the late 1970s. He holds a master's in philosophy and is a renowned author and translator, having translated and compiled more than 10 volumes of conversations between Amma and devotees into English. He is also a magnificent singer, as many of us know, and composer of bhajans, and has traveled around the world for over 3 decades with Amma in her service. We welcome Swamiji.
प्रेमामृतानन्दमय्यै नित्यं नमो नमः। ॐ प्रेमामृतानन्दमय्यै नित्यं नमो नमः। ॐ प्रेमामृतानन्दमय्यै नित्यं नमो नमः। I humbly bow down at Amma's sacred lotus feet. My Namaskaram's love and greetings to Urban Mayor Jeff Waltner, Mr. Vijay Nambiar, Mr. Damodaran, dear brothers and sisters. As all the previous speakers rightly pointed out, most of you don't like a long speech. So I promise I'll be as brief as possible, no matter how long it takes. And I would like to make a small correction before I begin my speech. Mr. Damodaran ji said that the white flower meditation was mine. No, it's not mine at all. It was conceived by Amma. So I just wanted to make that correction. So we were talking about seva. Nambiar ji, Vijay Nambiar ji said about seva. And I remember a beautiful saying. Actually, this is a Chinese saying, and it goes like this. If you want to be happy for an hour, go and take a nap. If you want to be happy for a day, go out for a picnic. If you want to be happy for a month, go get married. And if you want to be happy for a year, inherit a fortune. And if you want to be happy for your entire life, go serve others. Allow me to begin with one of Amma's anecdotes. Once a little boy came running to his father with a beautifully wrapped box in his hand. Bubbling with excitement, the boy yelled, "Happy birthday, Daddy! I got you the world's best gift. Open it fast." The father lovingly gathered his son in his arms and took the box from his little hands. The boy continued, "I'm sure you have never received such an expensive gift. Has my big brother ever gave you something so expensive? Quickly, Dad, open it fast." As the father inspected the box, he asked, "Thank you for the present. I'm sure that this is the best gift I have ever been given. But let me ask you, how did you get the money to buy this? And where did you get it?" The child proudly said, "Don't be silly, Daddy. I took your credit card." The little boy or the girl represents each one of us. We take everything from nature, from God, and arrogantly declare, "I did it. It's mine." And most of all, we have absolutely no gratitude towards the giver, the ultimate giver. Just imagine this. You are going to a hilly area, one of the most scenic places. It's a steep but gradual climb, but you have a huge backpack and one big bag in each of your hands. In addition, you also have a heavy suitcase attached to your head, and you're also wearing a heavy pair of shoes. Now, do you think this person would ever reach the beautiful hilltop? No. This is exactly what we are doing to solve the critical challenges the world is facing. Everyone carries the huge burden of their egos. And the ego is the heaviest thing in the world. regardless of where they are and what they are doing. This is what every one of us do. And there is no genuine attitude of caring or sharing. There is neither compassion nor consideration in our actions. I'm not being pessimistic, but trying to be realistic. We are least bothered about understanding others. And for most of us, it is the ego that matters. As Amma says, the reason why our efforts to balance humanity's desires and the protection of nature fall short is mainly due to a lack of reverence, humility, and love in our actions and attitudes. In 2002, after a talk at the UN in Geneva, a mainstream TV channel asked Amma. There were so many people around Amma. And the reporter asked Amma, "You have followers all over the world. Do they all worship you?" And Amma's answer was spontaneous. Amma said, "No, I worship them because everything is God." I have, collected all these anecdotes and jokes, but it has a message. I thought that was more engaging. That's why, because I knew that my sisters and the profound speakers here will cover all the technical aspects of C20 and G20. So one day, a boy who was regularly late to school showed up extremely late. The teacher got very angry with him and said, "Most days you are late like this, but today I will not allow it. I shall strike your name off the roll call." The boy said, "Sir, please look outside. It's pouring rain. It was so muddy on the way that if I took one step forward, I slipped 2 steps backward. How then could I arrive on time?" The teacher asked, "How then did you reach here now?" The boy replied, "Sir, I walked backwards." And this is what we do. Compassion in action is not for others. It is for our own benefit. And compassion is not from you, not from the ego, or from me. It is not from an individual or from a specific space. It comes from God, from infinity, from the universe, from nature. And since compassion is the fundamental principle of existence, it is also our true nature. It has to be. Hence, it is important to establish a strong connection with compassion, which is our inner self, the very core of our existence. I remember a story. This is not a story. This is an incident of an old woman. We have an ongoing program of building houses for the poor across India. An old widow staying in one such house with earlobes elongated by heavy jewelry long since gone, no doubt to make ends meet. She had very poor eyesight, almost couldn't see anything. There, in the age-old tradition of India, as night was falling, the ancient woman was lighting a lamp in the doorway. And she did it entirely by touch because she was blind. A blind woman lighting a lamp for those who can see. We live in an age where the modern youth scoff at religious traditions and the way our forefathers lived in harmony with nature. They brand the ancient ways of worshipping nature as primitive and uncivilized. However, now humanity is slowly beginning to understand there is truth in the words of the seers. Hence, we see some small degree of effort to practice their advice. And what did our forefathers around the world do differently? Amma says they beautifully blended love and reverence for nature. While accepting, respecting, and approaching the visible world of diversity with a worshipful attitude, they also laid their faith in the one and truly limitless power behind the many names and forms. And this is exactly what we lack in our approach. Our scientific and technological community should also put efforts into creating a synthesis of science and spirituality in their respective areas, mainly the aspect of compassion, which is the fundamental teaching of all religions. They shouldn't be suspicious and reluctant to experiment with the spiritual recommendations offered to us by the ancient seers, especially when almost all their concerns about future humanity are coming true. There is no harm in trying their recommendations because we have been trying everything else. Safeguarding the borders and assuring security and protection for its people is certainly one of the prime duties of every country. Alongside, there is also a need to go beyond the divisions and differences and see the world from the perspective of the oneness principle, especially with the critical challenges both seen and unseen. Hence, the significance of practicing India's G20 theme, Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam, has great relevance. And the meaning of the entire Sanskrit verse, taken from the Mahopanishad, a part of Samaveda, is like this. The distinction, this person is mine and this one is not, is made only by narrow-minded people. For those of noble conduct, the whole world is one family, one unit. And this Vedic declaration is not only about peace and harmonious coexistence of various cultures and societies, but also indicates an ultimate truth, a law set by the universe about an unknowable or mysterious source. And it is an instruction to humanity that we should abide by that law and strive to live like a family. And the Indian scriptures call this dharma. We live in an age of instant breakfasts, lunches, and dinners. While preparing our food in our microwave oven, after spending another busy day at the office, we tend to forget that the food we are eating does not originate at the supermarket. What is true is that a star 150 million kilometers away gives light and energy to plants on planet Earth, which feeds us and animals too, whether or not we like it or are aware of it. We are part of a fragile ecosystem that we are all dependent upon and responsible for. So let us try to have an awareness of this oneness behind the diverse nature of the world and help others and nature because they are part of us. Each of us is a part of the whole. Take what you need, but give back what you own to society, to nature. Otherwise, Lord Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita says you are a thief because you are encroaching others' territory. You are stealing the food that others deserve. This should be our ideology. The whole society, the entire creation, and every living being existing. It exists. They all exist in the principle of giving. And this is what Hindu scriptures describe as yajna. Humanity should be grateful for what the natural world provides, including vegetation, soil, and trees. The teaching aims to encourage the view that the world's resources belongs to God. If humans instead view the world's resources as belonging to themselves, they are being selfish or greedy, and their actions will be considered theft. There is an incident in Amma's life when she was a little girl. One day, Amma's mother asked her to break a few leaves from a jackfruit tree to use them as a spoon to drink rice gruel. Amma went out and came back with a small branch. Amma's mother took her to task and asked, "This is violence, a sin. You have destroyed a part of the tree, and in that process, you have destroyed a part of you as well." So that is the teaching. When the trees, mountains, forests, rivers, and the whole of nature stand there with all their fullness and joy, we too are full and glorious. When we hurt them and exploit them out of ignorance and greed, we are creating wounds in them. And those wounds in the body of nature will in turn appear on our own inner and outer bodies. The governing power behind this universe, the diverse world, is limitless in nature. Hence, it does not create carbon copies. Only humans can be repetitive. The universe is not. Everything in creation, from the smallest to the biggest, those seemingly diverse are unique in nature. So diversity doesn't mean difference. On the contrary, it means unique, non-repetitive, but one. Take the example of twin babies. They look alike. However, they are not born at the same time. There will be a few seconds of difference in their birth timings. Through the seeming similarities of their external appearances, there will be differences in their physical appearance, intelligence, and emotional quotients. And with all the likenesses in their upbringing, education, finances, etc., 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 they will be diverse, but unique. So, let us not only brainstorm, discuss, debate, agree and disagree, but let us also do what needs to be done, forgetting all differences, and may our doing spring forth from our being, our soul, our heart. Let me conclude with Amma's words. Nature is our first mother. She nurtures us throughout our lives. Our birth mother may allow us to sit on her lap for a couple of years, but Mother Nature patiently bears our weight our entire life. Just as a child is obligated to his birth mother, we should all feel an obligation and responsibility towards Mother Nature. If we forget this responsibility, it is equal to forgetting our own self. If we forget nature, we will cease to exist. For to do so is to walk towards death. So establish a loving companionship with nature and learn to be compassionate. That indeed will take care of the climate change and will gradually lead us to sustainable development and resilience. Thank you so much. Om Amritaswarupananda Namaha.
Thank you for those incredibly profound and inspiring words, Swamiji. Next, Swami Shantamritananda Puri, Director of MA Center Chicago, will come forward and deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you. Well, I would say we're all blessed to have such an enlightening inaugural ceremony, so please allow me to express our collective gratitude to our eminent guests, Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy. We have Elburn Village Mayor Jeff Walters, Ambassador Vijay Nambiar, Mr. Ramu Damodaran, Swami Amritaswarupananda ji, and the C20 Working Group Coordinators, Dr. Bhavani Rao, Dr. Prema, Dr. Krishna Shri, and Dr. Krish Ramachandran. And I would like to add to that a special thanks to all of you for your attentive participation. To me, it really feels like a family reunion for a variety of reasons. And I think when you think of it, that's no surprise, because we share the same mother as the chair of C20, Mata Amritaswarupananda. All thanks to her. Without her, none of us would be here. And the greatest thanks go to her. And I would also like to say that you, as the audience, have been so attentive, listening and participating, so you also deserve a lot of thanks. We have a long day today, so I enjoy the rest of the activities, and I'll see you as well. Namaskar.
We will now listen to a beautiful original composition created specifically in honor of this symposium, reflecting the theme of this year's G20, which is Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam.
Let us all give one more round of thanks to our incredibly distinguished guests. Thank you so much for being with us today. A couple of things. Later today at 5:45 p.m., we'll have a group photo in this very hall, so please plan to be here for that. We will shortly move to the working group portion of the day. Right now we have time for a short 5-minute break. So please be back in your seats at 12:10. because we have a special performance planned later. Okay, with that, thank you very much.
Namaskar, just a quick announcement. We will be starting the next session shortly, so please return to your seats and come join us for the next session. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Just a quick reminder that unfortunately, due to time constraints, the Q&As during the sessions will be limited. However, many of our guests are on site and available for questions. I would now like to welcome Dr. Manisha Sudhir, Working Group Coordinator, Sustainable and Resilient Communities. Dr. Sudhir is the coordinator of the C20 Working Group on Sustainable and Resilient Communities, Climate, Environment, and Net Zero Targets. Dr. Sudhir is also the Provost of Strategic Initiatives, Research and Innovation, AI plus X, at Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. She's also the Dean of Amrita School for Sustainable Development, Director of Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Applications, AWNA, and the UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development. In a subject-wide analysis carried out by Stanford University here in the USA, Dr. Sudhir has been cited amongst the top 2% of scientists in the world based on the publication list on Scopus. She has more than 160 publications and 15 patents to her credit. Dr. Sudhir heads the Live in Labs program, which provides an opportunity for students and faculty to work extensively in more than 100 Indian villages, focusing on building sustainable solutions using experiential learning approaches. Her research work was instrumental in deploying the first ever wireless sensor network system capable of issuing real-time landslide warnings. Welcome, Dr. Sudhir.
Namshwaya. Am I audible? Om Sri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om. Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha, Gurur Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha, Tasmai Sri Amriteshwari Namaha, Tasmai Sri Amriteshwari Namaha, Tasmai Sri Amriteshwari Namaha. Pranams at Amma's lotus feet. Pranams to each one of you there. Very happy to be part of this conclave. I'm honored and thankful to be part of this summit. Let me just try to share my screen so that I can start it. So I'm representing sustainable and resilient communities, climate, environment, and net zero targets. One of the working group under C20 under the C20. The guiding vision for this working group is from our Amma, our beloved Amma, Sri Mata Amritaswarupananda Devi, the chair of Civil 20. Everyone in the world should sleep without fear, at least for one night. Everyone in the world should eat to their fill, at least for one day. There should be one day when there is no violence, no one is injured, no one is harmed. All people, young and old, should serve the poor and needy, at least for one day. Serve selflessly. This is my dream. This is my prayer. At least this small dream be realized. This is what Amma had told to us, and we took this as the guiding vision for the working group. And if you look at the whole guiding vision, we can see that Amma is talking about climate adaptation, disaster risk reduction and resilience, food security, ecosystem restoration, climate justice and social justice, compassion-driven action. From this, we have derived the working group sub-themes. The sub-themes for this working group is climate resilience and social justice, environmental sustainability, net zero emission management, and compassion-driven approaches. As the Civil 20 work started, as initially we have actually tried to bring in the different CSOs who have worked at the grassroots level, who have the experience of what are the challenges the citizen is going through. We were able to bring in more than 700 plus CSOs from 60 plus countries to bring in what is their experience. What did they learn while they were in the ground, grassroots level working? What are the challenges they faced? How did they embrace the culture, the values, etc.? How did they engage individual manner or a group or a community or a CSO or a regional government bodies? And how did they empower ourselves, the community and stakeholders? This is something which we were trying to collect from the CSOs whom we engaged in a manner where we wanted to achieve Vasudhaiva Kudumbam, one earth, one family, one future, by identifying the gaps in building sustainable and resilient communities, in-depth engagement to unveil the existing policies, strategies, interventions and solutions, solicit recommendations and propose pathways for designing sustainable and resilient communities, collating and showcasing best practices prevalent in a multicultural perspective, and propose scalable models. For this, over time, we have actually engaged with these CSOs, and more than 80 plus events has been conducted with more than 250 plus speakers from 40 plus countries, and from 80 plus countries have participated in the whole events. We have engaged in multiple levels, where we've looked at how we can bring in the policy recommendations, how can we actually look at the best practices, how do we actually work with the nature and work for the nature, and bring in the global seed ball campaign, and bring in on a much more grassroots level the extraordinary stories about acts of compassion. And the culmination of all these events have been conducted in Sikkim, in the northeastern part of India, as a conclave with the 80 plus speakers from 22 countries and 2,000 plus participants, and 30 plus countries participated. In this, we had actually conducted 8 plenary sessions and 4 roundtable sessions, looking deeper into climate resilience, climate finance and social justice, food security and livelihood protection, environmental sustainability and biodiversity, net zero electricity, sustainable lifestyle, compassion as the driving force for sustainable and resilient communities, compassion-driven education and youth empowerment, and science and technologies for sustainable and resilient communities, policy, governance, and sustainable finance. Spiritual love, a compassionate approach as driving force for SRC. And along with that, we had also engaged every participant in IAM meditation, the launch of seed ball, presentation of the best practices, and dedicated roundtable on indigenous practices. We didn't stop with that, because Amma always wants us to work with the community and empower them. We had training sessions with the parallel training sessions spanning for 2 days with the capacity building in the areas of sustainable development, disaster resilience, energy awareness, with having more than 200 plus participants who later actually take up several events. After we left Sikkim, even now they engage with us and conduct several sustainable development awareness sessions and also building solutions. One of the major things over these many months of working in C20 was we started working very engaging with all these 700 plus CSOs, and we went more deeper into some of the NGOs where we have signed a memorandum of understanding with more than 11 CSOs to go deeper and work together as a global community. As you all know, that Amma has said that true compassion is the ability to see and know what is beyond. Only those who have the capacity to see beyond can offer real help and uplift others. Compassion is right understanding with a deeper knowledge of the person, the situation, and what he or she truly needs. So one of the major challenge which we have looked into is ecosystem degradation. And if you look at that, what makes the ecosystem degradation is we all have lost the connection to nature. We lost the gratitude to the nature. And the lack of understanding of interlinkages among the different ecosystems make us believe that if I do some action on one side, it doesn't affect on the other parts of the world. So because of this, we are not able to understand the impact of each and every action we are having. And most of the time, we have no time for engaging actions for common good. And Amma knows that what is we are lacking. Understanding this, Amma has brought in a very unique program called Global Seed Ball Campaign, with the objective of the campaign aims to produce and distribute seed balls globally to promote environmental sustainability and restoration of ecosystem, with a target of 1 million seed balls. If you look at the whole initiative itself, it is derived from the love for the nature, the compassionate action, and the gratitude so that we can light the lives for the future generation. And through this program, Amma is trying to bring awareness in each and every one of us, every individual, the community, and engage and empower them to bring in this behavioral change. Thus, Amma has brought in a simple and a holistic program, which today has taken up by world over. And this seed ball campaign has been happening in North America, Europe, Japan, India, Africa, and Australia, and different parts of the country in India also. And the best part is that the whole initiative has been taken up by the individuals who are from different age groups, from the children to the youth to the older age people. Everybody has engaged because it's a very simple program where they make the seed balls and then they throw into the forest where it will grow and it will actually support the ecosystem for tomorrow. And each of them has put in the effort because it takes only very little time, and the energy by which they are able to work together to bring in is what making it as a very massive event in all over the world. And this is one of the events which was taken. Like this, several events has happened in the whole 80 events which we have conducted, of which, based on collecting all of them together, these are some of the policy recommendations came for the ecosystem restoration, biodiversity protection. One is protection of important biodiversity hotspots, ecosystems, and the livelihoods by addressing the challenges of biodiversity loss and the spread of invasive species through conservation of native species and promotion of eco-villages through special schemes and funding mechanisms. If you see the eco-village itself, that is a concept which we actually have implemented in our French ashram and also in several of our ashram centers. Another major thing we have taken up based on Amma's initiatives are the sustainable water governance. We're establishing strong water governance frameworks to ensure sustainable and high quality water availability, legislation, monitoring and enforcement mechanism for promoting water efficient practices, collaboration on integrated water management and capacity building for community water champions. This has been done because Amma had actually made us to work in whole of the country to understand what are the water sustainability challenges, and based on that, and plus all the CSOs we work together to made us to understand these are the key areas which needs interventions. Another major area is the coastal conservation and nature-based solutions. As you all know that more and more stricter enforcement of coastal protection regulations and policies to safeguard marine resources, ecosystem and biodiversity, nature-based solutions should be integrated into the territorial planning for climate adaptation and infrastructure development, along with mobilizing private and international funding and matching grants. Ensuring rights, access and sustainability for food security, where we are looking into the gap which we have seen is that today we don't have, everybody does not have the access to these things. So how a policy recommendation which we are bringing in is ensure each and every individual have the right to access to safe, nutritious and culturally appropriate food, and adopt innovative food engineering technologies, as well as promote integration of traditional food practices like consumption of Ayurvedic leaves. At the same time, promote sustainable food consumption, reduce resource consumption and food waste generation. Based on the food intake and the water consumed at community level, people need to be made aware of sustainable practices. So each of these recommendations came from the discussions and dialogues which happened with the CSOs. And also, another major thing which they have proposed is that to make us responsible on creating sustainable food choices and fostering a gratitude-based approach, they want us to actually recommend the implement of environmental labeling and taxing of food products. and also implement a scheme where every food packet includes information on the man-hours involved, the number of individuals in the supply chain and resources utilized, which will force us to think who all have contributed for every piece of the food which goes into us. And this will also is another major challenge which we are seeing is whenever we work in the communities is the change in climate and which is impacting the agriculture practices. So one of the major recommendations is to promote dynamic management of crop diversity and diversity-based strategies to ensure nutritional needs of the community, enhance global investment to promote sustainable agriculture practices, training and educational programs need to be implemented. One of the major change which Amma has brought in the C20 was, rather than only working with the CSOs, Amma has actually brought us more to the grassroots levels to bring in the citizens' voice by organizing inclusive and participatory meetings of all sections of rural communities with more than 1,900 plus villages from 8 Indian states, where they all have grouped together to tell us about what are their strengths, their weaknesses, where the policies are not reaching them, etc. And by seeing this work, other partners also have joined for collaborative engagement with us on different areas by Agrani Farad on West Bengal, Benswara in Rajasthan, Bhopal in Madhya Pradesh, etc. And each of these voices has actually helped us in developing the policy recommendations where they were talking about how the policies are not reaching them, their struggles in the lack of proper waste management, their damaged infrastructures, the rising temperature and scarcity, lack of proper diet causing malnutrition, etc. So several of the uncertainties which we have seen is in the healthcare, greater than 25 kilometers is where you will have a primary health center. Most of them have a rise and salt diet and medicine overdosage is happening and less than 50% of vaccination and inaccessible to tertiary care. On the education side, no access to online education. One school, one teacher for up to 8 standard. Agnostic to traditional culture and lack of skilling. On the agriculture side, unsustainable practices, less than 10% of diversification, less market access and less than 10% of awareness about government initiatives. And water, there is contaminated water, diarrhea and worms, zero awareness about waterborne diseases and no access to basic filtered water and equal access to water. These are only some of the grassroots, and there are a lot more which came from these C Chaupals, which helped us to derive the different policies. Some of the policies which came was the fostering peace, harmony by integrating cultural values and rediscovering local traditions. We promote a culture of peace, harmony with nature by emphasizing human culture and spiritual values for collective flourishing and well-being. Develop and implement strategies to rediscover local traditions, map them with respect to fostering peace, harmony, and ecosystem restoration, and scheme to encourage multinational corporation and business enterprises to adopt villages and provide support, and recommend the local universities to adopt the nearby communities to engage, support, and work in participatory manner. And another major recommendation is compassion as the foundational element in educational curriculum, where mandating the development of compassion-based educational frameworks that are tailored to local culture, social and economic context, and also the courses that will teach compassion and selflessness that needs to be developed from kindergarten to grade 12 and higher education. Not only that, they are also looking forward how we will train them on circular economy. So accelerate time-bound planning, funding and development of solutions, mandate decentralized, affordable, efficient and clean recycling, promote grassroots and frugal innovations for sustainable emission reduction. And as you all know that we all have moved along far away from the lifestyles which have actually cared for the nature and the ecosystem. So how lifestyle changes and demand reduction can be brought in. Redesign the communities, introduce policy incentives for high emission individuals, organizations, enterprise and communities to reduce consumption, promote redesign of living space, transformatively reduce the total geographical distance, incentivize transition to energy, food and water and resource. Deep decarbonization, where the recommendation is G20 must accelerate deep decarbonization initiatives across all sectors and immediately cease subsidies for fossil fuels, transparently determine and commit to PICs, incentivize adoption of energy efficient appliances, mandate time-bound renewable power ones. One of the major things what we have looked into is we have actually collected best practices from all the CSOs who have joined, and to try and find out what are the scalable models, what are the sustainable models from which we can actually learn, and that can become as the policy dimensions. So more than 100 plus udaharans received, extensive review and evaluation process happened, and presentations by selected 30 plus CSOs where examples of scalable pathways for building sustainable and self-reliant communities have brought in. I think this is one of the examples which came from Amma's
ഞാൻ ചെറുപ്രായത്തിൽ ഗ്രാമത്തിലാണ് ജനിച്ചത്. 1000 വീടിനോട് ഒരു പൈപ്പ് വെള്ളം, രാവിലെ വെള്ളത്തിൽ നിന്നാൽ രാത്രി വരെ നിന്നാൽ ഒരു കുടം വെള്ളം കിട്ടുള്ളൂ, അപ്പോൾ കിട്ടുക തന്നെയില്ല. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് മുന്നോട്ട് പോയത്. അങ്ങനെ വളർന്ന് ഞാനായതാണ്. ഇപ്പോഴും വണ്ടി യാത്ര ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ റോഡിൽ എവിടെയെങ്കിലും പൈപ്പ് പൊട്ടി വെള്ളം പോകുന്നതുകൊണ്ട് ശരീരത്തിൽ വ്യക്തമാർന്ന് പോകുന്ന പോലെ തോന്നും, വല്ലാണ്ട് വിഷമം തോന്നും. ഓടിച്ചെന്ന് ആരെങ്കിലും കണ്ടതെന്ന് ശരിയാക്കിയെങ്കിൽ അങ്ങനെ വിഷമിച്ച് നിന്ന് ഇങ്ങനെ അങ്ങോട്ടും ഇങ്ങോട്ടും ശ്രദ്ധിക്കും. അപ്പം എന്താണ്, എനിക്ക് ഇല്ലാണ്ട് വളർന്നുകൊണ്ടാണ് ആ ഭാവം കൂടുതലും എനിക്ക് ഫീൽ ചെയ്ത് ഉണ്ടാകുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അതുപോലെ നമ്മൾ വെള്ളത്തിൻ്റെ കാര്യം എപ്പോഴും ഇല്ല വെള്ളം, എന്നാലും അതൊരു അവയർനെസ് കൊണ്ടിരുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ആ ഇല്ലായ്മ കൊണ്ട് നമുക്കത് മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ പറ്റി. യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയിലെ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളെ, ലോകമുഴുക്കുള്ള യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയിലെ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളെ പറ്റുന്ന രീതിയിൽ 2 മാസത്തേക്കെങ്കിലും ഗ്രാമങ്ങളിൽ ഇൻറ്റേൺഷിപ്പിനായിട്ട് അവരെ അയക്കണം. അപ്പോൾ അവർ അവിടെ പോകുമ്പം തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും പാവപ്പെട്ടവരെ കാണാനും അവർക്ക് അങ്ങനെ പേപ്പർ ചെയ്യിക്കുന്നതൊക്കെ നല്ലതാണ്. അവിടെ ദുഃഖങ്ങളൊക്കെ കേട്ടിട്ട് അപ്പോൾ പാവപ്പെട്ടവർ കാണാനും അവരുടെ മനസ്സിലെ കാരുണ്യം ഉണരും. അപ്പോൾ എന്തെടുക്കുമ്പോഴും അവർ ഈ ആഡംബരം എടുക്കുമ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ളവർ ലോകത്തിലുണ്ടെന്ന് ചിന്ത കൂടി അവർക്ക് വരും.
So this Amma's approach has been where Amma has motivated the Amrita University to bring in the Living Labs program, where the students from the interdisciplinary domains are sent to the villages, in the rural communities, to experience the communities, and based on that, they utilize their multidisciplinary approach and theory into practice. They will use that to develop the research, development, and deployment of sustainable solutions. So it provides an experiential learning where normally you see the grand challenges in the classroom, you listen and learn. In the laboratory, you explore and experiment. But in the village, you experience, where you will learn from the villager and you embrace their culture, get the insights, and based on that, you innovate and implement the sustainable solutions. And today, Amma has more than 500 plus villages where Amma's university students actually go to these communities, look at their challenges, and work with the communities and co-design solutions in the different areas as depicted in this slide. Today, we are running more than 165 projects with rural residents of contributing to more than 600,000 plus rural residents. We are working together with more than 200,000 plus field awares has been sent. And if you see this image, the India contribution by the students and faculty in different focus areas, or in each of these communities, they have built sustainable solutions and provided to the communities. And in each of these areas, how they have done is they have looked at what is the real challenge the community is having. The basic thing Amma said is you never go with a solution to them. You have to value them. You have to build a solution what they want. What is their pain point, you understand, and based on that pain point, you build the solution in the way they want. So they have to go with a clean slate, work with the community, and based on their needs, they co-design the solution and then build it. So like that, they have built water distribution system, sustainable rural sanitation model, empowering the artists to get them the profits required, providing them with respect to livelihoods, etc., and building. They looked into waste management, they looked into livelihood, they looked into disaster management, different areas on each of the communities, different things they have done. So one example of the Guptapada, which is an Odisha place, if you see that students have looked into health, sanitation, water, livelihood, skill development, and they have provided solutions like smokeless cook stove, toilet construction, water distribution system, mushroom cultivation, and also Prime Minister's PMKVY. And it's not that one set of students, you build the students from different streams like engineering, biotechnology, social science, and worked collaboratively. The students from different parts of the world like UC Davis or Manchester or APFL, all of them came and they worked together to build. So what Amma is trying to do here is, Amma is trying to build compassion in each and every person who is engaging in that. through compassion, she is changing. She is empowering the youth, and also Amma is empowering the community also. This is the model, one of the model which we are planning to take it as a scalable model globally. And today, this has taken to the next level from community, where we are building community resilience resource centers. There are 14 communities which will act as hub and which will have 200 spokes, where each of the community becomes resilience resource centers. And they will be built as resilient communities with an ICT backbone. And we have built an Empower Community app, which will map the community needs, their existing knowledge, their technology, etc. And based on that, they will understand each of them. For example, they will actually understand deeper into what are the water resources, how we are wasting it, what are the waste falling in, how are we using everything through an initiative called Mera Gav Hamara Jal, My Village, Our Water. And then using that thing, we actually empower the communities to map and monitor the resources, and thus they equip the local administration, community organizations, etc., to bring in their own solutions and interventions, and thus geo-enabling the community to understand themselves what they need. And based on that, they will be actually to take the intervention forward. They will collaborate with women entrepreneurs, local self-help group, WAT members, etc., by bringing in the strategies like end-user engagement, self-governance, customized technology, etc. And not only that, this is just one example of water. Same way, different areas we are building, where the Sri platform comes in, where each and every action of the villagers, of the local administration, and all of the stakeholders will be mapped into the tool, where the sustainability activities will be mapped into it. And based on that, each of those things will have an index which can be cross-checked with the national average or global average, and which will give you the details of how you have to empower. Like if you see this one has water, skill, and agriculture and health. Each one of them has how state level you can do. What is the comparison with respect to state level? What is the national level? What is the village level? And even each household level. So you can actually bring in a comprehensive interventions by working with them and taking forward. And taking forward, what Amma had done is, like most of the time we go to a community, we do some work for a very short period. Amma said that's not enough. You have to build the trust. You have to really understand their pain point. You need to spend time. Amma had brought in a PhD program under the School for Sustainable Development with scholarship, with every year Amma paying USD of 5.1 million per year for 100 students per year to work on these communities, where the faculty students and PhD students work together, where the mandated outcome is both scientific and societal. This is a transformative approach which Amma has brought in the educational system itself, where compassion becomes the foundation, and the output will have both societal and scientific aspect. So what Amma is bringing is a unique long-term solution with love and compassion as the base, and with short-term programs, Live in Labs, and long-term PhD level programs with E4 Life, which is intended for poverty alleviation and sustainable development. And not only that, Amma also brought in compassion-driven research, where compassion becomes the most important thing, where what Amma is looking forward is how Amma turns each and every person in the university to think about how you can utilize the science. Here, what is happening is, like when whole world there is a lot of landslides. The landslide is third deadly disaster. Amma has actually motivated the scientists in the university to build the AI-enabled IoT system, which will early warn the landslides, and have made real deployments in Western Ghats and Northeastern Himalayas. And we are issuing early warnings every year. And whenever it's necessary, the people are evacuated to save their life. Not only that, then Amma also look at ocean emergencies, where Amma has asked the people in the university to build a system which can real-time monitor the fishing vessels and give them information of what is the status of the ocean and how they can save their life, and how they can also look at the fishing, the fish availability, so that the marine resources are optimally utilized. So the uniqueness what Amma is bringing in is, Amma is actually taking a real problem which is in the society and seeing what they need. Amma is trying to bring in the compassion in each one of us who are working here. And then based on that, the capabilities we have learned over years, utilize that, and then build a solution which is sustained, which will bring in resilience in the community and take forward. And that is how a unique change Amma is bringing, without losing the best quality research output. And she makes sure that every piece of it which is coming as an output is actually useful for the community. And same way, Amma has actually built up a large work with respect to Kerala floods, where 400 plus students in the university has worked hard day in and day out with a 24-hour call center for relief and rescue activities of Kerala floods, which was an unprecedented event and unpredicted events. And at the same time, the solutions which were sitting in the backdrop of our software systems, Amma had asked us to take it out and use it for the community. And thus Amrita Kripa app has been brought in for the relief and rescue. And together more than 1 lakh people we were able to rescue as part of these initiatives. So whenever a need is coming, Amma is able to quickly transform each and every person and then use the compassion as the driving force to bring in this change. And this has forced us to come up with the policy recommendation for climate resilience and disaster, where enhancing regional climate resilience by compassion-driven pathways to saving lives, gender equitable and inclusive approaches, and support vulnerable sections by building the disaster management capabilities in them and developing and implementing early warning systems. And also develop incentives and policies to encourage private sector investments and also integrating indigenous knowledge and prioritize integrity and good governance. Another major thing is on the democratizing on the climate change efforts by ensuring the gender mainstreaming and also capacity building, and adopt a climate sensitive planning and come up with strategy to forecast displacements, policies for earmarking camps, supply chain pathways. We didn't stop with that. We went into extraordinary stories of acts of compassion, and we have collected what the others have also done as with respect to compassion, different changes which they have brought in the communities, like bringing back the ponds, regenerating things, collectively rebuilding the different things in Kenya, and bringing in a cleaner and greener community in Africa, helping hands in floods and action like that. Each one of them, all these have contributed in bringing in the policies. And we work together with all the NGOs, CSOs together. And thus these policy recommendations were brought in. With Amma's guidance, we were able to write this, and we hope that Amma will take forward this small work which all the group of people who are from all over the world has worked together with Amma's motivations, Amma's guidance, and that's how we were able to do, and a lot more we need to do for the society. And we hope by Amma's grace we will be able to do together, holding hands of each other, and maybe we'll be able to move forward and strengthen the world as Amma's world, where love and light prevails. Namah Shivaya. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sudhir, for that very enlightening presentation covering a lot of content and showing just how much work has been done in a very short amount of time. It's very impressive. Let's watch a brief video on Amma's initiatives implemented for developing sustainable and resilient communities, ecosystem restoration, climate resilience, and environmental sustainability.
കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷം അനേക പ്രകൃതി ദുരന്തങ്ങൾക്കും സംഘർഷങ്ങൾക്കും ലോകം സാക്ഷ്യം വഹിച്ചു. പ്രളയം നമുക്കൊരു താക്കീതായിരുന്നു, സന്ദേശമായിരുന്നു. സ്വാർത്ഥമായ താൽക്കാലിക ലാഭങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി പ്രകൃതി ചൂഷണം ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങിയിട്ട് കാലങ്ങൾ കുറേയായി. അതിൻ്റെ ദിഗ്ധഫലമാണ് നമ്മൾ കണ്ടത്. ഓരോ വൃക്ഷം വെട്ടുമ്പോഴും അത് നമുക്ക് ശവപ്പെട്ടി ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന വൃക്ഷം പോലായി തീർന്നിരിക്കുക.
Love, serve, and be compassionate to all beings, disregarding all differences and barriers, is the vision and mission of Amrita University. Our Chancellor, Shri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, Amma, is the living embodiment of these very values. To instill this in all aspects of life, including the nature that we live in, a compassionate-driven approach to ecosystem conservation, restoration, and community-level hazard resilience has been embraced by Amma's organization since the mid-1980s.
അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് അമ്മ ഒരു പ്രപഞ്ചത്തിനൊരു താളമുണ്ട്. ഈ വിശുദ്ധം അതിൽ അഖിലജീവിയാളും അഭേദ്യമായ ബന്ധമുണ്ട്. പരസ്പരം ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് കിടക്കുന്ന നെറ്റ്വർക്കുകളാണ് ഈ പ്രപഞ്ചം. 4 പേര് ചേർന്ന് പിടിച്ച് ഇവരുടെ കോണിൽ സ്ഥലമുണ്ടായാൽ അതെല്ലായിടവും പ്രതിഫലിക്കും. അതുപോലെ നാം അറിഞ്ഞോ അറിയാതെയോ ഒറ്റയായോ കൂട്ടമായോ ചെയ്യുന്ന എല്ലാ കർമ്മങ്ങളും പ്രപഞ്ചമാകുന്ന വരയുടെ കോണിൽ പ്രതിഫലിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അവർ മാറി നമ്മൾ മാറാൻ നടക്കില്ല. അവർ മാറിയില്ല നമ്മൾ മാറിയാൽ മാറ്റം കൊണ്ടുവരും. നമുക്കെന്ത് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമെന്ന് നോക്കണം. കൂടുതലായി നമ്മൾ ചിന്തിക്കേണ്ട ഒരു കാര്യമാണ് ഭാവിയിലേക്കുള്ള പ്രകൃതിയെ സംരക്ഷിക്കുന്നതിന്.
Amma leads the largest global drive in the world to spread awareness on conserving natural resources. In this regard, Amma has traveled to 6 continents and addressed over 50 million people. For the last 32 years, Amma has delivered more than 10,000 talks, including talks at the UN General Assembly and other international platforms. Amma has consistently conveyed and mobilized millions of people in conserving the environment. As a member organization of the United Nations Billion Tree Campaign, Amma's initiative called Green Friends has planted millions of trees across Europe, America, Australia, and Asia. The Amrita Shri program was launched in 2006 with the goal of aiding 500,000 women through the development of self-help groups. To have a clean environment and enhance sanitation awareness in the community, the team has built more than 6,000 toilets with democratic participation. As an environmentally friendly alternative to sanitary pads, which causes a huge problem in landfills, a unique project, Symposium, has been initiated. Under this project, the team has imbibed Amma's motto of waste to wealth and has designed and distributed banana fiber-based pads by reusing the wasted fibers. This has helped to reduce the plastic waste and conserve the environment by using biodegradable and enhanced women's awareness on health and hygiene. These pads can be reused and are proven to be non-toxic. Achieving energy sustainability is of key importance as we might see a foreseeable lack of resources in the near future. Installation of a solar microgrid at Wayanad and a micro hydrogrid at Idukki are some of the key initiatives in this regard. To make clean drinking water accessible to one and all, Amma's organization has launched Jeevamritam, a $15.2 million clean drinking water provisioning project for 5,000 villages in India, which has already reached more than 100,000 villages in Kerala receiving clean drinking water. Along with that, Amma has initiated several programs to provide water access by implementing water distribution systems, rainwater harvesting, and community-level purified drinking water systems. In today's world, where innovative farming methodology like organic farming, hydroponics, is the need of the hour, many of our campuses have been converted exclusively for this purpose. For instance, once a barren land, the Ettimere campus has been converted to lush agricultural land, and the produce is extensively used to feed communities. Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, Coimbatore, has been awarded the #1 rank in the Technical Institutions category in the Swachhata Rankings 2017. A landslide early warning system has been developed using IoT and wireless technology. This has helped to develop community resilience and disaster risk reduction, thereby helping to save a lot of lives. This system has been implemented in the northeastern Himalayas and western Ghats of India. Amrita has pioneered initiatives like the implementation of the first IoT system for landslide detection and early warning, a crowdsourcing mobile application to manage the real-time risk level of floods, and an offshore communication system for fishermen to combat emergency storm tides by providing updates via internet connectivity. An Indo-German joint research initiative on urban flooding, codenamed Flood Evac, has been developed by Amrita University for monitoring and management of urban flooding using crowdsourcing. Amma's organization has always been at the forefront in the case of natural disasters by serving the victims with real-time medical assistance. The most challenging aspect of the aftermath of any disaster is rebuilding the social, physical, and emotional well-being of the affected community. Amma donated more than $12 million as a part of the Tsunami Relief Fund. The community members have been re-skilled by providing training in plumbing, driving, and many other vocational trades, thereby providing an income source. After the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, 30,000 saplings were planted along the shoreline to stabilize 13 kilometers of India's coastal area. Hundreds of children have been educated with scholarship programs. Amma's organization has spent over $75,000 for disaster relief, and over 100,000 homes have been built for the homeless. During the lockdown period, 45,000 crores have been distributed to the members of Amrita Shri Self-Help Group. As Amma continues to transform the world through practical initiatives aimed at holistic development, let's each of us do our part to revive Mother Nature to its glory.
We will now welcome Dr. Anand Patwardhan. Dr. Patwardhan is a professor in the School of Public Policy at the University of Maryland, College Park, a PhD, Engineering and Public Policy from Carnegie Mellon University. Dr. Patwardhan's research focuses on mitigation and adaptation responses to climate change and the assessment of vulnerability and adaptation. He currently serves as co-chair of the Science Committee of the World Adaptation Science Program. We welcome you, Dr. Patwardhan.
Namah Shivaya, pranams to Amma, greetings to everyone here. It is a real honor and a pleasure to be here with you this afternoon and share some thoughts. We've had some really inspiring messages this morning from Amma herself, from Swamiji, from Mr. Nambiar, from other distinguished speakers. And what I would like to do in a short while that I have now is to try and give you a sense of, from my perspective, how I can take some of the concepts and some of the very inspiring ideas of compassion, of values, and bring them into the policy space. I'm a student of policy, a practitioner of policy, and so at the end of the day, I have to think about how do I take these concepts, which may seem very appealing, very inspiring, but also sometimes abstract, but convert them into things that seem more practical, that can inform actions, public policy actions. And what does that tell us about our policies today? What should we be doing differently? What should we be doing new that perhaps we are not doing before? So, which is sort of why I'd like to share some of these thoughts on how we might reimagine sustainability and resilience from a lens of compassion. So we face many serious and global challenges to sustainability. Many of them have been already mentioned here. Climate change is often regarded as sort of the defining problems of our time, but climate change is not the only serious and global challenge. There's the loss of biodiversity, indeed the loss of habitat, there's plastics and chemicals, there's a degradation of land, and of course there is climate change. And when we look at these problems, each one of them sometimes in isolation, what we often realize is that the root of them, there are often some root drivers. They may all look very different from each other. You might think of plastics on the one hand, we might think of climate change and emissions of greenhouse gases, or the loss of biodiversity. But at the root, they often have to do with consumption. And they often have to do with particular patterns of consumption. And those patterns of consumption have to do with ultimately what we decide, what our preferences are. Most tropical deforestation is due to 4 commodities: beef, soy, palm, and timber. And if you look at the 2 hotspots of tropical deforestation, which is Latin America and Southeast Asia, you will see that the bulk of the deforestation that you observe is because of commodities, and very specific commodities. So clearly, there is something at the core underlying all of the varying challenges to sustainability that we face. Sorry, seem to be going. All right. So as we think about sustainability, it's worth spending a moment reflecting on how we define it. How do we think about sustainability? The conventional framing of sustainability often splits into either what we call weak sustainability, where we think about sustainability essentially as endowments that we should leave for the future. And in this view, it doesn't really matter whether it's natural capital or manufactured capital. As long as we leave equal endowments for the future, we are okay, right? So it regards natural capital and human capital as substitutable in some ways. Well, strong sustainability goes a little bit beyond, right? It says that some kinds of natural capital, for example, species, are critical, they're unique, they can't really be replaced by anything. When you have extinction of species, you can't say, okay, we'll replace this by something else. They're not substitutable. But both concepts fundamentally at the core are anthropocentric. Right? They regard there's an inherent separation of humanity, of us from nature, and where we look at nature really as a provider of goods and services for our own consumption. In fact, the entire idea of human well-being at the center of ecosystem goods and services basically reinforces this separation, that nature exists essentially as a provider of goods and services. Some of them may be tangible, some of them may be intangible, but nonetheless, it is that separation. And material consumption becomes the metric then of success and growth. If you think about sustainability in this way, what does that lead to in terms of policy? Well, you can externalize the problem. You can say the problem is with markets. There is a failure of markets. We're not pricing things properly in the market. And so the dominant discipline here would be environmental economics, and that discipline would say, well, that problem can be fixed. The solution then is in taxing, is something like a carbon tax, because we have things that are not priced in the market. All we have to do is put a price on them, and if we do that, the problem will get fixed. We have externalized the problem to the market. We might externalize the problem to technology. You might say, well, we didn't really know that fossil fuels, they seem like a really good idea, sort of like chlorofluorocarbons that we used in aerosols. Excellent idea, great product, but we have a problem. Let's fix that problem by throwing more technology at the problem. Right? So if one kind of technology creates problems, let's invest in R&D. And so this is sort of what engineers and scientists would typically do. Say, okay, there's a problem with technology, throw more technology at the problem, we can fix it. Political scientists might look at this slightly differently. They say, well, we have the commons, we have the global atmosphere, the global oceans, and we don't have the right governance systems. We are just not managing them well. So what we really need is, it's a failure of institutions. And again, we have externalized that failure to something else outside us. And so we might hear calls for strengthening global governance. And it's not that any of these are wrong. They all have an element of truth to them. But what if the core issue, the failure, so to speak, is a failure of values and preferences? It's about excess consumption. Where do we look for solutions if the problem is us and cannot be really externalized? And that requires then a much more spiritual and ethical response as opposed to just a technological or economic or institutional response. So if we now step back and say, okay, so we had certain ways of thinking about sustainability, and that might not really give us full insight into the problem or what the solution is. And through a lens of compassion, a lot of what we heard this morning, how might we look at that issue of sustainability and resilience? Well, the first thing that strikes you is this is really about harmony and balance, that there are indeed multiple objectives. We have different objectives. We have social objectives. We have environmental objectives. We have economic objectives. And we need to seek a balance. There's a dynamic equilibrium. It might change over time. It might look very different in different countries. But we are really looking at balance, and we are looking at a balance that is ultimately based on principles of compassion, justice, and fairness. Those are the principles that will allow us to figure out what is that right balance and how we find that harmony. It will also suggest that perhaps what we are looking for are actions that are shared, that are collective, and that are holistic, that are not acting in silos. So we've heard about 16 different working groups under the C20 process. But as we just saw from some of the examples here, maybe what we need is actions that bring together health and environment, and that bring together livelihoods. And it brings it together in a way where all of those objectives are satisfied at once, because we cannot satisfy individual things, solve individual problems in isolation. If we really want to perhaps address livelihoods of farmers, maybe we need to change how we think about nutrition and how we think about food. And maybe we need to do that anyway from the grounds of a more integrated and holistic view of health. And maybe we need to do that anyway from the perspective of environmental degradation associated with pollution, with the use of pesticides and excess use of fertilizers in agriculture. So maybe a solution like regenerative agriculture and agroecological practices might not only allow us to solve nutrition, but also allow us to solve livelihoods, also allow us to solve environment all at the same time. So that the idea of some of these more integrated actions becomes more prominent. And then, of course, the whole notion of lifestyles, and Dr. Manisha mentioned this earlier, is how do we redefine what is a good life? And what does that tell us in terms of demand and our choices with regard to consumption? So what then are the implications of policy if we start reimagining and rethinking the challenges of sustainability? It might suggest, for example, that we think of biodiversity, we are thinking not only of creating more protected areas. We should create more protected areas, but then biodiversity is everywhere around us, in urban areas, in our production landscapes. And so really it tells us that when we are looking at protecting and promoting biodiversity, we are not only walling off protected areas, but we are looking at strengthening it everywhere. It might suggest, for example, that we need to lay much more emphasis on the circular economy and the bioeconomy, where we are looking at substitutes. And in fact, it is often said that when it comes to climate change, the really tough problem is not fuels. We can solve fuels through technology, right? You can substitute electricity production from fossil fuels, from coal and oil, by renewables. The really harder problem is feedstock. What are we going to do with the other products of refineries, which is petrochemicals? And so maybe the bioeconomy becomes important. How we look at agriculture and regenerative agriculture becomes important. And then ultimately, the whole notion of lifestyles and what does that mean in terms of demand becomes quite central. I just want to give a couple of examples to illustrate that this is not abstract. There's been a lot of recent work that has tried to advance this idea that if we focus not just on one set of goals, but we focus on multiple goals at the same time, we can actually get much more rapid progress. So if we focus on social goals of equity, of inclusion, we can actually get better environmental outcomes. We can become more ambitious when it comes to climate change, when it comes to deploying renewables, because finding ways by where these objectives become aligned then becomes actually a source of new solutions. And so this is something that has really come out today, is the idea that pursuing these different policy agendas in isolation is not as effective as pursuing them in synergy. And this is, in fact, one of the very interesting messages, and there's a lot of detail on this slide, so my apologies for it in advance, comes from the most recent report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. And centrally, one of the messages there is that approaches that emphasize sustainable lifestyles actually produce the maximum set of developmental benefit across all of the SDGs. We have heard about the SDGs here. And so the whole notion that what we are trying to do is by rethinking how we think about sustainability, we can maybe make progress on many fronts at the same time. So let me sort of wrap up with a few closing thoughts. So one idea I'd like to leave everyone with is the idea of integration. We have heard lots of really excellent examples across these different working groups. We have just, several of them here itself. From my perspective, I think the most exciting opportunity lies in finding the points of intersection across these working groups. Where can we bring the health agenda together with the environmental agenda, together with the climate agenda? How can we bring this together and find common cause across integration? Because at the one level, if you think about life's chronic diseases and more holistic approaches to health, it might suggest that we need to rethink our food system. Well, if we need to rethink our nutrition, maybe that provides us opportunity for us to reduce the environmental impact of food production. Maybe it also allows us to improve the livelihoods of subsistence farmers if they are producing things that are much more valuable. And so these agendas then come together. So how do we really bring together now across these different threads and find these approaches that integrate and then potentially create disruptive innovations that can meet these multiple goals? So this, to my mind, is, I think, a really exciting and unique opportunity that this C20 process might offer, is allowing us to work across these different silos that often are seeking that might provide new opportunities. It also suggests, I think, to me, that there's a huge room here for experimentation and innovation. There is no single silver bullet. There's going to be a diversity of solutions. And the more we are able to recognize and welcome this diversity, I think the faster will the overall transition to sustainability and resilience be. And that also means when we think of policy environments, we have to think of policy environments that actually support this experimentation and diversity. Lots of different things. I often sometimes try to, I call this the tyranny of best practice. We are all the time looking for best practices and saying, okay, what do we just take and replicate? But maybe what we have to think about is not so much best practice, but emergent practices. Practices are emerging through experimentation, and that is really where we need to emphasize. In my mind, the idea of synergy across these different objectives is really central. And I think the compassion and values allows us to bring together these seemingly very different and disparate objectives. And as an academic, it also means, and I think some of the examples that Dr. Manisha showed us of live-in labs and the PhD program are really significant because they are ways of transforming the research and knowledge system to make it much more integrated into what is happening, that allows us to blend traditional knowledge with current science, but also really take the lab out into the field and bring the field into the lab. And I think this change in the research and knowledge system can actually accelerate a lot of these solutions. So with that, I'd like to again thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity, and I hope I have been able to give you a little bit of a sense of where I see the landscape as a student of policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Patwardhan, for a very insightful presentation. And thank you to Dr. Sudhir as well. This has been a wonderful session on how sustainability and resilience can be built into communities across the world. Now I'm going to say the words that you've all been waiting to hear. We will now break for lunch. Please, wait. Before you clap, please come back by 2 p.m. if you can, because we have a wonderful set of sessions lined up in the afternoon. You're really going to enjoy it. Thank you so much. Namashivaya. Just a quick announcement. Our program will be starting momentarily. Anyone who is in the hall is requested to come back and take a seat. Thank you so much. Those in the dining hall, we do humbly request that you wrap up as quickly as you can and try to make your way back to the hall. Thank you.
Yeah, I know. This is on. It's all right.
Now we know it works.
I know.
Yeah.
We're just getting ready for a seamless transition.
Oh, it's
the down button goes to the next slide.
Got it.
Yeah, and the up button goes back.
Yeah, and don't press the top button. I realize. Sorry, I learned that. Oh, they take it. After my training.
So it's counted. Yeah, so it's the reverse. So down is next, and then up. The up is back.
Hey, is someone downloading something on the desk? Is anyone downloading anything?
We are.
Can you stop?
We'll tell
We're losing the stream. We're losing the stream.
Oh, tell Achilles. She's right there.
As long as, you know, I'm not ready for it.
Hey, our cash is up to 70%. Our cash is up to 70%. I was scared.
tour here. It's very nice.
Isn't that nice?
Beautiful.
To remind us, to ground us in the real.
In the real meaning and
Yeah,
purpose of
everything
all
we're
of
doing,
this.
right.
Absolutely, yeah. No, this is always nice. Actually, it's my first time inside the gym because I always come for the RP and the satsang, so this is nice to. Amma comes for darshan, yeah.
Actually, that chair is
Yes.
about right where
Okay.
I sit, so pretty auspicious start to your time.
Yep, no, her grace, so it's really nice to see everyone too. So I mean, a lot of familiar people, even people that I haven't met here but met in India, and also in India when I was at the inauguration last year. So. Family's doing well. They're unfortunately not here. They're all in Seattle right now. I was there last weekend during the 4th of July weekend. So we actually went to the satsang in Seattle last. Yes, he gave a satsang and darshan that was on Saturday. So there was also Guru Purnima. So we had a nice time together, family. Yeah. Yeah, they would have liked to have come otherwise. But, online, I wasn't sure if, because I had texted you, some of my colleagues and friends were asking, and they're like, oh, we want to attend, and I wasn't sure, I knew the video recording was going to be available, but like the online, and then they were like, oh, what time's your talk, and I didn't know because the program agenda hadn't still been updated, but hopefully it's updated. I know the program keeps changing with the timing and everything, but I just told them it's in the afternoon, probably 1, but and I sent them the link if they want to register and things like that. So. Oh, really? Wow. That's a. Yeah. And are you going to record this? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And I have everything on my slides is kind of public knowledge, because I give a lot of research talks where some of what we show is like unpublished, but in this type of nothing is barcode. you working in the pharma world, you kind of know the whole sort of restrictions with patents and blah blah blah. But we're off the hook on this. I'm off the hook on this one, so happy to share that publicly. So. Yeah, great. I did. Yeah, just had lunch actually with Swamiji. So that was nice. We got to spend some time. And I ran into Karen Sneha as well, and hopefully, maybe after my talk, if there is some time, we could do a good talk. I know you had suggested that.
I did, yeah. I was hoping I would join you, but I asked to help with this.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you're busy with getting these together. So. But so I'll go back and have a seat then.
Great. We'll get started in just a minute.
So the slides will actually be visible on that screen? Okay, perfect. So then you don't need to actually turn back. I can just follow from there. Yeah. Sounds good, yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. Next, I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Patnaik as our next speaker. Akash Patnaik, MD, PhD, MMSc, is a medical oncologist specializing in the care of patients with genitourinary cancers, including prostate, bladder, kidney, and testicular cancers. He also has a strong interest in the development of novel therapeutics for the treatment of advanced solid tumors. As an accomplished physician-scientist, Dr. Patnaik's work focuses on translating novel therapies from the laboratory to early-stage clinical trials. He's interested in developing personalized patient models of disease in order to interpret therapeutics, develop biomarkers, and help patients make informed decisions about their care. Dr. Patnaik has received numerous awards and recognition for his work, which include the John W. Kreider PhD Commencement Award in Cell and Molecular Biology, AACR Astellas Clinical/Translational Research Award, a Harvard-MIT Clinician Investigator Training Program Fellowship, a Prostate Cancer Foundation Young Investigator Award, and a DoD Prostate Cancer Physician Researcher Training Award. Please help me welcome Dr. Patnaik to the podium.
Thank you, Faith, for the kind introduction, and thank you to the organizing committee for providing me with the opportunity to share some of our thoughts and work as it relates to taking care of patients with cancer. And it's really a pleasure to be here amidst, friends, family, and, Amma's grace and vision. So, I look forward to interacting more in the afternoon as well. So I'm going to start off by spending the next few minutes really talking about this question that I've thought about for a long time since I started my training as an oncology fellow back in Boston, where we're really interested in developing cutting-edge science to develop medicines to treat cancer patients. And we're really at a cusp of, a revolution. Sorry, let me point it in the right direction. There it goes, yeah. We're at the cusp of a revolution to treat cancer patients with advancements in biomedicine over the last decade. But having said that, we've also entered an era of complexity as it relates to cancer patients, because sometimes what we put our patients through with respect to cutting-edge clinical trials, technology, and the application of science to develop new medicines may not always factor in the other aspects of their care, including end of life, spiritual aspects, as well as compassion. So this is, often thought of as, well, we're taking care of cancer patients and we should obviously be giving compassionate care. But it can be a double-edged sword, and that's what I wanted to highlight today as a potential challenge as we're entering this era of technology and medicine and new ways of treating cancer. But at the same time, not forgetting that the patient is really at the center of all of this. And so compassion and spiritual transformation as a vital component of personalized medicine, which is the era in which we live in, where no two cancers are the same, no two patients are the same, and we're tailoring therapy to the unique signature of the patient, not just at the genetic and the molecular level, but also at the level of their spiritual, emotional well-being. So, and I'm going to end by talking about some strategies where we can really think about integrative medicine approaches to deliver compassionate care to patients. So cancer, therapy has really undergone a revolution in the last 10 years with the development of several approaches to treat cancer. Much of this has stemmed from an improved understanding of the genetic and molecular underpinnings that predispose patients to cancer. And on the flip side, it has also led to the development of unprecedented opportunities for personalized medicines. So, we've become very good at, sort of use this terminology of being skilled molecular locksmiths, if you will, in terms of generating and engineering small molecules that can target specific pathways within cancer cells with the goal of killing cancer cells. More recently, and certainly near and dear to my heart, is this idea of unleashing the power of the immune system to attack and kill cancer. And that's a big focus of a lot of our research efforts in the lab. However, these medical developments, while they've improved substantially our ability to cure some patients and also improve longevity, they've also come at a price of toxicity, more visits to the hospital, more surveillance, and increased burden as patients are going through these end-stage treatments. So the humbling reality, as I mentioned, is that we're curing these patients, but the majority remain incurable. With immunotherapy, for example, we can substantially treat and cure about 20 to 25% of patients, which is really amazing with advanced cancer. But there are still about 75% of patients that don't respond or have limited responses. There's also this disconnect between cutting-edge biomedicine and the visible suffering of the dying cancer patients in the hospital. And then we also live in a world of virtual medicine where advancements of technology and virtual communication have really changed the relationship between patients and physicians and the healthcare system. So this has also posed a challenge to understanding how to deliver compassionate care in the digital and virtual age that we live in. So one of the tenets of compassionate medicine, in my view, is cultural literacy. And the reason I bring up this concept has to do with the fact that we live in a multicultural environment, particularly in the United States, but also increasingly true, and certainly true in India as well, where every state has a different language and different cultures. And how do we really think about addressing the multicultural diversity as it relates to personalized approaches and delivering compassionate care while respecting the cultural and spiritual beliefs of the patient? And this broad term of cultural literacy is, I think, a really important aspect of medicine and healthcare, and I think increasingly needs to be incorporated into training programs for residents and fellows and those of you that are aspiring to go into the fields of medicine. I think this becomes a really important aspect of compassionate care. Patients are also at different points in their emotional and spiritual journey. They're overwhelmed with feelings of anxiety, grief, loss, hopelessness, and they're faced with a lot of existential questions when we see them in clinic. Why did they get cancer? Why now? What's the meaning of this? How do they readjust their life and the life remaining to actually impact their well-being? And so patients struggle with their own mortality, and they're also asking questions about the diagnosis itself, whether it's going to completely change their life. Are there certain aspects of their quality of life that are still preserved? And so it's a big change in their life and existing belief system. And all of these aspects need to be addressed in a single visit where you're also thinking about cutting-edge treatments, and that's where the double-edged sword aspect comes in. If you have 20 minutes with a patient and you're thinking about all of the cutting-edge treatments that you could potentially offer them, but at the same time also think about their emotional and spiritual well-being and address it with compassion, is I think where our challenge lies, as we move forward. So the spiritual trajectory of the patient, I think, needs to be a central feature of personalized medicine if we, plan to deliver compassionate care. And when I say spiritual trajectory, this obviously has different meanings for different people. There were some studies carried out almost 10 years back suggesting that the support of terminally ill patients, in their spiritual needs, if delivered early, has been associated with improvements in quality of life and greater hospice utilization, hospice being one approach to deliver end-of-life care. And so I think engaging their spiritual belief system is something that I think as physicians we don't do a good job of. In fact, as cancer doctors, we're not even trained on how to take spiritual histories on patients. So I think that becomes a very important aspect of compassionate care in a multicultural and in a diverse setting. So there have been papers that have been published looking at sort of the biopsychosocial model of health. And compassion, I think, falls, front and center in this biopsychosocial model, where we're not just taking care, or should not just be taking care of the physical needs of the patient, but also the social, spiritual, and emotional needs. And the spiritual core really is almost synonymous with the compassionate aspect of it, because it's hard to deliver compassionate care without understanding the spiritual beliefs of the patient. And so in terms of possible strategies to deliver compassionate care in the setting of increasingly complex clinical trials and treatments that we have available for patients, is to really go back to the fundamentals and increase the need to practice the art of medicine and not just the science and the clinical care aspects of it. And that requires integration of body, mind, and spirit. And physicians need to address the emotional and spiritual needs of their dying patients, and certainly should not overestimate their skills to address these needs. And the reason I say that is that we're trained to do certain things, but we really need to work in a team setting as a village, incorporating other types of healing strategies, including naturopathic medicine, hospital chaplaincy, and these are all approaches that should be integrated with the more traditional model of allopathic medicine. So the goal of integrative oncology would be to relieve treatment-related side effects, provide education for a healthy lifestyle, improve overall wellness and quality of life throughout the continuum of cancer survivorship. There are certainly mind-body practices that everybody here is familiar with, like yoga, meditation, acupuncture, but also integrating natural products. I mean, one of the questions that I get asked a lot in the clinic is, in addition to the conventional treatments, what are some of the natural remedies that can be deployed to improve quality of life? If it's not necessarily tailored towards treating the cancer, can quality of life be improved? And I think that's where collaborations with the naturopathic medicine colleagues is increasingly important. And then lifestyle modifications and hospital chaplains that are spiritually diverse, I think, makes also a difference as you think about integrating conventional allopathic strategies with other mind, body, spirit healing methodologies. So in the interest of time, just to sort of conclude with some of the key points that I hope I highlighted today, which is that compassion can be a powerful positive force in helping patients reframe their illness, find greater meaning in life, and recognize what is ultimately important and of value to them. Unresolved emotional and spiritual distress, which we do see in the clinic, can lead to poor quality of life and poor health outcomes. And it's important to appreciate that patients are at different points along this journey of spiritual transformation, and it's therefore critical that clinicians are trained to address these spiritual needs in a personalized manner, and that requires cultural literacy and a team-based approach. And every member of the healthcare team must assume some responsibility to attend to all of these dimensions of the patient's suffering, spiritual as well as psychosocial, in addition to the physical. And in this way, hopefully, we can deliver the most compassionate and personalized care with improved quality of life. And I wanted to just end with this interesting quote that I came across from Rachel Naomi Remen, and this is this whole concept of helping, fixing, and serving, which represent three different ways of viewing our roles in society. When you help, you see life as weak. When you fix, you see life as broken. But when you serve, you see life as a whole. And fixing and helping may be the work of the ego, but service is really the work of the soul. And that is something that Amma's teachings and grace and vision have all infused in us in a sense of service, regardless of what domain of society we reside in. And I've been grateful to have had the opportunity to visit the Amrita Hospital in Faridabad and do darshan and spend time with Amma. So I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here as well amidst all of you. And I also want to thank patients and their families for all of this perspective that I have today. And I'll stop here and happy to take any questions.
Our sincere thanks to Dr. Patnaik for coming and sharing his knowledge with us. Since we're short on time, if anyone does have any questions, Dr. Patnaik will be around in the hall, and you're more than welcome to approach him with some questions about the topic. As a gesture of our gratitude, Dr. Patnaik will be presented with a gift. Our next session will focus on the IHH, or Integrated Holistic Health Working Group, and how it looks to accomplish its goals of achieving accessible holistic healthcare for all. We'd like to welcome Dr. Satya Krishna Ramachandran, International Advisor to the IHH Working Group. Dr. Ramachandran is an internationally recognized leader in healthcare. He's an associate professor at Harvard Medical School, practices anesthesiology, and leads change across healthcare systems in the Boston area. He is the founding director of the International Institute for Health Innovation and is developing a center for global healthcare quality and safety at Boston. Dr. Ramachandran is one of 3 international advisors for integrated holistic health for C20 2023. Dr. Ramachandran.
Thank you for that introduction. And I'm very aware of the time of the day and the fact that you've just had lunch. As an anesthesiologist, you know if I've done a good job, you're all what's going to happen. So just keeping that in mind, I hope I do a really bad job here. Okay, so I'll try to be as brief as I can. One of the challenges that we had with the IHH was really focusing on what the scope of our work should be. And there were many previous models for it. There was the individual person's health, the public health model where you're looking at communities, the global health model where you're looking at the world as a large community, especially with pandemics, this is a really big deal. And then there's these other concepts, One Health, which is really looking at that interface between humans, animals, and their various environments, or planetary health, which is a layer even further set out, which is focusing on the achievement of the highest attainable standard of health, well-being, and equity worldwide, and talking about the ways in which we can get there, understanding that there are limits to things that we do. And many of the concepts that several people spoke about today are embedded in this definition of planetary health. But for this work, the IHH went beyond planetary health and integrated spiritual health as one of the fundamental aspects of our scope. And our inspiration for this was none other than Amma, Sri Mata Amritaswarupananda Devi, who quite succinctly put it all together. This is essentially a scope statement. All living beings in creation are interdependent. The rhythm of nature depends upon humanity. It is necessary to maintain the rhythm of the mind, body, and soul for the sake of our health and lifespan and for the sake of humankind and nature. So we recognize that in order to define our scope, we had to deepen and widen the scope of the SDG 3, which was to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. And for that, we identified 7 focus areas: mental health, the reduction of non-communicable diseases, elderly care, nutrition, holistic health, and traditional medicines, which included yoga, mindfulness, and meditation, women's and children's health, and One Health. So our process, we dug deep into design thinking, both the framework and the approach, and we recognized that we had to approach this with all the humility we had in our muster. And through January and February, we embarked on a voyage of discovery, which was essentially reaching out to various CSOs around the world. And we did that across 84 countries and over 1,000 CSOs and 20 states in India. I think the scale of this it really comes in perspective in the later part of this talk, but that's just a map of the various countries from which inputs were gained. The second step was to approach this with a sense of empathy. We used surveys, small group discussions, panel discussions, to really understand what the priorities were across the globe, the G20 states. The third was ideation, where we got people together in workshops. There were 24 such meetings where over 2,500 CSO participants gave their ideas. And so this is a very powerful example of how people are willing to give. The examples in the morning, you know, and I'm glad that actually there was a sufficient gap between me and Mr. Damodaran, who was just an amazing speaker. I mean, he spoke about the life of the petal, and here we have, you know, over 2,500 people coming together and putting their ideas together, knowing fully well that maybe their ideas would not get into the final document, but nonetheless that their contribution mattered. Some of this work was a collaborative work. This one was with the Gender Equity and Disability Group, meetings in Pune. There were meetings as far north as Rishikesh and as far south as Kollam. And our next step then was solutioning, and we did this in April through the IHI Summit in Delhi. And for this, we, of course, had this fabulous get-together, and unbelievable. If you've not been to this place, you absolutely have to go and see the Faridabad Hospital and the facilities there. There were over 650 CSOs from around the world who registered for this. And the energy of that place basically translated into the kind of work that these folks put in. And we were able to really prioritize based on that over the next 2 months what we should be working on and what we should be putting together in this final document. And during this space, what we did was took the data from all the previous 4 months and we provided it back to the working groups or the core committees. And each of these groups, each of these 7 groups, essentially worked together to prioritize what they wanted to finally come onto the document. It's a highly democratic process which respected not just which CSO you came from, whether you're more powerful or less powerful, but you know, what ideas actually mattered to people across the table. And finally, over the course of the last 3 or 4 months, we've been working in tandem with several folks to come up with the final policy statements. And so just to summarize, we started off with 84 countries and over 1,000 CSOs giving inputs, 7 working groups, and we're down to 3 main unified themes, which are mind, body, and environment. So consolidated policy recommendations are essentially for the mind, which is the first time we're actually calling out mental health as one of the goals for the C20. And I think this is an extremely powerful statement because it translates and energizes the entire IHH recommendations. And the way we're approaching it is to call for national mental health programs in all G20 countries with an aim to cover as many vulnerable populations as possible, especially women, children, and marginalized communities. The second is the body, and here we're really calling for digital health platforms which are contextualized for countries with a guarantee for access for all. And here the focus is really to take the expertise that we've developed in the G20 countries and be able to give back to some of the other countries who are struggling to achieve some of these larger SDG 3 goals. And finally, the environment, where we call for uniform One Health policy to be agreed upon and create an intersectoral global framework and treaty for zoonotic diseases and antimicrobial resistance. Now, some of this framework, as Mr. Nambiar said earlier in the morning, has already come to bear through the COVID pandemic. And our fervent hope is that the G20 heads of state will take our recommendations and move them to the next stage. I want to leave you with a deeper dive, and this is like peeling various layers of the onion. So initially we had a massive data, we consolidated it, we expanded it out, and we consolidated it again. And now we have the overall picture, the three main mind, body, and environment recommendations, and then under each we have sub-recommendations. And so the key things here are to look at developing national school curricula for mental health education, for looking at community and institutional mental health training. So really thinking about how we're going to affect mental health at the community level, and also think about how we're going to integrate mind-strengthening skills and knowledge through meditation, yoga, cognitive skills, and some complementary medicines as well for advancing positive mental health and resilience, preventing mental illness and suicidal behaviors, and reducing mental illness symptoms. And finally, to ensure free and quality mental health care that is integrated into all primary care services by 2030. The IHH working group, which is, I have to say, every one of my colleagues on this group worked tremendously much harder than I did for it. So I'm very grateful to be here, to be presenting essentially the bulk of their work under the leadership of Dr. Priya Nair at Kochi, Dr. Jaydeep Menon, Andy and Sarthak, who've been absolutely phenomenal in getting this together and really pulling together some of the great voices around the world to help us. Thank you. Did I stick to time?
To continue the IHH working group session, we will have a mental health panel facilitated by Sudha Darling.
So as Faith said, my name is Sudha Darling. I had the immense pleasure of supporting Dr. Priya Nair, the co-lead of the Integrated Holistic Health Working Group, since December. So it's been such an honor. I don't have a credential related to health, but it was such an incredible experience to be involved at a service project at this level. So very honored to be here, and I am very grateful to have some professionals who are going to speak on mental health with me here today. So as Dr. Ramakrishnan explained, mental health was a main focus of our working group. And I think in general, we've all been experiencing that the awareness of mental health and the issues associated with mental health are on the rise. Since the COVID pandemic, the statistics are quite alarming of the state of people's mental well-being. So an interesting part of this conversation is that mental health has not been a main focus for health at G20 until this year. So IHH Working Group is really bringing that to the forefront. So it's a very exciting part of the work being done. So with me today is Katya Marshall. She is a licensed professional counselor working in a collaborative primary care setting in Wisconsin and is on the board of directors for a Northern Illinois Suicide Prevention Task Force. Welcome, Katya.
Thank you. I'm so glad to be here.
Also here is Valsala Tara Fox. She's the manager of the clinical program at the New York City Anti-Violence Project. She provides trauma-informed, justice-oriented, and identity-affirming services to survivors of violence. Welcome, Valsala. Thank you. Before we get started, I just wanted to share that this discussion will involve some mental health, some sensitive topics. So if you feel overwhelmed at any time and need to step out, please feel comfortable to do so. We also wanted to share a few slides. If you or someone you know is struggling with any type of mental health issues, there are many resources available. So they'll project a few slides. Oh, clicker. I have the clicker now. So shared now is the Mental Health National Crisis Line. All you have to do is call 988. Also a crisis text line. You text HOME to 741-741. And actually, the organization that Valsala works with has a 24-hour hotline for survivors of violence, so you can call and text this number here. We can go to the default slide. So just to begin this conversation, I wanted to ask both of you, why do you think conversations like this, talking about mental health, is important?
Well, first of all, I'm so excited that we are talking about mental health on this platform. It is not a common topic to be discussed, either on big platforms or among people on a day-to-day basis. It can be hard to bring up a mental health concern, and sometimes people don't always know how to respond. And so talking about mental health on this platform is one way that we hope to educate folks in how to respond. As they said before, there has been a great increase in mental health concerns in the primary care setting. We are treating ages 6 to 95. When people come in and speak with their doctors and mention a mental health concern, someone is available to come and talk with them. And we want to encourage people to be able to speak with their doctors as funding rolls out for primary care centers. In addition, when you are struggling with mental health, you may feel that you can't talk about it. And if there are more people who are comfortable talking about mental health and saying, hey, how are you doing? You don't seem like yourself, or I've noticed you're not sleeping as well as usual, then people will be able to open up a little bit more. And then if you've experienced something, which wouldn't be a surprise because so many of us have experienced higher levels of stress, higher levels of grief, and higher levels of substance use in the community, then you can share about your experience, and that will help both you and the people you're talking with.
Yeah, and even though we have been having more conversations, there still is so much stigma around having conversations around mental health because of all the ideas that we've kind of continued to maintain. And what we often see is that we've been taught to believe that, to see some people as normal and others as not. And that discrimination so often is made based on people's, the state of people's mental health. And then also gender, race, orientation, class, and physical ability. But that element of deciding what is acceptable or not does very often coincide with how well we are doing. And so when we kind of have that stigma, then it's very hard to be able to open up about it and talk about our mental health and seek support when we are struggling. And so I think one of the elements that is so important for us to keep in mind is how are we going to undo the shame of talking about it? How are we going to provide a platform where it feels okay to bring up uncomfortable emotions and to bring up mental illness in all the ways in which we have to be able to receive care and ongoing support or treatment. So I think raising that awareness is really how we can create that ripple effect of change for these conversations to feel more comfortable. Because it's hard, as Katya mentioned, it's hard to have these conversations because they touch each one of us so deeply, personally. And it takes a certain amount of vulnerability to be open about that. So I love to bring in the example that Amma often shares, that it's impossible to wake someone who is pretending to be asleep. And in the same way, it's impossible to treat mental health symptoms that we are pretending don't exist. And
Can we have a round of applause for that?
And so, yeah, just kind of taking it upon ourselves to be the change makers in that way of leading those conversations in all areas of our lives.
Thank you, Valsala. Katya, I know that you are on a suicide prevention task force. When we're thinking about suicide, what's the value of having conversations about topics like that?
One of the things that many people who are surprised to hear when they come to talk with me and say, you know, I haven't been wanting to wake up in the morning, or I've been having thoughts that I'm just taking up space here, is that so many people have thoughts like that. That is actually only the first stage of having, taking a step towards taking one's life. That those are actually signs that we are overwhelmed and we need some support, we need resources, we need time, we need energy, and that our brains are just trying to find a way to solve a problem that doesn't feel solvable. And so by talking about suicide and talking about not wanting to wake up in the morning or feeling like you are taking up space in the world or are a burden to others, you can get the support that you need, and you can offer support to people. You can normalize that these thoughts come up when we feel overwhelmed and don't know how to handle problems. And then you can get treatment much sooner. And you can support friends and family in getting treatment much sooner, so that the early intervention provides, like you were saying, a ripple effect of positive growth in the community and ability to touch each other's lives in ways that feel meaningful and transformative.
Thank you. So, in your experience, how do you think mental health policies can better prioritize prevention and early intervention strategies?
Yeah, I think for prevention, education is the greatest tool we have. Really trying to make sure that we are integrating mental health information into our educational curriculums, but also really looking at what that means. How are we providing psychoeducation so that people have access to the knowledge they may need to know what's going on, what are the options available, what are the supports available. And on the other side of that, there's the kind of the systemic responsibility we all have to ensuring that people are able to take care of their mental health. And we need to make sure that people's basic needs are being met. If that's housing, healthcare, access to food, and access to feelings of safety and security, they play such an important part of our mental health. And what we see is, like, statistically, marginalized community members experience violence at such a higher rate and will experience way more trauma throughout their lives, that we also need to take that into account. And we often suggest that policymakers really look at people whose different identities and the intersections of those identities are going to make them the most vulnerable people and the most at risk of experiencing ongoing mental health disorders, etc. So really focusing on who is the most vulnerable and what are their needs in that moment.
I love that emphasis, because if we focus on the most vulnerable, we all come along, right?
Exactly.
And I also think it's important what you mentioned about basic needs, because G20 is an economic forum. So when we're thinking about how to support mental health and thinking about policy that supports our basic needs, to build an infrastructure for people, right? Make sure everyone has housing and their access to food and healthcare can help in so many ways. So I think it's very relevant. And Katya, did you want to add to that around, how do you think policy could help mitigate the onset or progression of mental illnesses?
Sure. I'd like to build on some of what you said in terms of providing psychoeducation to children in the communities. Having worked as a bullying, violence prevention, and substance abuse prevention educator in some middle schools in Florida, I saw how hungry the children were for this education. It was very moving to me how they would come to me afterwards and say, I really didn't know how smoking could damage the lungs, I'd really like to talk to my parents. How can I talk to my parents about what they're doing? Also with just learning basic problem-solving skills. In one of the talks, Amma said, you know, we need to teach our children how to think. And technology is a wonderful tool, and it provides so much support in terms of providing information on hotlines like we discussed. And it's good to promote that kind of thing. And at the same time, teaching children how to think, teaching them how to solve basic problems, to analyze problems, brainstorm options, and come up with creative solutions is so important. They are hungry for this. And if we can implement solutions like, I think the program was called Second Step, in the schools across the community, those kids will just dive into this and appreciate it more than we could ever possibly know.
Amma has been emphasizing that compassion is the missing sustainable development goal. Compassion not just to others, but also to ourselves. How does awakening compassion contribute to individual, interpersonal, and collective well-being?
I can start talking a little bit about that. I think compassion is often viewed, when we just think about the word compassion, we see it as something very gentle, very, very kind, very soft. But I think in the way we've been speaking about it, compassion is fiercely powerful and is what allows us to kind of bring empathy and care into action. And it's what's going to kind of move the witnessing of other people's suffering into the part of ourselves that really wants to help and wants to support and wants to provide acceptance, understanding, and support in that moment of need. So I think, in a way, compassion is the tool we all have in the ways that we're going to relate to ourselves, others, and communities. And often it might be hard to know exactly how to do that without overextending ourselves. And so it's always a good tool to practice. How can we be compassionate with ourselves so that we know, what does that feel like? What is the level of acceptance and understanding we can provide ourselves so that we can then extend it to others and really create that imprint also in ourselves of knowing how do I show up fully, presently for somebody else in their moment of suffering in a way that is going to be helpful.
I really like what you said about compassion being about acceptance. I think, you know, compassion is coming into the dialogue right now because there has been a need for this, a great need. And prior to this, there was a lot of talk about like self-esteem and feeling good about yourself. And still around the world, we hear stories about people consuming things to feel better about themselves, consuming ideas on the internet, always sort of searching outside the self to build the self. One of the well-known thinkers in the field of psychology is Dr. Kristen Neff, and she speaks about the difference between self-compassion and self-esteem. And self-esteem has a lot to do about I, me, and mine. It has a lot to do about comparing oneself to others and thinking, you know, am I good enough? Have I done enough? You know, am I able to swim as fast as that person? Or am I able to do as much as this other person? And self-compassion is so different, and compassion for others is so different. It really looks at the context, and like Amma said in a slide earlier, so any kind of compassion is really about trying to accept and see where one is in the world or where another person is in the world and meet them where they're at. And so if you're tired, you know, sleep. If you're hungry, eat. If you're sad, let yourself be sad and process that. Give yourself some downtime, and then you'll be able to rest and be able to be more present and fresh for other people.
I think, you know, in preparing for this conversation, we were discussing there's a big emphasis on self-care. and it's an active thing that you're going to have a self-care day. And where do you see the difference between self-care and compassion in the mental health space?
Yeah, I think in a way they might not be as different as we think they are, because self-care can be self-compassion as well. It isn't always. I think the idea we have sometimes of this like self-care day is very superficial, but it could also just be a very deep understanding of oneself and self-compassion that we give ourselves in that moment to know what it is that we need to be well. And sometimes self-care is viewed as something very selfish, where we think, oh, I'm doing something for myself. This must be very selfish. I'm taking away from the energy I could be putting towards helping somebody else or doing good in the world and things like that. But it is also just a way of making sure that we are well enough to support somebody else. It's making sure that we're giving ourselves what it is that we need to have the capacity, the strength, the courage to go out and do the difficult things, to go out and do the courageous, difficult conversation having, or whatever it is that we're choosing to do in that moment, for which we do need to be well, because we see this when we overextend ourselves or we're burning ourselves out, that we don't have the capacity to be fully present. And that's where spiritual practices and mindfulness and grounding can really come into place, because we need to be well enough to really be there for somebody else.
So I think it's a really important point, is practices. So just to build on that, for individuals, communities, families, what is your advice for ways to improve mental health, for finding mental well-being?
One of the things that I think we can do is really be intentional about where our attention is and how we're spending our energy. When we come home, are we greeting each other at the door? When we leave, are we saying, have a wonderful day? Are we taking that time, or are our heads buried in our technologies? Are we taking time away from technology and really having face-to-face time with one another? I think that when people think about, mental health, they often think about it as like something going on in the mind, but it manifests in our actions and in our presence with others. And so when we pay attention to spiritual practice or meditation, we can also think about like what precedes actions that we do, and are we taking action that feels like self-care, eating a big piece of cake and saying, oh, I'll feel better if I do that, or are we taking actions that really attend to like the sweetness that we need to experience between one another, the connection that we need to experience between one another?
Yeah, and to add on to that, when you were talking about like what advice we can give also to like caretakers and parents who, are there for children in those moments, one thing that comes to mind is how are we teaching children and adults how to process adversity, how to process the challenges that are going to come and the mental health difficulties that we all inevitably go through at some point. And there's this like scene that I'm sure we've all seen before. If a child is running around playing and then falls and hurts their knee, we'll often immediately see a caretaker run and tell the child to stop crying because they're okay. We say like, oh no, don't cry, you're fine. And in that moment, we create this like little bit of a cognitive dissonance, because the child just hurt their knee and they are in pain. They are going to be okay, but in that moment, they're feeling hurt. And we're telling them that they're okay and that they don't need to cry, they don't need to express sadness. And in a way, we see this throughout life over and over, where we do this as adults as well, where we'll have moments where we might feel depressed, but we're like, oh, but I shouldn't feel depressed because I have a good job, a good family, there's no reason for me to be depressed, and we invalidate our feelings. And then this doesn't allow us to actually access care or treatment or what we need to work through what's going on. So that would be like my one piece of advice, is making sure we're taking the time to validate feelings so that we can learn kind of a template how to teach ourselves that emotions, feelings, everything is temporary, and we will move through that very quickly because we can acknowledge it, and then a parent can come and bring a Band-Aid, bring medicine, give a hug, whatever is needed, and the child will use that template for later on when different challenges come up.
Valsala, you mentioned yoga and meditation as useful tools. Can you talk a little bit about the science behind that?
Yeah, definitely. I think there's so many ways in which they are not different from any mental health practices also. And there are a lot of ways in which meditation, for example, really affects certain parts of our brains that have to do with our self-awareness. Like by practicing meditation or yoga, we learn to ground ourselves in our bodies and in our minds, and to create flexibility and spaciousness that is going to allow us to move through challenges with more ease. And specifically, for example, if we experience a lot of anxiety, yoga and meditation can really help us to soothe our nervous system that might be hyperactivated, especially with overwhelm and with engaging with so many different screens and always being hyper connected in a lot of ways, but yet disconnected to people one-to-one. These practices really kind of bring us back to where we are in the present moment. And there's so much science out there, which I encourage everybody to check out on just how powerful those practices can be.
Well, thank you both so much for your time and your knowledge and your advice. Can we have a round of applause? So as we discuss, the power of practicing yoga and meditation is very important for our mental well-being. And one of the initiatives of the C20 Integrated Holistic Health Working Group was a challenge called 999, which was 9 days of yoga and meditation. And when we launched the campaign, we had the goal of 1 million participants. And as of International Yoga Day, which was a few weeks ago, we had 2.2 million participants in 50 countries. So we're just going to play a short video and then wrap up.
Health is a state of physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual well-being, not just the absence of disease. This year, the C20 Working Group Integrated Holistic Health aimed to promote practices that enhance our overall health and well-being, since prevention is always better than cure. What is the 999 Challenge? The 999 Challenge, born of Sri Mata Amritaswarupananda Devi's, Amma's, wisdom, is an invitation to practice 9 minutes of meditation and 9 rounds of Surya Namaskar Yoga, Sun Salutation Yoga exercises, each day for 9 days. The 999 Challenge was created with the intent to enhance public awareness on the importance of meditation and yoga as wellness-enhancing practices. People all over the world, from all walks of life, have participated in the challenge.
It was a great experience.
I have successfully completed the 999 challenge
for 9 days, and I have seen phenomenal
impact in my life.
I was lucky enough to be a part of the 999 Yoga Challenge.
Has improved my physical strength and the confidence level in my life.
It also helping me.
Over the past 5 months, more than 2 million people have joined the challenge. School children, college students, corporate employees, elderly care home residents. People from all over the world have completed the challenge and shared how just 9 days of practice can create a very palpable feeling of positive health and well-being. Participate in the 999 challenge and learn how a small step makes a big difference in your life, guiding you to discover your inner power.
Thank you, Katya and Valsala, once again. And to all of you, thank you for listening. If you'd like to participate in the 999 challenge, you can go to ihhc20.org/999 and register, and you'll get all the materials. And there's also an Amrita Yoga table in the back. And I think on your seats, there's additional information. So please participate. It's an excellent experience. Thank you all so much.
As a gesture of our gratitude, we are presenting our panelists with a gift. Next, we will start our session with the Technology, Security, and Transparency Working Group with some words from Working Group Lead Dr. Krishnashree Achyutan. Dr. Achyutan is the Dean of Postgraduate Programs at Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. She heads 4 other centers there, including the Center for Cybersecurity Systems and Networks, Amrita Technology Business Incubator, that's called Amrita TBI, and Amrita Technology Enabling Center to support medium and small enterprises. She also serves as the coordinator for Amrita Ahead online programs. Dr. Krishnashree is an ardent researcher with multidisciplinary interests. She has 34 US patents and over 130 publications to her credit. Prior to joining Amrita University in India, she worked in the Bay Area of California for advanced micro devices.
Om Amriteshwari Namaha. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present some of the work done as part of the Technology, Security, and the Transparency Working Group. I'd like to express my gratitude to the chair of Civil 20, Srimata Amritandami Devi, or Amma, the C20 Troika members, the International Steering Group, the C20 Secretariat, the International Advisory Committee, my fellow working groups, leaders, all the members of Civil 20, the Chicago MA Center hosting team, Swami Amritaswarupananda Puri, Swami Shantamritananda Puri, Swamini Ambikamrita Prana, Brahmachari Ramanandamrita Ji, and all of you. Thank you all so much for welcoming us here. It's an absolute pleasure to really share with you, in a nutshell, the incredible amount of work that has happened in the past 6 months. So let me just start with the C20 legacy. If we looked at all the previous C20 groups, In fact, there was no group that really focused on these particular topics, especially technology, security, and transparency. And this is the first time we were given an opportunity to explore the space. So as much as it was a beautiful opportunity, it was also an incredible challenge. Without Amma's direct guidance, this could have not been possible. She is the primary architect of our group recommendations, and I'm expressing once more our gratitude to her. The wonderful team of TST is again the reason why we were able to accomplish what we did, and here I acknowledge all of their participation and contribution. There were 4 sub-themes under this broad area. Obviously, as all of you know, technology is an extremely broad space. To compartmentalize that into 4 sub-themes itself was a difficult job. And here are they. So what I will do in my presentation quickly is to touch on key topical areas that are of primary interest, especially as we look at a completely technology-enabled era as we step into that. And the first topic really is on technology for empowerment. And the whole policy process had 2 parallel types of activities that we did. One was really deriving and distilling policies. The second was really community and awareness building. And really the policy generation required us to do significant amount of research, stakeholder engagement, so that we can produce evidence-based policies and also address emerging issues. And the stakeholder and community building helped to strengthen many of these policies and also assist with collaboration and cooperation amongst various different communities. So the first topic under the technology for empowerment really dealt with digital economy. As all of us know, the digital economy is crucial for driving innovation, enabling economic growth, especially with global connectivity and fostering extreme amount of propelment in terms of producing global audiences for anybody from anywhere using internet as a driving force. It makes many things available, highly efficient, produces more and more jobs for people, as well as boosts competitiveness. And ultimately, digital economy positions every country at the forefront of technological advancements in an interconnected world. And these are why digital economy plays a significant role. Today, 15% of the GDP is contributed by digital economy, and with its accelerated growth potentially by 2030, even 30% of it could be. And digital economy also is growing 2.5 times faster than the physical economy. So this is great, but what is really the challenge? The challenge is here. You see a graph on the left side, and this just shows some areas on the global map that look yellow in color and others dark. And this just shows the digital divide that exists today in terms of infrastructure, connectivity across the world. And what does it really do? It really causes extreme digital divide, data value chain disparity, and monopolization of dividends. So some countries that have better infrastructure would continue to do better, while others that don't will stay behind. And you can see on the right side, several countries, several regions that show between rural and urban areas what is the digital divide. The other aspect of it is today there are 7,000 languages in the world. However, there are only 10 languages present on the internet. And of this, 61% of the content is purely in English. So many countries that are non-English speaking do not have access to important content. The other challenge we dealt with relates to assistive technologies. Over 1 billion people today require assistive technologies. And the difficult part of assistive technologies is that even if they're available, they're completely unaffordable for most people that need it in the least developed countries. So it's super important for us to be able to bring policies that actually enable even people that require assistance to participate in a digital ecosystem and achieve financial independence and resilience. So with that, some of the policy directions that we took included, I'm not able to see my screen. Can I just get some help? Great. Accessibility and availability, strengthening of efforts, and really providing multilingual internet, inclusivity of technology for the disabled, and also promotion of many low-cost technology development and technology dissemination. With that, I'm going to the next vertical, which really dealt with a lot of cybercrime. In fact, the presence of widespread cybercrime and cyber insecurity is now one of the top 10 global risks in the world. And this is primarily because of the elusive nature of virtual attackers on the cyberspace, and there's significant amount of effort required by governments, by business owners, by regulators, by consumers to be able to safeguard the internet from such threats. And we'll have to actually condemn also potentially the targets that range from individuals to governments to critical infrastructure, in fact. Because once you really impact critical infrastructure like the water systems or the financial systems, etc., the impact can be colossal and the ramifications could be quite large in society. And so some of the causes are really these deepening geopolitical tensions, the scaling up of technology, the lack of experts, the lack of cyber hygiene practices that are being done. Some of these are the causes for it. The next aspect I wanted to touch relates to, can you move the slide for me? So I don't know how many of you have heard about cyber pandemic, but all of you have heard of the COVID pandemic, but this is, you could say, a parallel to it. So you might have very sophisticated systems, a wonderful home that you can, use your remote to open the garage, the doors, turn off the fans, the lights, etc. All of your data, a car, the banking services that you actually work with through your mobile phone, etc. But if there was a potential for a coordinated cyber pandemic, you might have it all, but yet not be able to connect with anything. So this is the potential risk that we are seeing with such growing instances of cybercrime, even touching close to $11 trillion potentially in cost to us by 2025. The other two topics under this broad umbrella really is something that's close to our hearts. It deals with online harassment, cyberbullying, etc. Very recently, this does seem like teachers' #1 concern about safety, about children in school, where they report that cyberbullying is the #1 safety concern. And secondly, as UNICEF reports, 1 in 3 internet users have said that they have been cyberbullied at least once. So all of this is critical because this has a direct impact on the mental health of children. And you just heard some of the very good, important directions on mental health in the earlier session. And also you heard this being mentioned by Amma herself this morning, where technology addiction is also kind of a growing menace today. Something that we don't necessarily know about, but the fact is that most of us, including me, have a problem with technology in terms of you overusing it sometimes, and staying detached from it sometimes can be a challenge. So what it does, use of technology itself is not the problem, but the content that we really interact with on a day-to-day basis does have. I flew from San Francisco to Chicago yesterday, and the person next to me was playing a game, a video game of shooting other people. And this is the type of things that happen all the time, especially if you look at the gaming industry, 50% of the games have violence in them, and what does that really do to kids that actually use and play it? So with that, I think I want to move to the third vertical. AI and data for society this year has been a very, very big year, where with the introduction of ChatGPT, all of our activities have morphed into doing referencing ChatGPT for many things, and I have actually two of my panel members that will be talking in a little bit more detail, so I won't really touch too many aspects of it. But the fact is that the transformative power of AI has really revolutionized industries, and the fact that AI algorithms can actually churn and analyze vast amounts of data, uncover patterns, and actually produce incredible insights into the data is unprecedented. So I think we see that AI has a potential to perhaps change the or enable development of innovative products and solutions, and even potentially address complex societal challenges like healthcare advancement or environmental sustainability. But at the same time, there's a lot we do not know about what are the implicit dangers with AI. And these are some topics that we'll be discussing shortly. And finally, the topic that I really wanted to discuss was related to information disorder or misinformation. And this can affect individuals, communities, and actually democratic processes. The magnitude of the impact is so staggering that false narratives, manipulative content, misleading information can completely harass people and institutions and bring down or erode the credibility of many institutions. And it can also exacerbate societal divisions and even hamper critical thinking or obstruct informed decision-making. So some of these are the challenges that we are seeing. As you can see here, the cost of disinformation worldwide today stands at $78 billion. And that graph that you see on the right side is the number of social media users. So much of the people that are going to be in social media are going to be affected by this. We have seen election results swayed. We have seen, I'll show you another example of what happened during COVID. This is a picture of actually analysis of social media tweets just done in Latin America and the Caribbean. And what it shows is 0.7% of the users on the social media have influenced the information pollution of up to 24% on the internet. Now, compound this with AI bots that can actually imitate these users and produce much, much more noise in the social media space. What would it be? Everything you're reading, you have no idea whether this is real or fake, right? So that's the implication that we're looking at from disinformation. Another important aspect is really building of trust, and trust has a direct impact on the GDP, as we can see here. 5% increase in trust actually relates to $3,000 in GDP per capita, which is extremely significant. So while the digital economy is expected to grow up to close to $20.8 trillion by 2025, the cost of cybercrime is going to be half that. So what is the point here? So unless we try to prevent some of these the costs and these attacks and really build a resilient community, we are not going to be able to take advantage of the tremendous hard work we are putting towards to build that digital economy. Now with that, I'm going to transition into some of the initiatives this group has made. The first one is Glides. You had heard that from, I think it's going way too fast. I'm sorry about that. I am not sure how to navigate this faster. So anyway, so the point is that we had at least 5 initiatives taken as part of our working group. One was Glides, which is really building alliance for digital governance and safety across multiple countries. Today we have 22 countries as part of it, where we share best practices, discuss policies. The second really relates to training civil society members. In fact, in our research, we found that civil society organizations are the most vulnerable, perhaps because of their nature to do advocacy work. They are targeted quite a bit because they're quite frank in their opinions and they're extremely strong in their endeavor to really do groundwork. So we did take it on ourselves to really build modules to really educate them on resilience and safety. The third was really related to really empowering women. As we know, there's a significant amount of gender gap, and how do we really train women to represent themselves in management boards, et cetera, and we're working with an NGO here in the United States on how women lead to be able to do that. The fourth was really an application of technology for empowerment in being able to safeguard assets, and the fifth was really a youth-related program to be safe and brave online. Finally, what I'd like to say is that when we started this process, we literally pulled up the map of the world and India and tried to reach out to as many countries as possible, because that is what our chair wanted. She wanted to hear what are the real problems everybody faces so that our policies are highly realistic from that perspective and really truly represent the civil society's voice. And this shows, the map really shows the entire set of countries we reached out to. And this just shows the numerous activities we did, the various topics we discussed. This is just a glimpse of that. I'm not showing you every single detail here. And today we stand here touching close to 122 countries from 6 continents who have participated, who have really provided input into our process. Now with that, this is my summary slide that just says that we've reached out to over 1,000 civil society organizations. We've done India-wide events, international events in Santa Clara, in Melbourne, in Tel Aviv, Munich, that's happening next week. We have launched 5 major initiatives involving 20+ countries. We've done significant amount of awareness and training, and also done a lot of interaction with other engagement groups and produced 20 distinct recommendations to the G20 countries. With that, I'd like to now invite my very accomplished panelists to the podium here, Dr. Manish Gupta and Dr. Michael Darling.
Dr. Manish Gupta, a PhD in applied mathematics from Harvard University, is currently a staff research scientist at Google, leading research in AI, particularly natural language processing and recommender systems. Dr. Gupta conducted doctoral and postdoctoral research in collaboration with Harvard Medical School and has several publications and patents in health AI and natural language processing. Dr. Michael Darling is a senior research and development data scientist at Sandia National Laboratories. His primary focus is on uncertainty quantification and improving decision-making for machine learning models.
Thank you both for being here. So my first question is to Manish. So like I mentioned, I think every one of us has interacted with ChatGPT this year. And we all know that these large language models are behind, you could say, the engine of ChatGPT. At least that's what all of us have heard. Now, is it like, can you share with us what are the workings of these large language models? Is it like an autocomplete? What is the big hype about it? Share with us your thoughts.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Krishnashri, for the question. So yeah, so yes, large language models or language models really are just a fancy autocomplete, And why are we so obsessed with them today? But actually, we have been obsessed with them since the 60s. In the AI, AI has been there since the 60s, and there was this model called ELIZA. I don't know if some of you have heard of it, which basically was an AI therapist. And it was just using simple rules to generate new somebody would say something, it'll just repeat it back or something else. And that was the first AI system, first language model. Now what's happened is, and I'm just going to give a little context into why there's such a hype today about it, is because what's happened is that over time, people started developing more models like statistical models, but after rule-based. But the problem was all of these models were just symbolic, which means that they just manipulated language tokens as symbols. And people started to realize that it had limited capacity. So what that means is that it could only process just a little section of what you said, that's what we call context. So people realized if you wanted to have much longer context, you needed to increase the capacity. And so, back in the 80s and, through that time, people started working on neural networks. And neural networks have this immense capacity to process and learn things from data. But what actually happened is that in that process is that they didn't work with symbols. Neural networks work with sort of mathematical representations of language. And they work with abstract representations. So in that process, when you're trying to learn those abstract representations, you actually learn something about some complex relationships between objects or concepts. So I'll give you a simple example. I know if this sounds very abstract. And this is an example I used sometimes when I used to teach this class on natural language processing. I would use this simple phrase. Just imagine the phrase. It says, red tape holds up new bridge construction, right? Now, obviously, not talking about, again, the sentence is red tape holds up new bridge construction. Now, it doesn't, actually, let me repeat the phrase, sorry. The red tape holds up new bridge. That's what the phrase is. Red tape holds up new bridge. Obviously, it doesn't mean that red tape is used to hold the bridge, right? It basically means red tape as in bureaucracy, right? But if you want to be able to understand that sentence, what you need to understand is you need to understand a lot more complicated. You need to understand that a bridge is a huge object. It has a massive weight. Construction of bridges takes many organizations, so there can be red tape along with that. So you need to understand a lot more relations between things. Now so if you want to be able to understand longer contexts of text, you're actually implicitly building this model of the world. And that's why I think what happens is you're not just getting language, you're not just understanding language, you're understanding a lot of other knowledge that you would not have been able to really learn. So that's why these things have become so powerful, because they are actually really understanding concepts. Now, you would also ask, why now, right? I mean, the neural networks have been there since the 80s. Of course, the question is that, we needed to wait for this to happen because now we have these networks require a lot of data. They also require a lot of immense computing power. They also require the special types of architectures, like the so-called transformer. The T in the GPT is transformer, which is like a particular architecture that allows you to parallel process long contexts of data. So we needed all that to mature to be able to come to this point. But this was all gradual. This has been happening since the 80s, and things were ramping up. But what happened this year, right? And this is where I think something else came up, which is called the emergent properties. So what happened is that people realized these large language models suddenly were able to do tasks that they could not do before. And this is called emergent properties or unpredictability. And that's why I think there's a lot of fear and there's a lot of also potential, because what these language models can do is they can do a lot more tasks that nobody could even think of. And they didn't even build them for that. They can do tasks now that were not even unpredictable. Like they can even understand human emotion. There's claims. First of all, I also want to make a disclaimer. These are all my personal opinions. I'm not representing any organization here. So there are claims that can understand human emotion. They can do all kinds of complicated mathematics, prove theorems, all kinds of things, which basically comes from this emergent properties. So I think that's why there's a big hype.
What's your thought, Michael, on that?
I defer to Dr. Gupta on these issues, as they're more his level of a particular area of expertise than mine. But from where I sit, a lot of it, claims like understanding human emotion, it sounds like marketing, and there's a lot of these models are actually a lot simpler than we might think. And as he was saying, gained power and popularity because we recently gained the computing power to just put a lot of stuff together, right? And just, the models are not that great or that complicated. And in fact, I think the first neural network was actually in the 40s, right? In the perceptron. It wasn't until today that we could feed them enough data for them to really be all that useful, would you say? So, I mean, in one sense, it's not a very elegant solution, right? It's not like, oh, this thing is so smart, you show it something and it knows something. No, you just have to give it more and more and more and more and more and more information, right? And you just have to keep feeding it and feeding it and feeding it and feeding it. It's a really dumb child, right? So, I don't find the technology itself to be all that impressive. And the other thing that it often does not get spoken about is how much human involvement is there in making so-called artificial intelligence intelligent, right? There are teams of people, huge amounts of people all over the world collecting the data for these models to learn from. And sometimes working at like $1 an hour and maybe even less. And there's a lot of issues with that too, because it's unsteady work, it comes and goes. A lot of times people don't even know what they're doing. They're just like asked to label, stoplights on a photo or some, like what we do when we're trying to log into something. People are paid to do that over and over again all day long. So anyways, so that also leads to somewhat poor quality data that you're feeding it, and then you also have people interacting with the answers to try to make it seem more human-like. And now, the rebuttal to that is, well, we can eventually automate those processes. Instead of having humans interact with the models, we can have models interact with the models to make them more human-like. That's literally the argument. I don't know. I'll believe it when I see it, because I think as you automate more and more and more, we have a saying that in statistics, and I think everybody knows this one, right? Garbage in, garbage out, right? And I think what we're going to do is create more and more and more garbage. I know that's a very pessimistic.
That's also a security risk, right?
Of course,
yeah.
Of course. But should we discuss that now?
Yes, maybe you can touch on another topic that's really, worrisome to many people on deep fakes, for example.
Yeah, deep fakes. Yeah, so when we talk about security in AI or machine learning, one of the main areas is misuse. That we talk about, right? Being used for unintended consequences, being used for, we talk about, the compassion, right? If people have compassion, they're not going to misuse these models, right? They're just, there are fun deep fakes that are funny and everybody enjoys them, right? We also have deep fakes where you could have a world leader declaring war on another country. You could create things that could cause problems, right? And then, so you say, okay, well then we'll just come up with a system to detect that it's a fake, right? So let's say, Dr. Gupta and I come up with a model to detect that a video is a deep fake. Would you trust us? Yeah, we created an AI to detect that video was created by AI. Would you say, yeah, let's trust those guys, right? No, right? And then it comes down to biases where the people who want to believe, politics want to believe that world leader really said that are going to believe one thing. The people who don't want to believe it are not going to believe it, right? So it creates a lot of problems, and I think there's still a long way to go to understand how we would combat that.
So, Manish, my question is, do you think there would be a technology singularity? Is that a possibility even in the future?
Yeah, so this question keeps coming up, singularity, if people don't know what that means. Actually, I just looked it up On ChatGPT, you can look it up what it is. Basically, it's the idea that technology could become so powerful that it can start controlling you, right? Humans. So and the idea. I think that word. This is my opinion. Came from sci-fi. That whole idea of singularity. But but there is some truth too in the fact that these machines can become more powerful than humans in their abilities. Now, whether that is going to lead to this idea of controllability or not, I think there are many different opinions on that. So I defer this to like experts. So for example, I've been following a lot of AI experts in this area. So for example, Geoffrey Hinton. I don't know if people know he's considered the godfather of AI. I mean, he was one of the first people who invented backpropagation, which is at the heart of all neural networks. And a lot of his students actually were involved in developing a lot of large language models, etc. Now he just actually quit. He was working for a large corporation, big tech. You can look it up; it's in the news. But he quit because of the dangers of AI. Now, his perspective is that he's not. I mean, he's obviously worried about the apocalyptic ideas of AI. But I think it's the apocalypse in his mind is more that like with this AI, as Michael was saying, we can allow these language models to become more like language decision models. They can actually make decisions, use that to make decisions. And you can actually set a goal. So for example, like, you could have an end goal, but you can say, well, just find your own sub-goals in between to achieve that goal. Now imagine that could go in some bad hands, like it could go into some totalitarian regime. It says, well, I want to do this, and I don't care what happens in the process, right? So if you let these autonomous agents develop their own sub-goals, you have the risk that those sub-goals may not be aligned. So it's an alignment problem. That's what he worries about. And my personal biggest fear is also, actually, so one of the ways these agents work is that they can generate code. Now, that's one thing with the latest version of ChatGPT, they can generate code. And you can generate code to do a lot of things. And my biggest fear is that this what I call biological code. Like, what if you were able to generate some sort of genetic code or something where you can identify the protein structures that are most stable, that are completely aligned with a particular trait that we don't find desirable. Like for somebody, but somebody can say, well, find the traits for a sociopath, right? And that could be quite disastrous. So that's what I worry about. Now, but there are extremes of opinion. There's also the other extreme of opinion where, in fact, there was a recent paper from Stanford where they said, well, these emergent properties are all nonsense. This is all it's all manipulation of your mathematical functions, and if you manipulate it differently, you will get that. So it's all hype. They completely disclaim it. Then there are some people coming from cognitive psychology like Josh Tenen.
As a gesture of gratitude, we'd like to present our panelists with a gift. And I come bearing good news. We will now take a short break for tea and snacks. However, hold on. However, please, from my heart, please be back in your seats by 4:15. For our last two sessions, we have a wonderful dialogue coming up for gender equality and disability. It's going to be a lot of fun. Please come back by 4:15. Thank you so much. If we can all try to make our way back to our seats, we're going to be starting the next session momentarily. Once again, if we can make our way back to our chairs, please. We're going to be starting the session momentarily. We're just waiting to have more folks come in and take their seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now welcome the Gender Equality and Disability Working Group to the stage. This will be a moderated discussion led by Dr. Christopher Coley. Dr. Coley is an assistant professor in the School of Social and Behavioral Sciences at Amrita University and a researcher at the Amrita Center of Women's Empowerment and Gender Equality. He has been a part of the C20 Working Group on Gender Equality and Disability, coordinating the sub-thematic efforts on addressing the root causes of inequality by engaging men and boys. I welcome Dr. Coley to the podium.
Thank you, Amritesh. And thank you all for joining us. I know you must be a little bit tired after this long day of exciting programs, but this promises to be, in my opinion, one of the best. So get ready. It's a session close to our hearts, and I'm sure close to yours as well. So, without further ado, let me introduce two of who I would consider some of the world's foremost experts in the field of gender equality, especially within the context of sustainable development. Dr. Bhavani Rao was introduced earlier this morning, but as a refresher, she is the UNESCO chairholder in Gender Equality Women's Empowerment, India's only UNESCO chairholder in this topic. She's also the Dean of the School of Social and Behavioral Sciences at Amrita University and is the department chair for 2 research labs which focus both on gender equality, women's empowerment, and human-computer interaction, specifically for skill development. Thank you, Dr. Bhavani, for joining us. And it's my extreme pleasure to introduce somebody who, without her knowing it, has been my mentor in my studies, Dr. Deepa Narayan, who is the author of the groundbreaking book, Chup, Breaking the Silence About India's Women, and has over 25 years of experience working on poverty, gender, and inequality in the development context. Recently, she has also hosted a fantastic podcast named What's a Man?, which opened up public and compassionate conversations about what it means to be a man in India today. She has served as a senior advisor at the World Bank for many, many years, where she leveraged her vast experience to guide the future of policy on social justice issues. She has always focused on people first and local community-driven approaches, nested in social and political processes. This stems from her years spent living in and amongst rural communities. From this came out one of her most seminal works, a series titled Voices of the Poor, based on interviews and case studies of over 60,000 impoverished people across 60 countries. A prodigious author with 20 books and numerous articles to her name, she is also a recipient of many awards and honors, including being named as one of the 100 most influential global thinkers by the Foreign Policy magazine in the US, and as one of India's 35 great thinkers by India Today. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Deepa Narayan. As I switch gears, I'm now putting on the hat of a guide for a moderated dialogue between my seniors here. And again, thank you so much for joining us. I have prepared a series of 3 questions, which go from a process of talking about the roots of Civil 20 Gender Equality Working Group, which is the value base that these are built on. Following that, we're talking about the frameworks that structure them both physically as well as theoretically. And finally, looking at the accomplishments of the group and having our guests reflect on what we have achieved and what we can look forward to in the future. Now, to give you a little bit of context, we have a video which includes Amma's message to us on the topic of gender equality. If we could watch that, and then we'll move on to the dialogue.
പ്രേമസ്വരൂകളും ആത്മസ്വരൂകളായിരിക്കുന്ന എല്ലാവർക്കും നമസ്കാരം. മനുഷ്യ ശരീരവും ഈ പ്രപഞ്ചത്തിലെ മറ്റ് ചരാചരങ്ങളും പഞ്ചഭൂതങ്ങളായ ഭൂമി, ജലം, അഗ്നി, വായു, ആകാശം എന്നിവയിൽ നിന്നും ഉടലെടുത്തതാണ്. പഞ്ചഭൂതങ്ങളുടെ ഉറവിടം പ്രകൃതിയാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് പ്രകൃതിയും മനുഷ്യനും ഒന്നാണ്. ഈ സത്യം അനുഭവതലത്തിൽ അറിഞ്ഞതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഋഷികൾ ವಸುದೈವ ಕುಟುಂಬವನ್ನು ಒಗ್ಗೂಡಿಸಿದೆ. ഈ ഉപനിഷത്ത് വാക്യം G20യുടെ ആദർശവാക്യമായി തിരഞ്ഞെടുത്ത് എല്ലാം കൊണ്ടും ഉചിതമായി. സമഗ്രമായ ആരോഗ്യപരിപാലനം, ലിംഗസമത്വം, സാങ്കേതിക ശാസ്ത്രം ഇവയൊക്കെ C20യുടെ പ്രവർത്തന പദ്ധതിയിലുണ്ടെന്ന് അമ്മ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നു. ലിംഗസമത്വത്തെക്കുറിച്ച് പറയുമ്പം ലോകത്തിൽ പലരും സ്ത്രീകളെ രണ്ടാം തരക്കാരായിട്ടാണ് കാണുന്നത്. സയൻസും സാങ്കേതികവിദ്യയും വളർന്നു, ലോകം പുരോഗമിക്കുന്നു, മനുഷ്യൻ കൂടുതൽ പരിഷ്കാരികളാകുന്നു എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുമ്പോഴും സ്ത്രീയെ അംഗീകരിക്കുന്ന കാര്യത്തിൽ ആഴത്തിൽ എവിടെയോ ഒരു മുടക്കവും വിമിഷ്ടവുമാണ്. ലോകമെമ്പാടുമുള്ള 15നും 19നും ഇടയ്ക്ക് പ്രായമുള്ള കുട്ടികളിൽ 4ൽ ഒരാൾക്ക് വിദ്യാഭ്യാസവും ജോലിയും നിഷേധിക്കും. പ്രേമസ്വരൂപങ്ങളും ആത്മസ്വരൂപങ്ങളായിരിക്കുന്ന എല്ലാവർക്കും നമസ്കാരം. മനുഷ്യ ശരീരവും ഈ പ്രപഞ്ചത്തിലെ മറ്റ് ചരാചരങ്ങളും പഞ്ചഭൂതങ്ങളായ ഭൂമി, ജലം, അഗ്നി, വായു, ആകാശം എന്നിവയിൽ നിന്നും ഉടലെടുത്തതാണ്. പഞ്ചഭൂതങ്ങളുടെ ഉറവിടം പ്രകൃതിയാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് പ്രകൃതിയും മനുഷ്യനും ഒന്നാണ്. ഈ സത്യം അനുഭവതലത്തിൽ അറിഞ്ഞതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഋഷികൾ വസുദൈവ കുടുംബമെന്ന് ഒക്കൊഴിച്ചത്. ഈ ഉപനിഷത്ത് പുരോഗമിക്കുന്നു.
I think our video file is having some issues, but as Dr. Bhavani is both the coordinator of the Gender Equality Working Group for C20 and also a very close follower of Amma's and knows her messages in and out, I would ask you please to give a brief summary of what Amma might have said.
As a part of the...
Pop quiz.
I will do it as a part of the first thing.
Absolutely. Okay. In fact, my first question for both of our guests here is specifically on Amma's words as relates to compassion and the values that underlie specifically gender equality, but also broadly across sustainable development. And as we're all aware, the United Nations and others consider gender equality a cross-cutting issue. So no matter what social topic we are approaching, gender equality has to be a part of the conversation. So, turning to Dr. Bhavani, as anyone who has been fortunate to be in the presence of Amma is very well aware, she is an embodiment of compassion. And naturally, this has formed a foundation of her chairship in the C20. So Dr. Bhavani, how has Gender Equality Working Group been inspired or guided by this principle of compassion? And how has this manifested in the work that has taken place so far?
Thanks, Chris. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Amritaswarupananda Namaha. Thank you for being here this late in the afternoon after all these discussions. So the working group that I was heading along with Meg Jones, who is my international co-coordinator, started off as Gender Equality and Disability. This is something that we inherited from Indonesia as a working group. And sometime at the end of April, we split that into two groups, one disability on its own and gender equality and women's empowerment. So the working group's title right now is Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment. I will go back a little bit back and forth on what Amma has said and then also answer specifically the question that you put in front of me. So Amma says that there is, in the unconscious of every man, there is a woman. In the unconscious of every woman, there is a man. The balance between the feminine and masculine energies within oneself is what Amma leads us towards gender equality. So it's one sense, in some sense, and so please, these are not, don't quote me on Amma's words. I'm paraphrasing and I'm also pulling on Amma's words. She takes the concept of gender equality to something much higher than the conversation that is happening in the world right now. But if you look at the way that Amma views gender equality, it is applicable to the entire gender conversation, whether it's male, female, LGBTQ+, so GSEC, I don't know, I get my acronyms wrong, but no matter what how you define the population, Amma's words are universally applicable. Because the conversation turns inwards as well as outwards, and it takes it to one level higher. So it's not anymore about identity politics. It's about equality in the truest sense, no matter what your gender is, no matter what your caste is, your religion is, your nationality, ethnicity. And also it takes equality beyond just the humankind. And I think this is what is very fundamentally different in our approach to the theme, gender equality and women's empowerment, just to put that as a base. When we talk about gender equality, the first things, the pillars of it are diversity and inclusion. Now, I think most of us were there this morning when they played Amma's entire message. The short message is actually culled from Amma's longer message. As also, you were there for Swamiji's speech. Very important things that Amma said over there. She said, diversity is inherent in nature. You can't take it out of nature, right? But this is not a downside. This is actually an opportunity. And part of that opportunity is that you see the underlying oneness in spite of the diversity. Swamiji gave it another spin. He called it uniqueness, right? It's like Amma also gives another example. She says if one hand gets hurt, automatically the second hand goes to soothe it. So that is the kind of, the left hand is different from the right hand, but it's all part of the same body. So there is diversity, and there is this unity, and our understanding of that unity within the diversity actually can only happen through compassion. And that's kind of how compassion comes in. If you do not have compassion in your understanding of diversity, there cannot be true inclusion. Then it becomes like a paperwork that's like a legal document that you'll have to be super careful about what you say, what you don't say, and it becomes a pain. It doesn't come naturally then. When you have compassion, it's just so natural. It's just the way Amma is with all of us. There's complete inclusion, no matter who it is that is there, that because it comes from that compassion. And so you cannot have a gender equality dialogue without having compassion in the mix. And I'm going to just go also on, this is something that I say so many times, so I apologize to my dear brother, Chris, because he's heard me say this like 100 times. And for those of you who have heard me say it before, I apologize, but those who didn't hear it, please listen to me on this. So there is this incredible story in our Shastras. Don't ask me which Shastra it is, because I do not remember that. But the story is a famous one. It is a story where the gods, the humans and the demons, they go to Prajapati, who's the creator, and they ask him for guidance. We are here in front of you. Please guide us on how we should live our life. And the creator just utters one syllable. He says the word syllable da, and doesn't say anything more. And then he goes back into silence. So the gods and the humans and the demons wonder what that would mean. So each group interprets that particular word as it means to them. So the demons think, oh, da must mean compassion. Because they're demons, they're cruel, and they tend to be aggressive, and so they figure that it must mean compassion. The humans interpret da as dana, to give, to share. It's to not just hoard and be all to yourself, but to give and share. And the gods interpret the word da as dhamma, self-control. Because they are used to extravagance. They are used to doing whatever they feel like without limits and without bounds. And therefore, they interpret the word da as dhamma, control. In truth, gods, humans, and demons exist within each one of us. We are demonic, we are godlike, and we are just plain humans all at the same time. And if you think about it, the fundamental thing is compassion. And when you have that compassion, automatically you learn to give and share. And you also learn to control yourself from compassion, not from your head, from your heart. I don't take more than I need, but I also learn how to control myself not to hurt somebody. So only when you have this foundational compassion, that also leads to the sharing and caring, that also leads, very important, most important, self-control. Then you can have reduced inequalities. Then you can give to those who don't have, those who have less power, those who are less advantaged. You can also then stop from continuously taking or refrain from hurting, so that you can achieve this equality. So when you're talking about gender equality, it is very much a spiritual path that has to happen inside, as much inside as outside. It must manifest in both places at the same time. And so that's how I feel the values of compassion helps us in this gender equality dialogue.
I think that's brilliant, Dr. Bhavani. And yes, please. In fact, within the Amma community, this is our language, this is how we talk, this is how Amma is teaching us to see the world. But I think perhaps, and switching to Dr. Narayan, this is a profound personal and also social revolution that needs to take place for such a compassionate approach to gender equality to take place. Now, in terms of the global policy development and the governmental and intergovernmental civil society organizations, does compassion play a role in our policy development? Should it? How could it?
I think the important question is, should it? So I don't work for the World Bank anymore, but I've just finished a paper recently in helping them frame their gender strategy, a new framework of gender strategy for the rest of the decade. So I'm going to draw a lot from that. Let me start with 3 stories. You see a child crying, and as you watch that child cry, your heart starts hurting. Second, you're walking down the street and you hear a man yelling at a woman and pushing her. Again, you feel some pain, you feel some discomfort, you may even feel confused or shocked as you watch this. Third story. You're walking around in a garden or in your neighborhood, and you see plants that are dying, that haven't been watered. Again, you're concerned, and you wonder what to do. What if the common thread? Is this compassion? Researchers would say this is not compassion, but empathy, that you feel the pain of another. But when you feel the pain of another or the suffering of another, and you see the common humanity, and you take action to relieve the suffering of the other while holding your emotions, that, in the research context, translates into compassion, as well as in the Buddhist context and as well in all religions that have actually deeply rooted in compassion. We wouldn't need religion if it was only about ourselves. It's about how to live in the world and how to have social relationships that we really need more guidance in. So compassion has 3 or 4 features that are really important. One, it's always relational, right? But that doesn't mean that you have to, and the beauty about compassion is that it lights up the same part of the brain which lights up when we have experienced pleasure. So giving or helping others, actually the biggest reward is to ourselves. So actually we're not being selfless. We are actually being very selfish when we help others because it feeds back into a virtuous circle. But this in the earlier sessions, the 2 psychologists, I think, talked about compassion and self-compassion. So another part of compassion is self-compassion, that we also have to drop judgment about ourselves and judgment about others. So when we're very critical of ourselves, we go into freeze, right? And we go into shame, and we want to hide what we think are our weaknesses. And then we can't act compassionately towards others. So the 2 really go together. So to summarize, I'd say compassion is not a weakness, but the biggest strength and superpower that we have to survive together as a species. Again, there's a big amount of research on this. There's a huge amount of research on this. There are 5,000 peer-reviewed articles. So when I started writing this paper for the World Bank, I wondered if I dared use the word love, and I did. And then I also used the word compassion and break it down into how it can be measurable and why it's so important in gender equality. So let me just say a couple of words on why it's so important in gender equality. Each one of us has a gender story. Each one of you has a gender story, whether you're aware of it or you're not aware of it. But it determines our behaviors, it determines our values, it determines how we act in the world. It determines what we think is right or wrong. And the fact is still that despite all the achievements and changes in the last 50 years, the world is still ruled by men. And I'm saying that not as a value judgment, but just as a fact. So this morning's inaugural session was very powerful, and we had very powerful, brilliant speakers, but it was mostly men. And we should note that and ask, why is it? And how can this change? Not with anger, but just with self-awareness. And how can men support women rising as leaders? And that's not going to happen unless men become self-aware. And men are not going to become self-aware and not going to change if they feel shamed, humiliated, or made wrong. And that's why it's so important to bring compassion into our dialogue with men, and stop bypassing men, because without men's help and without men changing, and by men I mean in the sense that Bhavani ji spoke about, is that we all have a masculine and feminine power, but the reality is that power has been outsourced to men and love to women. And I'll come back to this a little later. So this is the shift that we need, and we can only do this shift in a big way through compassion, through love and understanding.
Amazing. Thank you, Deepati. In fact, as I reflect on your words, it's a very mature response to policy, to go from a perspective of compassion when we're designing our interventions, to have this deeper awareness, like you said, for men to have self-awareness, it's a very mature quality, and for women to have the awareness of the situation and to not react in anger and violence or in shame and guilt tripping in these things. It's very profound and a mature approach that I think perhaps our pop culture would put compassion as a more immature thing, to be soft and gentle and kind. The past sessions also brought that. But again, compassion is a strength. It's a maturity. We grow into compassion. And I think our policymakers, decision makers, can mature with all of us together. We can make some great strides forward.
May I just add one thing? Just to demystify compassion, there is a lot of research that shows that with training, that it's a trainable skill. It's not magical, it's not mystical. It can be, children can learn how to be compassionate. We can learn, even though we've been cruel and selfish and egoistic, we can shift. And that's because of neuroplasticity. And so in 2 days of training, you can learn how to respond in a compassionate way by learning some new skills. So it's important to demystify it also and say it's very trainable and we can all change. And we will not be perfect, but we will do better than before.
Yes. Sign me up for that training, please. So if we could shift gears a little bit into a slightly more hands-on approach in relation to the C20 and the process we have. As a rule, it seems that successful endeavors, and especially large-scale policies, civil projects, are based on a strong fundamental frameworks that can provide both structural guidance as well as theoretical grounding to make sure that they're running smoothly and effectively. The same is absolutely true in gender equality initiatives, I would argue. Dr. Bhavani, the Gender Equality Working Group is composed of 7 sub-themes, and if I can manage to do this, on the screen here you can see the 7 sub-themes that were identified as part of the working endeavors of the Gender Equality Working Group. They include physical and mental health, economic empowerment, sustainable livelihood, thank you, education, skill development, society and culture, engaging men and boys, safety and security, and environment and disasters. Now, Dr. Bhavani, why were these the 7 sub-themes that were chosen? And why do you think these are the most critical to present to the G20 leadership?
Thank you, Chris. Over the last so many years, we have done a lot of projects on gender equality and women's empowerment under Amma's guidance. And the work that we have done, I think many speakers have referred to the Live in Labs project or initiative by Amrita University. This involves us, all researchers, all faculty, all students, to spend a considerable time in the villages in India and work with the rural populations and co-design solutions with them. And so the research labs that I had, which is Amachi Labs, looked predominantly into capacity building and skill development, and the gender equality and women's empowerment lab looked into working with women and young girls. Actually, I should mention at this point of time, Chris is also a researcher from that lab. He has spent the last 10 years of his life really getting into rural India and working with the women and men over there. So a round of applause for him, please. Sorry,
it's only due to Amma's compassion and Bhavani's guidance, but yes, very proud.
So in the projects that we were working on, we realized that we could not have a cookie-cutter approach anywhere. The contexts were different, the geography was different, the people were different, their societal norms were different, what they valued and did not value was different, education levels were different. There's just so much of variation at the grassroots level that we realized that you can't boil it down to like a magic bullet and say, okay, this will work for everyone and everything. And for example, one of the projects that we undertook was sanitation. So overarching theme was sanitation. This started just before the Swachh Bharat scheme. I don't know if you've heard about it, but this was to help end open defecation in India by building toilets in rural areas. So the way we approached the problem in the villages that we were working in is that we trained women in villages who were primarily agricultural labor. So they would work in the fields during harvest and sowing season, and during the off seasons, they would actually work at construction sites, basically moving materials, carrying heavy loads on their heads. This was what they would do. So what we said is, we will teach you plumbing, masonry, plastering. We teach you to build your toilets. So when you go to do the construction industry, instead of earning 150 rupees per day, you will be trained as plumbers and plastering. You can get 300 to 600 rupees per day. So we teach you skills, and then you build your toilets and you use your toilets. It's very nice, very easy solution. But when we hit the ground, there were just so many complications to it. Okay, education and skills is directly related to employment. But the need for toilets was something completely different. Most people didn't even think they needed toilets. So why? Because our water is so good. Why do we need toilets? It's much nicer to go in the open where it smells fresh than into a dirty, stinking toilet. I take my friend, I go for a walk. I don't get time to spend with her. Why will I need a toilet? This toilet in your house is very dirty. The whole concept is different. So we were then tackling with health and sanitation. We were tackling with social constructs. We were tackling with environmental factors, economic factors, disasters, safety of a woman, whether she goes into the field or she goes into a toilet at the back door of her. So it was so multi-pronged. And we realized that we needed to have a systems approach when we are attacking any problem. And these are called wicked problems for a reason, because there's no simple solution. So we really then shifted our entire approach to have a systems approach. So our experience doing multiple projects, for example, also the project that we did where we were working with men from the CRPF. CRPF is the Central Reserve Police Force, is probably the largest paramilitary force in India. And we worked with one of the largest contingents, which has 25,000 Jawans, foot soldiers, in the Srinagar area. This is a very high conflict area. So people are very stressed, very tense. They are in a battlefield almost all the time. They're not fighting an external enemy. They're fighting their own countrymen, right? So they're keeping the peace within the country. They spend a lot of time away from their families. They have very disrupted family relations. They don't get along with their wives. They're always thinking that their wife is having an affair. The wife is thinking the husband is having an affair. The wife fights with the mother fights with the wife. They have to go home and do all the work that is there, pay the bills, get the fan repaired, get the house built. It's what we call the burden of patriarchy. And so there is no simple way to bring about a gender balance and a gender harmony in this group. So we had to address it in multiple ways: mental health, physical health, financial stability, socio-cultural norms. And so we couldn't just do an awareness on gender and think that the relationships with their wives would be better. We couldn't just talk to them about mental health and then hoping that their stress will be relieved. Because stress is linked to finance, stress is linked to family relations. So no matter what project we took up, we found that we had to incorporate these 6 themes, and I would say that engaging men and boys will fall under socio-cultural. The 6 themes were something that were continuously present, and everything could be categorized under these 6. And so we formed a framework which we call the AWESOME framework, because we think it's awesome, but it's also an acronym. Indians love acronyms, so it is the Amrita Systems-Oriented Expansion framework. So we used the same framework when we were looking at policies, because any one policy will not solve things. You need a combination of policies that addresses the system, then it will work. Otherwise, you can build a school and you don't have the road to take the child to the school, then it fails. Small things matter. And this is why we came up with these.
That's brilliant. And speaking from firsthand accounts, I've been a part of many of the policy dialogues that were actually founded on this awesome framework that looked at an intersecting and a multidisciplinary, multidimensional approach to gender equality. And the work that came out, the discussions that came out naturally, just by having the framework in the background, were really profound. And in fact, they opened up the dialogue with both decision makers, policy makers, and our civil society partners to really put forward some policy recommendations that are amazing. And I look forward to you having access to them after the Jaipur Summit happening later this month. But moving quite along, unfortunately our time is short, but I definitely need to hear from Dr. Deepa, because from my understanding, you brought this up recently in the last thing you spoke about, it's not just a paper that the World Bank has asked you to write, it's their 10-year framework for addressing gender equality that the World Bank has asked Dr. Narayan to write. So if you could speak just for a little bit on what is that framework that you're proposing, and how could we be involved?
I think the whole world needs to be involved in its implementation, and you're already doing a lot of the work. So thank you for that. I won't go into all the details, but basically it's a framework that started with what has been achieved and what's been missing. And so what do we need to do differently to accelerate change rather than wait for another 131 years that the World Economic Forum says it'll take to achieve gender equality? And how do we minimize backlash against women? So I'll just go into, I'll list them briefly and then go into details of just 1 or 2. The first thing is that I think there's a conceptual mistake in looking at gender inequality as an individual problem of individual, primarily women. And so we've ignored the men completely, and all our approaches, instead of going to the root of the problem, help women cope with or accommodate to the violence, for example, or the discrimination against them. And the problem comes when then the burden of change is on an individual women, who then have to be so strong so as to stand up, be a superwoman to stand up against the forces of society and convention and everything. And I think that's really problematic. Instead, we need to look at it as a collective problem, because patriarchy, as Bhavaniji said, is not an individual problem. It's in all our minds, so it's a mindset issue. So that's the first fundamental shift, is not focus on individuals, but on collectives. That's important. The second is men can't be bypassed. Men hold the power whether we like it or not. We assume that men have no problems. But when we did research in the podcast that we talked, I interviewed 200 men, not a single man, and these are highly educated men, some are CEOs, and then we also interviewed children, boys, 7-year-olds. So let me just tell you one story from a boy. We talked to them about equality. So this is a 7-year-old boy, Vinayak. We said, are girls and boys equal? I said, yes, of course, absolutely. Who is more important, girls or boys? No, they're equally important. Okay. Third, who's more powerful? First he said, both. Then he said, no. And he thought a little bit, and he said, the father. I said, why? And both the mother and father are employed and work and contribute to the household income. He said, when Mama and Papa come back, Papa lies on the bed and plays with his phone on WhatsApp. And Mama goes to the kitchen and makes tea and snacks, and then she cooks dinner. So Papa is more important. So children learn very early that even though they've heard the messages of equality, the behavioral change, the deeper change takes a long time. So we cannot bypass the men, but we have to approach men and try and understand men and listen to them. And then from them, there sort of empower them so that they can also be full human beings, just like women's yearning is to be full human beings. The third is about power and love, unpacking power and love. And power has very different forms, and we've assumed it's only one form, which is dominance and aggression. It isn't. It's also the collective power to get together with other women or other men or other women and men, because the power in numbers is very powerful to do things together. And then it's the inner power, or the spiritual power, and the power to accomplish your goals. The other part of, so that's power, and what is love? And I mean love in a sense that can be translated into policy action, right? So as I thought about this, I talked about not love, because love usually means romantic love in our imagination because of our movies and everything else. So I talk about social love. What does that mean? It comes back immediately to social connections. And I use the acronym CARE. CARE meaning C is compassion, A is action, because it's really important to take action. It can also be attention. R is respect, which is so simple, to respect another human being. And E is emotional regulation. That if we can manage, this is where mindfulness becomes important. If we can manage our own emotions, we're all emotional. We just pretend we don't have emotions, right? Especially men are meant to be only rational and cut off their emotional selves. So just one other story from the study is we asked men, we used very open-ended approaches, and first we interviewed 600 women, and then I wanted to complete the story, so went back to men. And we asked men, and also these little boys, 7- and 8-year-old boys, what are the 3 words that come to you mind quickly? And you can ask yourselves this question too. What are the 3 words that come to you when you think of a man? Or when you think of a woman? What was interesting is that the little boy said power, muscle, strength, mustache, being aggressive, or being the leader. And when we asked men as well as boys, what are the 3 words that come to you? And I'll give you the example from the men. For women, when you think of a woman. And these are men who believe in gender equality. In fact, even the kids, everyone believes in gender equality. But when we asked them for the words, men said things like fragrant, beautiful, attractive, and mother. So you can have deep beliefs in gender equality, but unless we start a conversation, We don't know even about how I behave. Forget anyone else behaves. Our own unconscious bias. My big one was deference to men. Automatically, you defer to your father, it transfers to men. So how do you function in a world when you're constantly deferring to men? Mostly they're wrong, and you're still deferring to them. Often wrong, I'm just joking.
There's some truth in all jokes.
So I think we have a lot of work to do to really bring compassion into our thinking, and really remember it's not the problem of women, it's a collective problem. And unless we focus on the collective problem and changing our mindsets, we're not going to see the change we want.
Incredible.
Just a quick comment, Deepaji. I was thinking when you were telling me the last thing. I don't know if you all have read this very recent report on when they had AI process like millions of books, literature that is available. And what happened was a very similar thing happened. The way that AI defined men was noble, strong, powerful leader, and women were like sexy, beautiful. This is just from processing literature. So we're talking about biases that run so deep. There's also those biases that are getting into technology. Exactly. Because of existing literature, because the programmers are men and not women. So you just see how and where we are going and how subtle this is going to get. At least right now it's in your face. But over time, if we don't address it, it's going to get so subtle we don't even know what's going to hit us.
I want to add one thing to what Bhavani said, is that just in case you think this is a problem in India only, that's not true. The research in the US shows actually that the country is going backwards. Democrats, who are meant to be the biggest proponents of gender equality, young Democratic men, about only 20% believe in gender equality, whereas amongst the baby boomers, it was 77%. This is huge. And the same example that I gave earlier when they asked, and this was thousands of people, both men and women, about descriptors of men and women. For women, the word for which there was like 92% agreement was beautiful. And for men, it was powerful. So we really are in this together. It looks different in different countries, and yes, there are differences, but the underlying problem in our minds of gender inequality, that men have to be the providers, are somehow superior to women, hasn't really shifted in a fundamental way, even with young children.
And these are issues that obviously cannot be solved, not even in one generation, but it does make me hopeful, and I hope it makes all of us hopeful, that the World Bank, one of the largest institutions, is now looking towards our leaders like Damodaran, and the C20 and G20 is putting this forward. So hopefully we can chip away at this inherited generational issues that we are facing and move forward. I'm not sure how much time we have left. I have one more question and a short video to show. Perhaps we can start with the video. I wanted to talk about, we started with values, we moved on to frameworks that guide us. The last is the accomplishments. So we're about halfway through India's presidency in the G20 and the C20. And in these last 7 months, we've accomplished some great things because our CSO network is vast, because of the leadership that we have that has pushed it forward, the frameworks that have underlied all of our work. And Dr. Bhavani, if you'd like to talk about some of the highlights that you have witnessed over the last 7 months, maybe some facts and figures.
Why don't we take a look at the video, because it's visual and it has all the numbers, so I don't have to remember it.
We have a highlight video that we can show.
Sukhino bhavantu
I feel a bit overwhelmed seeing that video. One thing, if we have time before I ask Dr. Narayan, the last question is 600,000 students. What is that? There was an awareness campaign in addition to all of the beautiful policy dialogues that we had. Could you speak a little bit about the awareness campaigns that reach so many people?
Yeah, this is the part of the Million Lights campaign where we asked people to nominate somebody that they feel has contributed towards gender equality. It could be their mother, their father, themselves, an institution, a project, anything that they felt to say. So as a part of that, we also did a huge outreach to the schools in India, because that's where Amma said in her talk at the inception, she said that we really need to start gender equality awareness at the school level itself. So that's why we took it to the schools. And the students of all the public schools in New Delhi, and now it's going to be in all the skill development centers in Uttar Pradesh and in Uttarakhand, pledged, and of course all the Amrita Vidyalayam school systems, all the Amrita University students pledged towards gender equality. So they take a pledge, they nominate a light, and so that's why we have this huge participation. We hope to reach 1 million. I mean, Amma is called the mother of millions. We should already have 1 million lights for Amma, right? Right? So if you have not yet nominated, please nominate. So
more information on this is available in the C20 Expo in the back of the hall.
Yeah, so that's how we reached those really large numbers, and we hope to get more than 1 million before the Jaipur summit.
From a personal point of view, I think if we can do it as a small family of CSOs, then it's proof that this works, that the government should take this seriously, that our G20 leadership should take these policy recommendations seriously and move forward on these things.
I should actually comment on that. The school systems were so supportive, and these are the government school systems. So they actually had gender awareness campaigns in their schools. They talked about not just women empowerment, but they also talked about what it is if they're having confused feelings about their gender, how to address it. It was just actually really amazing and how open and how, we were really impressed, especially the Delhi school system and now the Uttar Pradesh skill development system and the Uttarakhand government. Those are northern states where you normally would find a pushback on these things. I was very, very happy about how it happened.
Thank you. And as a final question for Dr. Narayan, what do you see as the future of all of these efforts that we've seen today, the discussions we've had so far? Where do we go from here? C20 ends, at least India's presidency ends at the end of this year, but do we just stop working? How do you see this continuing onward?
Two things that come to mind immediately. One is keep your groups together so you could be a strong lobby to make sure the recommendations you care about the most actually make it into the G20 dialogues. Don't take anything for granted. There are a lot of people with a lot of interest, and go till the last mile in pushing that. Second, as I said, change, individuals can initiate change, but it takes a collective, it takes a community, it takes a village, it takes the world to bring about change. It's very difficult to create groups and organizations and structures. I've been very, very impressed by the work that you and your teams have been doing. And it's a network. It's a network across countries, across India. So don't let this network die. It's not necessary to create new organizations and multiply new organizations, but networks create a very important platform, and they can be used to support each other, because to bring about change, you need radical collaboration. Despite differences, you'll never agree with others 100% or even 70% of the time. But if you can support them in achieving their goals, there may come a time when they can support you in achieving your goals. So I want to end with a brief quotation from Hafiz, which I love. After all this time, the sun never says to the earth. After all this time, the sun never says to the earth, I owe you. or you owe me. After all this time, the sun never says to the earth, you owe me. Look what happens with a love like this. Look what happens with a love like this. It lights up the whole world.
I can think of no better way to end this session except to say thank you to both Dr. Bhavani and Dr. Deepa for sharing your time with us, for coming all the way. Of course, Dr. Narayan is part of our International Advisory Board for the C20 Working Group on Gender Equality and beyond. She's been a part of our Amrita family for many years, participating in our conferences. She's a dear friend and mentor to all of us, and we thank her for her time and coming here. And thank you again to all of you for staying so patiently, so enthusiastically. We have a very small memento to express our gratitude to Dr. Deepa. And with that, we'd conclude. Thank you again. Over to Faith.
It is now time for our next working group session, Education and Digital Transformation. We will begin the Civil 20 Education and Digital Transformation Working Group with a video. Be just a moment.
രണ്ട് തരത്തിലുള്ള വിദ്യാഭ്യാസമുണ്ട്. ഒന്ന് ജീവിക്കാനുള്ള വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം, രണ്ട് ജീവിതത്തിനുള്ള വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം.
When we study in college, striving to become a doctor, lawyer, or engineer, this is education for a living. On the other hand, education for life requires an understanding of the essential principles of spirituality. The real goal of education is not to create people who can understand only the language of machines. The main purpose of education should be to impart a culture of the heart, a culture based on enduring values.
Digital transformation is a bridge that can be used to instill awareness and strengthen the deep bonds students have between their nations, the world, fellow human beings, and nature. It is a tool that can be used to unify our relationships as a global family instead of creating a technological divide. Through these channels, we can help achieve the SDGs more effectively by connecting people, organizations, and resources that enable greater collaboration and impact. Digital education is an inclusive model that is for everyone. It can reach people in the most remote rural areas. It can be affordable for people who are economically disadvantaged. It can provide a means of communication for people with disabilities. The C20 Education and Digital Transformation Working Group will focus on inclusive education and accessibility, skill development, education for life, digital transformation, technology-enabled learning, and future of education. This working group also aims at addressing mental health awareness and solutions for substance abuse, with a specific focus on how this impacts today's youth and people from impoverished populations. By connecting through community-based programs, health and social awareness can empower and build resilience in people who have fallen into depression and addiction due to poor socio-economic conditions. As the ultimate goal, they can return to confidence and dignity in their cultural diversity. Join our dialogues to ensure that education and digital technology are for a sustainable and equitable future. They are inclusive and accessible, regardless of background, location, or ability.
We now welcome Dr. Prema Nedungari, the National Coordinator of the Working Group on Education and Digital Transformation. Dr. Nedungari is the Director of Amrita Create, the Amrita Center for Research and Analytics, Technologies, and Education, the Associate Dean of the School of Computing at Amrita University, and the Principal Investigator of the Tribal Ministries Center of Excellence at Amrita. Dr. Nedungari received the Digital India Award from the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology in the category of Digital Empowerment, and the IT Excellence Award for E-Learning and Education from the Computer Society of India. She was the winner in the Barbara Bush Foundation Adult Literacy X Prize competition as well. She has over 100 research publications to her credit. Please join me in welcoming her. We also want to introduce at this time Dr. Sunita Kerkud. Dr. Kerkud began her career in special needs education, working with UNICEF and NIPID. She then completed her doctorate at Purdue, specializing in special education and educational psychology. She is a tenured professor at Butler University and a trained behavior analyst. Dr. Kerkud has also had experience as a practicing paramedic and director for paramedic programs. Her current focus is on disability and multilingual families' equity and access issues. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Kerkud.
Namshwaya, I'll also request Brahmachari Ramananda Amritaji to join now. I think everybody knows him here, right? He's a monastic disciple of Amma. He directs Embracing the World Youth Movement. Also professor at the School of Computing, where he guides PhD scholars. He earned his PhD in computer science from the University of Maryland, College Park. Om Amriteshwari Namaha. Warm welcome to everybody. Humble pranams to our C20 chair, Amma, for being the vision, driving force, and inspiration of the C20 EDT working group. Go to the next slide, please. Okay. We'll start with Amma's quote, invoke Amma's presence to the session. This was in Manantawadi when Amma visited a tribal area. Amma said environmental protection was inherent in their very lifestyle, worship, and cultural customs. Reverence and respect towards all creatures and creation was an integral part of their life. It was ingrained in them that they should only take what was needed from nature without exploiting and destroying her. Okay. So this is our engagement. We had over 16,000 participants from 104 countries in over 35 virtual and physical events, and also national youth parliaments from 20 Indian states and international youth parliaments. These were our top policy recommendations. We had 6 sub-themes. The first one was education for life and digital transformation. And there were multiple sub-themes, so it went through a scientific voting process. And the one that was voted at the top was to promote holistic education for life. And this is what we see as the gap from what is already there. What we found in the previous UNESCO, UNICEF, G20, they talk a lot about global citizenship, but what Amma did is take it to the next level, which is education for life. And our youth is an udaharan of that. Live-in labs is an udaharan of that. How do you give the youth in universities and in schools real experiential learning where they go to the villages, where they see the problems, they identify it, and then they build a solution? And also raising awareness and implementing preventive measures for substance abuse and internet addiction. Our next major theme was education for persons with disabilities. And here, what was voted at the top out of about 6 recommendations, the very first one was raising awareness and sensitizing the ecosystem. So what we found in India is there's a lot of stigma if you have a child with disability. In fact, many parents don't even want to accept it. They don't get them tested. And if they find the child has it, sometimes it's hidden. And it's even worse when it's invisible disabilities. And many times when they are in grade 9, they would get them tested because in the high grade 10 exam, you get some allowance for writing your exams. But by then, it's so late. And the child has really missed out on learning. And we found this is a major problem, not just in the attitude, but also when we talk about early identification intervention, we didn't have the tools. So for example, when we work in Kerala, if there's a child that only speaks Malayalam, there was not a reading assessment in Malayalam that was validated. And so a lot of research also needs to be done. This is in general true for a lot of global countries in the global south and non-English speaking countries. Yeah. And the next theme was learning equity and the future of education. So here we are looking at including people from vulnerable populations in decision making. That came out as something very important. So if we are speaking of doing something for indigenous people, have them in the decision making, have them at all levels. If you're talking of women empowerment, have the women. If you're talking of persons with disabilities, they already say nothing about us without us. So we make sure that somebody with a disability, or at least somebody who has a person with disability in the family, in the decision making. And we also look at learning equity audit. That was one of our policy recommendations, because everywhere you look, you will hear about learning equity. That's important. And you hear about financial audits, but we don't hear about learning equity audit. Is the learning equity actually happening? And so that was a very important thing that came up, to be able to monitor through learning equity audit the effective use of technology in education, to use disaggregated data, and develop policies and mechanisms that ensure fair and effective allocation of financing. And again, in skill development, it was about implementing inclusive financing. So establish mechanisms for skill development, create financial aid programs, encourage corporate social responsibility contributions. And education in emergencies was something that was not initially there, but when we looked at CSOs and NGOs from Africa and other countries, we found there's a huge need here. So a refugee camp, for example, the average time a person spends in a refugee camp is 17 years in some of these countries. And many times when there's an emergency, education is something that immediately falls to the bottom because you're worried about lives, you're worried about food, you're worried about health, you're worried about security. And so how do you make sure that during an emergency, education can continue then and moving forward? So enhancing the capacity through training, support, finances, to be able to deliver education in emergencies, prioritize the well-being of both students and teachers, and also curriculum models. And digital transformation, accessibility came up as very important. And so we are talking of reaching the vulnerable populations, you're talking of people that are low literate, you're talking of persons with disabilities. Each of them needs a different type of digital technology. So for example, if you're blind, what you need, how do you use the computer if you're blind? You need training for that. There are different tools, and we have seen people who use it better than we do and are able to function. So it's a different type of digital literacy and hygiene, and to be able to promote that. And some of the initiatives that we have done as a team to support EDT, we had a couple of education technologies for Ayurveda and medical students. And then we had a digital transformation solution called Amritaswarupananda that was that connects the CSOs and NGOs with the refugee camps that they serve. And we are very happy to share that these are being implemented in quite a few countries, such as Uganda, Tanzania, Greece, South Sudan, etc. And we also initiated a joint center with SUNY Buffalo for research and practice in emerging technologies for persons with disabilities. And we hope that Ayud and the extended Amrita community can be part of the outreach of many of these centers. And now I will invite Professor Sunita Kirkwood to come and share her expertise.
Does that really work?
This way it goes.
It will show up. While they're coming up, thank you for having me here. I'm truly humbled to be a part of this event. And I am praying that the caffeine from the chai is still kicking in. And nobody's hungry for dinner, like desperately hungry right now. So just hold on for a little bit more time, okay? So my purpose in everything I do when I work with individuals with disabilities or everything that I do, it is to create a more accessible and empowering world for somebody with disabilities. And I'll give you a little bit, this is a few stories of my background, but how it involves with my work. So I have multiple hats on a daily basis. I'm a parent of 5 kids, so that means my house is not normal, okay? 4 of those children came to me from traumatic past, and they're siblings, so they came to me from a bad childhood, and I'm blessed to have them in my life. But 3 of those children have special needs as well. I teach in the college. I train teachers. I train school professionals and other professionals. I've been a researcher for many years. I started my journey as a clinical and a hospital person and an NIMH back when in Hyderabad. And my other hat is I'm a paramedic. So I ride around in the back of ambulances, picking up if somebody's not well, okay? And I am a volunteer for the health services for the American Red Cross. So I get to hang out and do work in disasters when things go wrong, okay? And disasters could be something as simple as house fires, which happen on a weekly basis, or it could be major flooding or things where thousands of people are affected, or hurricanes, something like that. So things I have noticed over the years is from the time I started, there's been so many amazing improvements in services for people with disabilities. You know, I've done this for a few years, and so now there is a lot more laws in place, whether everyone follows them or not, but it's there, you know. There's a lot more universities, there's a lot more schools, there's master's program and PhD programs, and training for teachers and parents. Thousands of little small units and places for people with disabilities that somebody's starting some services or the other, which is a dramatic change from where I started many years ago. Can you hear that? Sorry, I keep moving. And the fact that we are talking about this shows the dramatic improvements in what we've had. But one thing that really strikes to me is whatever I learned in special ed, special education services, is in general good practice for everyone. What we do in special needs education works for everybody. You know, we have handicap ramps everywhere. It doesn't just work for somebody on a wheelchair. It works for me as a mother dragging my 3 children to the grocery store, okay? They have elevator buttons, they have braille, they have so many things, but all of us end up using that at some point or the other. Next time you go to your office and you have 8 bags in your hand, you are using that button to press that door open because you don't want to pull the door open, right? So it works for all of us, and that's something we have to think about, is when you work with special needs, everything that has been incorporated as a special needs training is now become normal for our life because it helps us in doing our daily life. What is missing is, in my world, I know we talked about compassion, and compassion is including empathy and kindness and generosity. But in my world, I think of compassion as having empowerment, allowing somebody to be empowered to be included in this world. It's not just people with disabilities, but every one of us who work with them, every one of us who interact with them. I go to the grocery store and I see somebody with special needs. I should feel okay to be helping them in what they need, and I should not say it's their problem. It's not a special ed teacher's problem, but it should be with all of us when we interact with somebody who's different. There needs to be a lot more work on invisible disabilities, which is not so very evident. When you see them, you don't see it. And that's a big challenge. The intersectionality between language and disability. That's a major problem because people tend to brush it off as one or the other. And I'll talk a little bit about that. And we have so many technological resources to use, everything from the simple phone to like fancy things we learned during COVID that we were all using. But we still don't use enough of that to access and provide services in remote areas and rural areas and places where somebody cannot get to things. So I'm not reading that. This is too late in the evening to read that. But one thing I will tell you from this is that people with disabilities have a higher tendency to get secondary medical conditions. And that burden will again fall back on the family or the caregivers or themselves, okay? And also the stigma, we talk about a stigma. If I went to my boss and said, I have learning disabilities, or I have bipolar, I have mental health problems, whatever it is, they will be kind, they will be polite, but there will be at some point some implication coming down the road. And that, to me, the stigma is still there, okay? To not be able to be confident in the way somebody with disabilities can walk up and ask for help. So I will tell you a simple couple quick stories from my thing. I've worked with pharmacists. When you went to the pharmacist the last time, any one of you went to the doctor or the pharmacy, they give you 4 different medicines. This is an antibiotic. You should take 2 hours before food, 4 hours after dinner, and no calcium or anything with it. And this is your blood pressure medicine, and this is your thyroid medicine, and like 4 to 6 medicines. I'm an educated person. It took me an hour to put that chart together for somebody as to what you have to take when. Think about how somebody with disabilities will do that. Somebody who's blind, somebody who cannot read, somebody who is struggling to communicate what they have, how they will access that services. I'm a paramedic, and I have seen kids with special needs in a classroom for years. I can work with anybody, for the most part, not everything. But the minute I sat at the back of an ambulance, when I had to take care of them, my anxiety level spiked. And the reason being, some of them respond differently to different medicines. They don't react the same way in the way I expect them to do. And so my anxiety level for a 2-hour transport was crazy. It's just, I was very anxious. So other things I've worked with some amazing providers, and every one of them has said, we don't have enough training in special needs and disabilities. And if I have learned it, it's because I wanted to learn it. I have a family member. My niece has cerebral palsy. I have somebody with Down syndrome in my family. So now I know how to work with them, or I taught myself that. And that's a big challenge, because you cannot teach everyone everything, but at least some amount of awareness, okay? So unless you're working in a specialized setting, you have a tendency not to use that. Oh, I forgot I could see that here. Sorry, I don't have to look back. So one of the few things I created, we worked with multiple projects, is teaching people to ask questions as empowerment. Here's all the questions you take when you go to a doctor's office. Here's how you organize your medications. Here's how you ask for a question. What do you think you should ask a doctor? So teaching parents and caregivers and people with disabilities how to access medical help. We made dental care is a big issue for everybody. Nobody likes to go to the dentist. But if you have special needs and your jaw doesn't open and everything else is a problem, you're anxious, all those drill sounds scare the heck out of you, you will have additional problems and you will not go. Well, oral health problems cause secondary conditions. So we made video modeling training for parents and caregivers on how to get their kids comfortable or go to a dentist and get help. I work in disaster field. I've been in shelters which have 2,000 people at the same time. I've been on a weekly calls with people who have lost their fires and homes and everything else. So one of the things I do is train disaster workers on how to provide assistance for somebody with special needs. It's not just for the disaster workers or EMT providers. I don't just train those. I believe in training the actual person. If you are a kid, how are you going to ask for help? If you are a kid, what will you do to prevent? If you are an adult living by yourself as with special needs, how you will access these services? What will you ask? What will you say? How will you communicate? All those things, I tend to think about that as empowerment, and that's what helps me in all the work that I do. So I think building resilience in that community, not just by somebody else teaching them or somebody else managing it, but teaching them themselves to manage it is a big part of disability education. Oh, sorry, this is one of the other really nice ones. There's a university in Indianapolis which has, in the part of the medical school, they have a center for autism. And they develop amazing materials for everybody in the community and also hire people in the medical school itself who have autism, and they provide amazing educational programs. This is not my thing, but I've worked with them and they are amazing in the work they do. So it's just an example. Invisible disabilities, there's so many listed here. But the key to understand that is it's not just something, it's something you don't see. So people think you have learning disabilities or you cannot read. Well, learning disabilities is not just about reading. It's about language processing. It takes time. It takes time to react. You're very literal. You're very black and white in a lot of things. So when you process any information, it's going to take you longer in some ways. They are brilliant in other aspects, but in language or maybe reading or math, that is one area of struggle. We talked about mental health. Again, nobody's going to come and tell you that they have this because they're afraid of being judged for that. So each of these has implications for everything in life, not just schooling. Schooling is a safe place where some teacher with special needs will help you. But if you go down and you're driving the car and you get pulled over by a cop who's giving you 6 different instructions at the same time, getting pulled over by a police officer is nerve-wracking for any one of us, you know? I can feel myself heart rate going up like crazy. Now imagine if I cannot process my thought process to the police officer and say, I'm sorry, I need to know what questions you're asking. Give me some time to respond to it. And if that doesn't happen, you end up in jail. So there is a high level of incarceration for people with mild disabilities or invisible disabilities. They need more time in stressful situations, and they need little more understanding of what the struggle that is that they're going through. So a couple more. This is the last layer of everything, okay? We have already disabilities and we have invisible ones. Now we have a language issue. We are in a multilingual world and everybody comes from a different language background. But then you add that component and everyone says, oh, well, your problem is because of your language and not because you have something else going on. So the delay in diagnosis is very high, okay? And language is not just what I speak. People assume you call an interpreter, they will answer the question. Well, there is so much lost in translation that doesn't got through the interpreter. Not because they're not doing a good job, it just gets lost in the translation, okay? And so somebody doesn't get the help they need because all the information was not communicated well. Or it may be hard to find an interpreter, okay? So all of those challenges make language a big barrier. So you add that as an added level, then disability education is different. So one of the things I am working on right now is with a colleague on identifying equity and access issues in schools and medical care for refugees and other language disabilities. Thank you. And when I say language differences, also the indigenous population, even in the United States, are completely in different locations. So being able to identify their challenges with their language and culture incorporated is a huge thing that we have to work on. So we talk about universal design, just a couple quick slides. And universal design means we are creating things for everybody, just like that wheelchair ramp works for everybody, you know? So I think whatever we create in universal design has to include communication for people in the society. For example, that pharmacist should have a clean, simple app that he can simplify what medicines I have to take at what time, as opposed to like me trying to figure it out for somebody else, you know? Universal design can create simple things. Everybody's trying to change the world with big stuff. It's the simple things that you make things accessible and affordable that works. And the last one is, I think, this is my personal preference in the ideal world, disability should not be a separate item in some list, because then it is somebody else's problem. It's not like the special ed teacher knows what she's doing, or it is them because their family, they know what it is doing. If every profession has some sort of interaction with special needs, or somebody who's different, who learns differently, or who functions differently, then we don't have to have this special session on disabilities because it's included in everything we do, whether we go to the grocery store or whether we travel and take an Uber app, whichever it is. If somebody is aware of disabilities and their special needs, then it should be in everything that we do. So my recommendations is to have, again, ideal world, I wish it, pray it happens, is every profession, any educational training should have some sort of interaction and service learning with people with disabilities. Okay, so colleges, there are many colleges, like engineering, they do some sort of like building accessible things for the community. Schools of design do that. Why can't we have everybody do that? Have a small component of service for people with disabilities and increase the interactions. You don't see it. If you don't see it and you don't live with it, you don't address it. It is somebody else's problem. And that should not be the case. It should be inclusive in everything we do. And I think COVID was horrible. But one of the cool things we learned is all the accessible tools that we have. Everybody is suddenly fluent in Zoom calls, Everybody was fluent in using their phones and so many other technological resources. So why can't we continue that in accessing remote areas, accessing people who cannot get the help? And that's a starting step. It's not the ending step. At least that's a way to start, to say, here's awareness. Let's start helping you with what you need. And so using the tools that we learned from COVID to improve the lives of everyone who interacts with disabilities, okay? And thank you.
Okay, I'll go there in a moment. Thank you, Professor Sunita. It's amazing experience, you know, not just special education, but interdisciplinary with health. And also, did you say you have 4 adopted children and some of them have learning disabilities? Did you tell them? Yeah. So she really has all this, interdisciplinary research, practice, and a lot of publications. Was also a Fulbright scholar. So we're very honored to have you here. Thank you. Brahmachari Ramananda Amritaji, he has been leading the theme for Education for Life, one of the 7 sub-themes, and he will share his thoughts about the sub-theme and also about youth.
Om Amriteshwaryai Namah. Om Amriteshwaryai Namah. Om Amriteshwaryai Namah. Can I have my slides on, please? Oh, sorry. That was I was trying to do a joke. It's kind of failed. I don't have any slides, sorry. This is for some other session. No, that's what you call failure. For that matter, I never prepared any slides. For that matter, I just found out 10 minutes ago I'm supposed to be on the stage and speak. Dr. Prema did mention I need to say something, and I was trying to avoid her for some time. I went back, and she called out my name, so I had to come. In any case, I'll just try to keep it as brief as possible. When you don't have prepared for a talk, it's very difficult to keep it brief, but I'm just giving you that disclaimer. As part of the Education and Digital Transformation Working Group, we had a lot of engagements. One of the very interesting and eminent and quite a profound individual was Mary Gordon, who is a social entrepreneur and a writer, who, when I interacted with her, she was just mentioning to me about how she was in United Nations a week before, talking about all the various problems in the world. And it seems as part of her talk, she asked everyone, what is the solution for all the problems we see today? War, climate change, and environmental disasters, abuse, and whatever else that we can think of. Is there one silver bullet solution for all these problems? Is there one? Pardon? Love and compassion, yes. Let's not get to that high level. Let's come down to the level we all live in. Any solution for that? And you know what the working group this is. It should be that, yes. It is education. Her her point was, if at all there is a solution for all the problems in the world, if there's one solution for it, it is education. To educate today's generation to be a better individual than we are today. And that's where Amma's teaching comes in. We had the video wherein Amma was talking about education for living and education for life. Education for living, the stereotypical education that we receive in our school and college systems, wherein we are taught how to make a good living, how to settle in life, how to be successful academically, how to be successful professionally, and settle well in life. And our argument as part of the Education and Digital Transformation Working Group was education for living is essential. There is no discounting on that fact. But along with that, we should have education for life. It should be complemented well with education for living. Education for life is to prepare every individual to face life situations, to have life experiences, both good and bad, face it with the right attitude. And at the same time, become a responsible individual who is ready to give as part of what he learns. So just to understand education for life versus education for living. Like I mentioned, education for living teaches us how to be successful, whereas education for life teaches us to be happy and content irrespective of whether you're successful or not. So it's not about becoming successful, it's about becoming content whether I'm successful or not. And I mentioned education for living helps us settle down, whereas education for life is not about settling down. It is about rising, and it's not just about rising, it is about rising and raising others too, along with us as we rise. Education for life is about me. How can I become successful? How can I settle down? How can I grow? Whereas education for living teaches us it's not just about me. If I have to grow, I have to become better, others have to be such too. So education for life is not about me alone, it's about me and others. And fourthly, education for living is about what I get, how I settle well in life, how I become successful, what I get, whereas education for life is about what I give. So that was our primary focus, and we had a lot of engagements. I don't want to make it too long talking about it. Just one point that I would want to highlight is when we are talking about education, the major players in the system of education are today's children who are in school and college, today's youth. So we made it a point to engage as many youth as possible because just elders and people who I mean, I don't want to put the older people or elder people down, just you understand what I mean to say. My point was we wanted the youth to engage. And for that, we had a couple of online youth parliaments, major ones. One, India-based youth parliament, wherein youth from 21 different regions or states in India participated. And it's not just about participation. They were given areas of problems to choose that they think is most pressing for the youth in their region or state. And they engaged with NGOs, CSOs, civil service organizations, or non-governmental organizations, heads of administration, local administration, etc., and their fellow youth, their friends. And they did about a month of research in compiling all that data, and then they made a presentation making recommendations, solid recommendations of what today's youth think that through education, we can bring a change. And then we had a youth parliament involving 17 countries across the 5 continents. Again, they did the same thing, a month of research. And when I say 17 participants, it was more than that. The 17 represented their respective countries wherein they had their own little engagements in their respective countries. So I thought I should highlight that. Other than that, we also had in-person youth parliaments or youth engagement across India. The recent one we had was in Surat, Gujarat, last month when I was in India. And I just wanted to highlight that when we talk about education, let's always make sure it's not just about preaching what needs to be done, it's about living what needs to be done. And the best would be we teach by example. That's what we learn from Amma. So today's youth, if they have to learn something good and grow, it will be only through our example. So I'll stop with that. I thought I would be much shorter than this, but still, thanks for your patience and thanks for not yawning. I didn't see anyone yawn. Om Amritaswarupananda Namah.
Namaskar. Thank you. I have to say that it was one of the most well-received by the youth. For example, there was a group from Ladakh, and they had such a good presentation, but they also said that we had never got a forum to speak like this. And so I really hope that our youth can continue to do this. This actually empowered the youth. They could identify the problems in their area, come up with solutions, and then present them to the world. So it was really beautiful. I believe we are running very short of time, and a skit is planned. Maybe? All right, so we will not go into the question answer session. We will stop. I will just share one quote by Amma. What Amma said once was, a heart is like a parachute. It's very dangerous if it does not open. Namah Shivaya.
Thank you to the panelists of the Education and Digital Transformation session. As a gesture of gratitude, we have a gift for our panelists. So I don't know if many of you got to see the original schedule. We did have a presentation planned by the Ayuth. Unfortunately, that got cut due to time. So we've asked Ayuth to send one member to do the closing remarks. So with that, I would like to introduce Paisam Pappadam Gopalaswami, who will be giving the closing remarks.
All right. ChatGPT. Okay, we've got a C20 symposium that is about to finish, and I need a closing statement. I need a closing statement that can get a laugh from the crowd. These are the 5 working groups: integrated holistic health, gender equality and disability, sustainable and resilient communities. That should be good enough. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare to close, let's do this again. Ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare to close this invigorating and action-inciting C20 Symposium, I'd like to take a moment to reflect on the wealth of wisdom we've all accumulated in this shared space. Our working group on sustainable and resilient communities has beautifully shown us that it's not about building higher walls against the storm, but rather stronger homes that can weather it. As the old saying goes, we didn't inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children. And let's be honest, we'd hate to be known as the generation who left the ultimate library book overdue. That's all right. When it comes to technology, security, and transparency, we've explored the intersection of these three tenets, such as
The microphone's
crucial
not a toy.
as the last.
ChatGPT is not a toy either.
I'm told that in the future, there will be two... Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. That apparently was not the speaker who was supposed to come. I would now like to invite Brahmachari Ramananda Amrita to say some closing remarks.
I hope you understand that was orchestrated. Dr. Prema kind of spilled the bean. She said it was a skit. Probably you didn't register it as much, I hope. I think it was a fruitful, meaningful, learningful day today for many of us. There's a lot of effort that went in having this event being put together. And I was just talking about youth a little while ago. I should definitely underscore and highlight. I would say at least 60% of the whole effort, be it the retreat, or 70% of the whole effort, be it the retreat and the C20 event today. The youth, our youth members, it was them putting in a lot of effort. And I wouldn't be exaggerating if I would say there were a couple of sleepless nights for them. They were putting up all these things together. Just wanted to show a couple of pictures of this corner. So that's the amount of effort. They literally, many of them, they forewent their food, forewent their sleep, forewent whatever they would want to do on a weekend, a long weekend especially. So thanks a lot to each one of them. And of course, it's not just the youth. Many others put in a lot of effort. The local volunteers from MA Center Chicago. And Amma's children from across North America and India. I just want to mention one point which I remember Amma mentioning a couple of months ago when she was discussing about C20. Amma was so happy, at the same time she was concerned in a motherly way for all Amma's children. Some of them, they've had many nights wherein they wouldn't get rest, many days, sometimes they wouldn't eat, they would keep traveling from one place to the other, having different C20 events. Amma was talking about how much effort has gone into this. And Amma was like, we don't even know whether after all this effort is put in and the policies that are brought out of all these deliberations we have, whether the heads of states of C20 or G20 would even consider them. There is no assurance it would happen. But Amma made a profound statement, though as a passing statement, Amma mentioned it needn't be top down, waiting for the leaders to implement it or heads of states to implement it. If all of us individually in our life can implement these policies, or whatever policies that we can do, rather a bottom-up approach than a top-down approach, that itself would make a big difference in the world. And as Amma typically is, though it was a passing comment, I thought it was a very profound statement that Amma made. So I hope whatever we heard today, whatever we listened to today from all the eminent speakers, hope we can try to put something into practice, whatever little point that may have inspired us. Om Amriteshwarye Namah. One last segment or activity. Now you can bring up that slide which you brought up earlier. We have a QR code. If all of you can take your mobile phones out and scan the QR code. It's a Mentimeter, basically, if you're familiar with it. When you scan the QR code, it'll take you to a web page, and it'll ask you for 3 words that you think you are taking away from attending today's event or the retreat as such. What are the 3 words? You want it bigger? The QR code needs to be bigger, please. Oh, some people have. So as you enter the words, we are going to form a word cloud. Any 3 words that you think that you have taken away from the deliberations today. Compassion, as expected, is the highest. Compassionate strength, dedication, awareness. In case you get a message when you scan the QR code that there is no active questions, just reload that page and it'll come up. Love, action, equality, awareness. They need to zoom in on their phone and it works. Love, education, kindness, Amma, hope, effort, empowerment is another one I see now, which is growing bigger. Effort is growing even bigger. Amma is growing bigger and bigger. Amma, love, compassion, the best combination I can think of. Whoa. Empathy. So we have maybe 20 more seconds. Let's make our entry and see finally how it looks. We'll end it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop. Okay? Okay, the biggest ones are education, Amma, equality, compassion the biggest, love, awareness, action, and I hope we can imbibe them in our life by Amma's infinite grace. Om Amriteshwarye Namah. Now, if we can all gather to the front of the stage Sorry, hold on, please.
Om Amritaswarupananda Nama. It's a moment of sorrow as well as moment of silence to remember our dear Ranji. When we came to look at the center, this center, in 2002, I remember distinctly that Ranji had come and he had looked at it with Amma. And the transformation that you see today, and also the vision of this center, was primarily due to Ranji's efforts. You know, all of you would know that he had been living here for the past several years before he moved to Hawaii during the last 3 years. So I just want to dedicate this whole day in the memory of Ranji and his efforts and his sincerity, and only because of his devotion to Amma that we have come forward so much. So you can just see how much a devotee can do to his guru and how much he can achieve. Just like Hanumanji crossed Lanka, the sea, to reach Lanka and to pass on the message to Sita Devi and brought about the whole army to Lanka. Just like that, Ranji has put immense efforts. And it's not only this center, but most of the centers all across North America. And I would like to, as I said, dedicate this whole day in his memory. And, we miss him, and I miss him dearly, because he was a guiding light. And most of you know him. And he was a friend, a mentor, a guide, and to many of you. And he was more like a father and a grandfather to most of us. So my heartfelt, sincere gratitude for all what he did. And in Amma's words, Ranji was more than a brahmachari, more than a sannyasin. And Amma did not say what he was. So today, I'm dedicating this whole events in his memory. Om Amritaswarupananda Nama.
Om Amritaswarupananda Namaha. To close out today's event, what we'd like to do is take a group photo of all of us, all together, everyone who made the commitment to come here and to present, and also to listen, and to be receptive. So if we can get everyone to just come quickly to the front, it's not going to be a clean process. I can't guarantee everyone's going to make it into the photo. Just come up. Let's all get together and take one photo so we can celebrate this momentous event.
To come behind. Oh, sorry. We can request people on the side to come behind on the stage once Swamis and the guests settle. Shane? Shane? Is it okay to have a few people come here behind? Is it okay to have some, Shane? Okay to have few people come behind? Call them in? So people are, you should. Yeah, two more. Can I request all of you here to just come onto the stage and stand behind? This side. People on that end, can you just come onto the stage behind, please? Vidya, should we make sure he's safe? Can you come in so that you don't get cut out?
Just let them in. You are the light. You are the light.
Okay, one. First we'll take a picture, then with this one. What?
You are the light. You are the light.
make it symmetric. So everyone in the frame, is that okay? Aren't you coming? Do you want to come, join? Three of you. Come in. Come. So I'll just move this chair there, and you can come to the front. She can come to the front, just to make it symmetric. Is that okay?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, move.
I'm holding it so that.
What are we doing?
He is going to take this. Can please come to the front. Is that okay? You can come to the front. Come here. It's okay? It's okay, can push back. ആദ്യം നല്ലൊരു ഫോട്ടോ എടുത്തിട്ട്. No, once we do a normal photo, we'll do a mobile phone with lights on picture, because you are the light. Mobile phone, Swami?
Wait, come. Some more people are joining. 1 minute.
You want to come in?
Hey, come. If you want to be in the picture, start running now.
കാണാൻ ചേട്ടൻ Should we have one now with mobile flashlights? Flashlights. Flashlights on your mobile phone, please. It's okay because
The face of the other person.
Yeah, make sure your phone is above the person in front of you, their head level.
You are the light. 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 Lokah samastah sukhino bhavantu.
Om Amriteshwari Namaha. Om Amriteshwari Namaha. Namah Shivaya. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, so I always bring you good news, right? So if you are, for anyone who has any health concerns or needs to eat for low blood sugar, etc., dinner is available for those individuals. However, what we're going to do is we're going to take a 15-minute break. 15-minute break. And in 15 minutes, we will have bhajans, followed by arati, and cultural programs. And then dinner will be served at 8:30, 8:45. Thank you so much. Namashwaya, once again, just to clarify, dinner will be served at 8:30 or 8:45, depending on when we finish the cultural programs. The food that is available is only for those who have a medical condition or medical need and have to eat right now. Please note, you have 15 minutes, 15-minute break, and then we expect everyone to please come back. Thank you so much. Om Namah Shivaya.
Om जय 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 गणनाथ गजानन कष्ट हरो हमारा। जय 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 गणनाथ गजानन कष्ट हरो हमारा। जय 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 गणनाथ गजानन कष्ट हरो हमारा। जय 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 गणनाथ
Krishna, oh, कैसा संदेशा तुम दे गए कान्हा मेरे गोपियों कभी आस न बनाना कैसा संदेशा तुम दे गए कान्हा मेरे गोपियों कभी आस न बहाना कैसा संदेशा तुम दे गए कान्हा मेरे गोपियों कभी आस न बहाना कैसा संदेशा तुम दे गए कान्हा मेरे गोपियों कभी आस न बहाना तुझे देखने दादा प्यासी जो रहती है तुझे देखने दादा प्यासी जो रहती है तुझे देखने राधा प्यासी जो रहती है तुझे देखने राधा प्यासी जो रहती है आंसुओं को पी के कुछ प्यास बुझाती है तुझे देखने राधा प्यासी जो रहती है आंसुओं को पी के कुछ प्यास बुझाती है ओ कैसा संदेशा तुम दे गए कान्हा मेरे गोपियों कभी आस न बहाना कैसा संदेशा तुम दे गए कान्हा मेरे गोपियों कभी आस न बहाना एक पल जो भी तय युग जैसा लगता है तेरे बिना ये जीवन सुना लगता है जो बीते युग जैसा लगता है तेरे बिना ये जीवन सुना लगता है ओ एक पल जो बीते युग जैसा लगता है तेरे बिना ये जीवन सुना लगता है एक पल जो बीते युग जैसा लगता है तेरे बिना ये जीवन सुना लगता है सांसों के चलने का नाम है जीना तो सांसों के चलने का नाम है जीना तो सांसों के चलने का नाम है जीना तो जी रही है राधा समझ लेना ओ कृष्णा सांसों के चलने का नाम है जीना तो जी रही है राधा समझ लेना कृष्णा 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 कैसा संदेशा तुम दे गए कान्हा मेरी गोपियों कभी आंसू न बहाना तुझे देखने दादा प्यासी जो रहती है तुझे आंसुओं को पी के कुछ प्यास बुझाती है। तुझे देखने राधा प्यास जो रहती है। आंसुओं को पी के कुछ प्यास बुझाती है। तूने जो कह दिया हंसते ही रहना, नहीं होता मुझसे रोते हुए हंसना। तूने जो कह दिया हंसते ही रहना, नहीं होता मुझसे रोते हुए हंसना। तूने जो कह दिया हंसते ही रहना, नहीं होता मुझसे रोते हुए हंसना। तूने जो कह दिया हंसते ही रहना, नहीं होता मुझसे रोते हुए हंसना। तेरे सिवा कोई खुशी न जानूं मैं, तेरे सिवा कोई खुशी न जानूं मैं, तेरे सिवा कोई खुशी न जानूं मैं, तेरे सिवा कोई खुशी न जानूं मैं। तुम ही हो सब कुछ, तेरे चरणों की दासी मैं। तेरे सिवा कोई खुशी न जानूं मैं। तुम ही हो सब कुछ, तेरे चरणों की दासी मैं। कृष्णा कृष्णा संदेशा तुम दे गए कान्हा मेरे गोपियों, कभी आंसू न बहाना। ऐसा संदेशा तुम दे गए कान्हा मेरे गोपियों, कभी आंसू न बहाना। तुझे देखने दादा प्यासी जो रहती है, तुझे देखने दादा प्यासी जो रहती है। आंसुओं को पी के कुछ प्यास बुझाती है। तुझे देखने दादा प्यासी जो रहती है। आंसुओं को पी के कुछ प्यास बुझाती है। कृष्णा कृष्णा ठीक न पता है सानू शेरवानी हर कदम ते चिराग जोत जला दे शेरवानी जोता दे दरबार विच सारे शेरवानी दरबार विच सारे शेरवानी आए तुहाडे दरबार विच सारे शेरवानी आए तुहाडे दरबार विच सारे शेरवानी आए तुहाडे दरबार विच सारे शेरवानी दुखन पुल के सुखान किनारे दुखान पुल के सुखान किनारे ओ दुखान पुल के सुखान किनारे दरबार विच सारे शेरवानी दरबार विच सारे शेरवानी आए तुहाडे दरबार विच सारे दित है जन विक नवाजो सा जो तवानी करुणा दे पाशा में सिखा दे ओ दरबार विच सारे की गलत के ठीक न पता है सान लाठा वालिए गलत के ठीक न पता है सानो लाठा वालिए के ठीक न पता है सान लाठा वाली गलत के ठीक न पता है सानू लाठा वाली हर कदम ते चिराग जोत जला दे माँ 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 माता रानी दे जय माता रानी दे जय शेरावाली दे जय शेरावाली दे जय माता वाली दे जय जोता वाली दे जय जोता वाली दे जय लाडा वाली दे जय बाड़ा वाली दे जय मेरा वाली दे जय बाड़ा वाली दे जय मेरा वाली दे जय बोलो साचे दरबार दे जय आया ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਦਰਬਾਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਰੇ ਸ਼ੇਰਾਂ ਵਾਲੀਏ ਆਇਆ 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 ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਦਰਬਾਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਰੇ ਸ਼ੇਰਾਂ ਵਾਲੀਏ ਮਾਤਾ ਰਾਣੀ ਦੇ ਜੈ ਮਾਤਾ ਰਾਣੀ ਦੇ ਜੈ ਜਵਾਨੀ ਦੇ ਜੈ ਸ਼ੇਰਾਂ ਵਾਲੀ ਦੇ ਜੈ ਜੋਤਾ ਵਾਲੀ ਦੇ ਜੈ ਜੋਤਾ ਵਾਲੀ ਦੇ ਜੈ ਜੋਤਾ ਵਾਲੀ ਦੇ ਜੈ ਲਾਡਾ ਵਾਲੀ ਦੇ ਜੈ ਲਾਡਾ ਵਾਲੀ ਦੇ ਜੈ ਲਾਡਾ ਵਾਲੀ ਦੇ ਜੈ ਲਾਡਾ ਵਾਲੀ ਦੇ जय जय जगजननी वन्दे अमृतानन्दमयी मङ्गलहारिणी मातङ्गवारिणी अमृतानन्दमयी अमृतानन्दमयी
जय बोलो सद्गुरु माता अमृतानंदमयी देवी की जय। असतो मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मा अमृतं गमय। ओम शांति शांति शांति। ओम लोकाः समस्ताः सुखिनो भवन्तु। लोकाः समस्ताः सुखिनो भवन्तु। लोकाः समस्ताः सुखिनो भवन्तु। ओम शांति शांति शांति। ओम श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः। हरिः ओम।
Om Amriteshwari Namaha. Can we please stay seated? We have just a couple more cultural programs, and just after that, we will be having dinner at around 8:45 or 9. Stay positive, and I think you guys are really in for a treat. We have some really amazing cultural programs to close out the C20 session today. Om Amriteshwari Namaha.
Om Amriteshwarye Namaha, Om Namah Shivaya. A very warm welcome to all the delegates, retreat attendees, and all of Amma's children who have joined us here today and those who have joined us virtually for the Civil 20 Symposium on Compassion today.
We are so excited to kickstart the cultural programs for tonight, where we have classical music and dance performances and a little more by different satsangs from around the country. To invocate today's evening program, I would like to invite members from Ayud, Minnesota, Archana Menon and Jessica Brijoy to the stage. Jessica Brijoy.
Dhyayamodavalavagundanavatim Dejomayim Naishtikim Sniktapangavilokinim Bhagavatim Mandasmidashrimukim Vatsalyamradavashinim Sumaduram Sankirtanapinim Shamam Gim Madhusikta Suktim Amritanandatmigam Ishwarim.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you. We've got a unique piece of performance art to kick off tonight's programs. The words that come to mind are creative, awe-inspiring, and one of a kind. Our dear friend Hari Prasad will be constructing a sculpture entirely out of Rubik's Cubes before our very eyes. Dedicated to the C20 program, the sculpture will be both a technical feat and a beautiful creative expression.
Hari Prasad CM, who is also known as Hariology, is an engineer by profession and a Rubik's Cube artist by passion. He's currently pursuing his collaborative PhD in fluids engineering from Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, India, and University of Rhode Island, USA. He has been into speed cubing since 2010 and has trained more than 2,000 kids on how to solve Rubik's Cubes. He also enjoys making artworks and portraits, including hundreds and thousands of Rubik's Cubes. He made the first Rubik's Cube portrait in Kerala and is also the creator of the largest three-dimensional Rubik's Cube mosaic portrait in Asia.
We will be periodically checking in on his progress, but please join me in cheering Hari Prasad on as he makes his Rubik's Cube sculpture. All right. Now, as Hari Prasad sets up here besides Amma's photo, we'll start the next performance, which tonight is a Bharatanatyam piece by Amrita Johar. Excuse me. Om Namah Shivaya. So I was right. The next performance is a Bharatanatyam dance. Thank you for your patience as we iron out our kinks here. The next performance for tonight is a Bharatanatyam piece by Amrita Johar. Amrita is a rising sophomore at Purdue University. She has been learning Bharatanatyam for the past 15 years under the tutelage of Srimati Mahalakshmi Varadhan at Nupur Dance Academy. She completed her Arangatram, maaf kijiye, last August.
Amrita will be dancing to Jagan Mohanave Krishnam, Ragam Malika, set to Aditalam, composed by Sri Purandara Dasa, whose name literally translates to Dasa, or servant of Lord Vithala. This dance describes the stories of Lord Trivikrama, more commonly known as Vamana, where he covers all three worlds in 3 footsteps.
The song also describes Kurma Avataram, the second avatar of Lord Vishnu, where he takes the form of a giant tortoise to provide protection for his devotees. Please join me in giving a giant applause for Amrita Johar.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amrita, for such a wonderful performance. The next performance for tonight is a vocal piece by Gayatri Kundaseri from Ayud Sanermon. Gayatri is entering her second year of college in University of Washington in Seattle. She's been learning both Carnatic music and dance from a young age. She'll be singing Muttugare Yashoda in Ragam Kurinji, composed by Annamacharya today. And let's all give her a warm welcome.
ಮುತ್ತುಕಾರೆ ಯಶೋದ ಮುಂಗಿಡಿ ಮುತ್ಯ ಮೂವಿಡು ತಿತ್ತರಾಣಿ ಮಹಿಮಲ ದೇವಕಿ ಸುತೋಡು ಮುತ್ತುಕಾರೆ ಯಶೋದ
Let's give it up once more for Gayatri. The next performance for tonight is a classical vocal performance by Arati Nair, who will be singing the song Madhuram Gayati. The song comes from the Malayalam movie Madhuram Gayati Meera, which shows us the intense devotion Meera has towards Lord Krishna.
The song was originally sung by Shreya Ghoshal and Sudeep Kumar. The lyrics are beautifully penned by Girish Pudacheri and is composed by M. Jayachandran. Arati ji will be accompanied by Vishnu on the harmonium, Rahul and Kaiva on the tabla, and we can look forward to a beautiful rendition of the song. Please, once more, let's give it up for Arati.
Krishna Chandra Radha Mohana mere man mein virajo ji mere ചിരവിരഹിണി ഇവളൊരു പൗർണമി മുകിലില ഞൊറിയുടെ നിറവർണ്ണനി
up for Aarti Chichi's wonderful song. And I would also like to give a shout out to both Rahul and Kaiva for the beautiful Jugalbandi that they played. The next song this team will be presenting is Bajare Muraliya, which describes the beauty of Lord Krishna and how he beautifully plays the bansuri. The song and lyrics are by Bhimsen Joshi and Lata Mangeshkar in Raga Patdeep. Let's give it up for them once more.
विमुख शिखर से धरा था ये राधा हरि सम्मुख बांसुरिया हरे सावरिया की राधा गोरी सुनवा
What an incredible performance. Thank you, Aditi and musicians, for a stunning rendition. I was reflecting during that beautiful performance that today of the retreat, we've been nourished in mind through the C20 dialogues, in body with the delicious food, snacks, and chai, and now in spirit with the bhajans and now this music. I hope you all agree that this has been an excellent day. We have time for one more performance before we unveil the beautiful Rubik's Cube sculpture. And I have to say, from behind the scenes, you're not ready for it. It's exciting, and I'm looking forward to showing off what Hari Prasad has been doing. All right, the next thing today is a video prepared by my friends here at IUD Chicago. It's a skit in the format of a news channel introducing what the C20 is, covering the retreat and interviews with some familiar faces you may recognize from the Chicago ashram. I'd like to call on Rishi to give a bit more background.
Namashivaya. So we thought to make a video skit, and basically this is a comedic skit. Hello? Oh. So we decided to make a skit, and we tried to make it kind of funny, so hopefully you think it's pretty funny. And the skit is basically, hopefully can explain some of C20. That was our goal. And we tried to do it in a funny way. And it's a news channel. So I think you'll just see from there. So please enjoy. We tried our best.
Hello there. Welcome back to Channel 108. I'm your host, Ekavir, and today we'll be talking about the upcoming C20 retreat at MA Center Chicago. To help us gain insight into this event, we have an expert analyst with us here today. Introducing Rishikesh Nair.
Thank you for having me, Ekavir. It's an absolute honor to be part of your channel, Channel 108. It's been a dream ever since I was a little baby. Recently, I've been studying C20 for the past few days, and there's a lot of cool information I want to share with you. First, I want to answer the question, everyone's probably asking, what the heck is C20? Well, I'll tell you. C20, Civil 20, is G20's official engagement group for civil society organizations, CSOs, to bring forth non-government and non-business voices to G20 leaders. The theme of this year's C20 is, You Are the Light, a call for every member of civil society to come together, make their own paths, find solutions, and resolve issues through collective effort.
Now, let's go live to our on-site reporter, Shrey Despande, who is at the MA Center in Chicago to give us a first-hand look at the preparations being made for the upcoming C20 retreat. Shrey, what can you tell us?
Thank you, Ekari. Thank you, Rishi. Well, Rishi, that was amazing talk about C20. And here we are at the MA Center of Chicago. And first, we'll start off by doing some interviews with the Savites. We got, he's running, right? He's a runner. Yeah, another interviewee, Kripa Sagar. Are you excited for the C20 retreat?
I'm so excited.
What are your thoughts on the C20?
I have no thoughts. We are just still busy getting the place prepared for the event to happen. But I think it's an important event, and it's great that Amma is chairing the C20 for this year.
What savas are you doing for this retreat?
I am helping coordinate the IUD dance, and I'm doing the registration desk.
I'm doing the transportation seva, the veggie chopping seva, and the accommodation seva.
You know, I'm excited to see the way that it turns out. I'll be helping out with IUD, with welcome desk and seva registration.
I'm doing different things. I'm coordinating trash, compost, and recycling. And then I'm helping with the flowers.
What are you most excited about for this retreat?
Bhajans. Swamiji's bhajans.
I mean, aren't we all? Thank you, Chandan, for your time.
So I'm looking forward to the symposiums and the speakers so I can get a more direct impression of some of the projects and the themes that they're working on.
I think it's an incredible opportunity to learn from hundreds of meetings that have taken place across the globe, where we get to hear the best practices other countries and groups are using to address societal problems.
Great. Well, we have our next seva here.
Sneha.
Nashivaya, are you excited for the C20 retreat?
Very much so.
What are your thoughts about the C20 retreat?
Well, the possibility of all the NGOs around the world being able to give the G20 their recommendations and policies for implementation for this next year will have a huge impact on economic prosperity worldwide. So as these 20 democracies meet during the G20, it's so impactful. The fact that we are a small piece of that and help to organize it all is pretty wonderful and rewarding.
Couldn't have said it better. So next interview.
Thank you, Shrey. We look forward to your updates throughout the C20 retreat. That's all we have for now.
Hey guys, can you guys get out of the bookstore? We gotta start setting up.
Oh, okay, that.
The time has come to see the Rubik's Cube sculpture that I have been hyping up all this time. I'd like to invite Hari Prasad to, we'll say a few words with him and give a couple of opportunities for him to tell about his work. But first, shall we unveil it? Would you like to show everyone? Let's talk first. So you heard a bit about Hari Prasad from me and from Teju. Let's hear from him directly.
Oh no, Shreya. First of all, thank you. Thanks to Amma for giving me this opportunity, and then thanks to Ramananji who whom I was in touch with to get this thing done here, and all the Ayuth volunteers here who has been like helping me so much to get this thing done. Especially Dheeraj and Rishi and all the other kids who has been like also helping me with solving these cubes before I actually started this work. So Ramananji also wanted me to talk about the process. Before I talk about the process, I should be showing the video, right? Showing the whole portrait. But I have saved the large cube of that portrait for Swamiji to please come over and then place it on that. But I don't want to insist because Swamiji is happily watching all the show from there. So anybody who is representing also is welcome to please come over there and help me. Thank you, Swamiji. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Swamiji. Sure. You have to just place the white side on this corner.
Did you need help? You'll do it.
Move it slightly.
No pressure. He wants some more in the middle for pictures, if possible. It's a little delicate, I think. Here, I can move this easier. Maybe not. This is one of these art pieces where the more you look, the more you think about the time and effort it took in, the mental acuity it took to prepare these, the more impressive it becomes.
Thank you very much, Swamiji. Trust me, it's not that hard. Trust me. I'm not kidding. So I have been approached by so many people after I made the first portrait, actually in Kerala, thinking that I'm doing some magic. So actually, I'm not. So I wanted to actually use this opportunity to talk about the process and mention how silly this whole thing is. So if you are unable to visualize this from this distance, the closer you come, the worse it will get. So the further you are, it will look better. And if you cannot, if you don't have the luxury of going behind or the space or stuff like that, what I would do is like open my camera and then watch this. So what happens here is basically I take a picture of Amma or whoever picture I'm making. I take that, and if you are old enough, you would have zoomed a photo to such an extent that you will start seeing the small pixels in it, right? Nowadays, the pictures are so high in resolution that we won't see that usually. But earlier days, in the 3GP format, the videos, you can see the pictures, you can see the pixels and stuff like that. So what I basically do is zoom a picture, or I will make a picture into such low resolution that it looks ridiculously worse. Okay, and then what happens is each pixel that you see is actually representing one block on a cube. So for me to make this entire artwork, I don't need to use all the sides of a cube. I'm just showing only one side of it. So one cube will represent 9 pixels of the image. So I have used 600 cubes in this. So thank you. So 600 times 9, I believe it is 5,400. So there are 5,400 pixels on this image. So if you take a picture of Amma and then put it on Photoshop or any photo editing software and watch it and see that in 5,400 pixels, you won't like it. So what happens, like when we say 1080 pixel, it is 1080 to one side. And 1080 times, it could be like 926 or something like that. So that many pixels is what you usually see. But this one is only 5,400 pixels. So there are 30 cubes in this direction and 20 cubes in that direction. So 30 times 3, which is 90 pixels, is along this, and 20 and 60 pixels along this direction. That's all is this image. So what I do is I make the image into a grayscale format, and I split the tones into 6 different shades. So I'm explaining it in such a way that you will feel that it's complicated. I'll make it lighter. So what happens is, once the image is toned down into like 6 different tones or something like that, if you notice this, you won't see any block of green on this. The Rubik's Cube has 6 colors on it: white, yellow, green, blue, orange, and red. In this, I have not used green at all. Usually, I use blue for the darker shades. For example, the eyes or the eyebrows or the hair like that. But in this, I decided not to because I wanted to use that for the logo. And I didn't want to complicate it much. It's easier on me when I just use like minimum number of colors. So the darkest tone will have blue on it. And as the shade goes lighter, it becomes red, orange, yellow, and then white. So how I did that for the first time was like doing the whole process on Photoshop. But these days, there are kids, even kids who are doing this. Somebody who has like a truckload of cubes can actually do that, because all they have to do is generate this image on a computer and then do only one face of the cube so that they can stack them up and make it look like this. So that's why I said it's very easy these days, because you can just upload any random picture on different generating softwares like this and get this done. So it is not magic. Honestly, it's not magic. So another thing, but what I do is like I've tried those software because I have been like so lazy. I really wanted to get the easy way to get this done. But it doesn't happen so easily because the computers don't know where Amma's Mokuti is. She doesn't know. The computer doesn't know where Amma's earring is. Computer doesn't understand where the Rudraksha Mala is. So every time I try to generate any picture, it ends up messy. So I decided to do it the conventional way, and I draw that pixel by pixel on iPad. So that's how I do it nowadays, and that's how I read this, whatever you have seen right now. So thank you very much. I started cubing in 2010 because I'd been gifted a cube for the first time by my uncle when I was 6 years old, and it stayed in my showcase for about 14 years without me realizing that it could ever be solved. So after about 14 years, I saw a random kid on YouTube who solved this cube in about 10 or 15 seconds, and I was like, boo. And then I decided, okay, I should try this. And I tried it for the first time by spending about 8 or 10 hours in front of a computer, in front of YouTube back then, and then spent a lot of time and tried to do this, and finally figured it out. But the joy of doing it was so much that I decided to teach a lot of kids. And now I've taught more than 2,000 kids on how to train a cube, how to solve a cube. So why I'm saying this now is because it is so important to have a hobby that actually triggers you, right? Triggers you emotionally, intellectually. So I decided during the COVID especially that kids should not go back to screens immediately after they come back from school or wherever. They should have a creative outlet where they would be there, where it would benefit them. So that's why I wanted to promote cubing, and hence I decided to do that. So of course, when I decided to make the first portrait, I was thinking, whose portrait will I make? And I had the answer right in front of me, which you all can guess right now. Amma. So I made the first portrait entirely designed by me of Amma, and I was missing Amma so much during the COVID time because I got stuck at home where everybody was enjoying at Amritapuri. So I sent this video of making through Dhyanji to Amma, and then Amma saw that and instantly told Dhyanji to post it on Amrita TV. So she was the first one who gave me any sort of publicity. She's the first one who made me do this. She's the first one who has always inspired me to do that. So I am thoroughly blessed and humbled by taking this opportunity. Thank you so much, everyone, for seeing this. Shreya.
I'm not convinced that it's so easy. I don't know if you are, but it's incredible. Once more, let's give it up for Hari Prasad.
The next performance is something that I'm personally looking forward to. It's a group of gopis from the Sanramon Ashram, and they're going to be presenting the song Radha Kaise Na Jale for us. So gopis, please come up.
मधुबन में भले कान्हा किसी को पी से मिले, मन में तो राधा के ही प्रेम के हैं फूल खिले। किस लिए राधा जले, किस लिए राधा जले, बिना सोचे समझे किस लिए राधा जले, किस लिए राधा जले। गोपियां तारे हैं चांद है राधा, फिर क्यों है उसको विश्वास आधा। ओ गोपियां तारे हैं चांद है राधा, फिर क्यों है उसको विश्वास आधा।
कान्हा जी का जो सदा इधर उधर ध्यान रहे, राधा बेचारी को फिर अपने पे क्या मान रहे।
गोपियां आनी जानी है, राधा तो मन की रानी है। गोपियां आनी जानी है, राधा तो मन की रानी है। सांझ सखारे जमुना किनारे, राधा राधा ही कान्हा पुकारे।
ओए होए ओए होए, बाहों के हार जो डाले कोई कान्हा के गले। राधा कैसे न जले, राधा कैसे न जले, आग तन मन में लगे। राधा कैसे न जले, राधा कैसे न जले। राधे 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 ना, राधे 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 ना, राधे 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 मन में है राधे को कान्हा जो बसाए, तो कान्हा काहे को उसे न बताए।
प्रेम की अपनी अलग बोली अलग भाषा है, बात नैनों से हो कान्हा की यही आशा है।
कान्हा के ये जो नैना है, जिन्हें गोपियों के चैना है। कान्हा के ये जो नैना है, जिन्हें गोपियों के चैना है। मिली नजरिया हुई बावरिया, गोरी गोरी सी कोई गुजरिया।
कान्हा का प्यार किसी गोपी के मन में जो पले, किस लिए राधा जले, राधा जले, राधा जले।
राधा कैसे न जले,
किस लिए राधा जले,
राधा कैसे न जले।
किस लिए राधा जले, किस लिए राधा जले।
राधा कैसे न जले,
किस लिए राधा जले, किस लिए राधा जले।
राधा कैसे न जले, राधा कैसे न जले, राधा कैसे न जले।
Thank you so much, gopis from Center Monashram. To conclude our cultural programs for the entirety of this retreat, we invite Ayud members Amrit and Laksh from Ayud, New York, Avinash Vinod from San Ramon, and Archita Joshi from Chicago for our closing prayers.
As we have for the past few nights, let's together chant our prayer for world peace and harmony.
सुखिनो भवन्तु लोकाः समस्ताः सुखिनो भवन्तु लोकाः समस्ताः सुखिनो भवन्तु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः हरिः ओम्
And to everybody for your kind attention to these performances. Thank you to all of our performers from Ayud, from around the country. And thank you to Hari Prasad for his beautiful sculpture. Now it's time for our dinner. One more round of applause. Thanks, sorry. I'll see everyone in the dining hall for dinner. Thank you again. Om Amriteshwari Namaha. Also, kind reminder, tomorrow 6 a.m. there's a Homa. Please be aware.